Good afternoon, Bulldog fans. I'm Blake Gardner alongside John McAfoose, and welcome to another edition of Samford Bulldog Baseball. We are live from Jolie Griffin Field just outside Birmingham, Alabama, on the campus of Sanford University and getting set for Game 2 of a 3-game weekend series between the visitors from Charleston, Illinois, and the Eastern Illinois Panthers, and the home team, Samford Bulldogs. Thanks for tuning in on this Sunday afternoon on YouTube Live, courtesy of the Sanford Sports Network. Shout out to John McAfoose and his crew, Mike Grace, Zach Schreiber, and everybody else who will help make this afternoon's broadcast possible. Welcome to our region's pregame show. And after rain deterred our plans of playing yesterday afternoon, we're getting ready for a Sunday doubleheader to close out this series between the Panthers and the Bulldogs. On the weekend, Sanford leads the series after a 9-4 Friday night Game 1 win over EIU. And John, was the Dogs' offense that led the way Friday, pounding out 9 runs on 13 hits.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Blake. It was an offensive outbreak for the Sanford Bulldogs. All 9 starters reached base on Friday night, led by 3-hit performances from both Austin Edens and Brandon Fryman. The Bulldogs also went deep 3 times with Edens, Ayrton Schaefer, and Anthony Mulrine all hitting long balls. And on the mound, it was Mikhail Kazanov earning the victory for the Bulldogs after allowing 4 earned runs over 6 2/3 innings while striking out 7.
Kazanov got the start. Bulldogs bullpen backed him up the rest of the way, so the Dogs are up 1-0 in this 3-game series. We're playing a doubleheader today, Game 2 at 1, and then Game 3 30 minutes following our Game 2 this afternoon. Eastern Illinois will look to get back on track this afternoon behind senior right-hander Michael McCormick, while the Dogs will counter with sophomore righty Jesse McCord and John, both a couple of guys with some uglier ERAs due to a couple of early rough outings for each of them.
Yeah, for McCormick, he's making his 4th start of the year, and he comes into this afternoon's contest with a 5.14 earned run average. Over 14 innings of work this season, he struck out 8 while walking 10. And for the home Bulldogs, it's Jesse McCord, as you said, making his first Sunday start of the season, 4th start overall, and he's looking to rebound, as you said, after a couple of very rough starts against Florida State and Indiana. In those 2 games against the Seminoles and Hoosiers, he allowed 12 earned runs in just 7 innings, which ballooned his ERA up to 9.24. But with Eastern Illinois batting just .208 as a team, this seems like a good opportunity for McCord to get back on track.
Eastern Illinois' offense has struggled in the early going, and it's led to some struggles as a team overall. Eastern Illinois enters play today 1-11 overall. They've dropped 11 of their first 12 contests, all on the road, as EIU won't play a home game until the next couple of weeks or so. Meanwhile, Sanford comes in hot. They've won 4 in a row, 5 of their last 6. John, it's really 2 teams that are kind of moving in opposite directions entering play this afternoon.
Yeah, Sanford's looked good. I think everyone's encouraged by the way they've played, especially they have such a young team this year, and they have a lot of guys that are inexperienced, a lot of freshmen and sophomores in that starting lineup. But really, if you take that Florida State series out of the equation, they've looked very strong all season. And as you said, for Eastern Illinois, it's just been a rough go really from the get-go. They lost to South Alabama earlier this season, 32-0. That was their 2nd game of the season, and hasn't really gotten a whole lot better for them. Their only win coming at Central Arkansas. That was a 4-2 win for them back on February 26th.
Eastern Illinois wearing their road grays today. They'll get first cuts against Jesse McCord and the rest of the Sanford Bulldogs, who are wearing their home reds with white pants this afternoon. We'll take a quick timeout. National Anthem is coming up next at Jolie Griffin Field, and then we'll introduce our starting lineups presented by America's First Federal Credit Union online at amfirst.org, and then have doubleheader baseball for you next. From Homewood, Alabama, you're watching baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
This is Lauren. These are her first roommates, her first car, and her very first health insurance plan, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. Even at her age, she's not taking her health for granted. Her affordable health plan includes a routine annual checkup, apps, and programs that fit her lifestyle. Lauren may be just starting out, but with us, she's already got peace of mind. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Find out how we can cover you for the first time. Meet Pete and Paul. Twins so much alike, friends call them Pete and Repeat. But Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama treats them as individuals. Each gets a health insurance plan designed to meet his specific needs. One is a self-employed entrepreneur, the other working for a large company. After all, no 2 customers are alike, especially in Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Find out how we can cover you.
The madness begins here. Make sure you're at the U.S. Cellular Center in Asheville, North Carolina, March 2nd through 6th for the 2017 SoCon Basketball Championships presented by General Shale. You don't want to miss the action as your favorite SoCon teams compete for a championship and a berth in the NCAA tournament. Book your travel and tickets by logging on to SoConTravel.com or by contacting the U.S. Cellular Center box office. Madness begins here. Get your tickets today.
If you're entering a Division I college or university on or after August 1st of 2016, there are some new academic requirements you need to know.
First, you have to graduate high school within 4 consecutive years from the start of 9th grade. And in those 4 years, you have to pass 16 core courses.
Next, your 16 core courses must be taken in a specific area of study at a specific time during high school.
Your 16 core courses will determine your core GPA, which must be 2.3 or higher to be eligible to practice, compete, or receive an athletic scholarship during your freshman year in college.
10 of those 16 have to be taken before your 7th semester. Those 10 courses are locked in, meaning you can't retake them to improve your GPA.
You must also earn a combined ACT and SAT score that matches your core course GPA on the Division I sliding scale.
It's important to build a team that you can depend on for guidance and support. So go talk to your guidance counselor and ask them to join your team.
We all were in your shoes just a few years ago, so we know what it takes to become a Division I student athlete.
But more importantly, we know what it means to make our dreams become a reality. You can too.
Hi, I'm John Imarino, Commissioner of the Southern Conference. With the full cooperation of our presidents and chancellors, the conference has created the SoCon Academic Exchange, a cooperative structure designed to benefit our academic efforts. 3 primary initiatives will be the collaboration of international study programs, a leadership development program to benefit faculty and staff, and an undergraduate research forum. For more information on the SoCon Academic Exchange, visit SoConSports.com.
Blake Gardner, John McAfoos, along with you for the rest of this Sunday afternoon. Doubleheader baseball between Eastern Illinois and Sanford this afternoon as the Dogs have taken the field along with a local Little League team, the 8 and under Hoover Bucks from Shades Mountain Park, just 10 or 15 minutes down I-459 here in Birmingham. Sanford's taking the field in their red jerseys, white pants, and some stirrups as well with the blue and red hats. SU in the middle. Time to introduce our starting lineups presented by America's First Federal Credit Union, online at amfirst.org. A couple of changes for Eastern Illinois lineup-wise. It's the same 9, just a couple of guys shuffled around. One guy that hasn't shuffled around is the junior center fielder Joseph Duncan, who leads off. Andrew Curran bumped up from the 8-hole on Friday night. He's in the 2-hole this afternoon playing shortstop. Logan Beeman hits third, playing left. Batting fourth is Dougie Parks, the third baseman. Batting fifth, the first baseman Matt Albert bumped up a couple of spots from the 7 slot back on Friday night. Albert already with 2 home runs to his credit this weekend. Matt Dunovit, the designated hitter, hit 6th. Frankie Perrone, but right behind him in the 7 spot, playing right field. Batting 8th, the catcher Josh Turnock, who hit in the 2-hole back on Friday night, and hitting 9th, the sophomore second baseman. That's Jimmy Govern with Michael McCormick on the mound. So that's the lineup for Eastern Illinois. Sanford Bulldogs were counted with T.J. Dixon up top, the center fielder. Batting second, the shortstop Brandon Fryman. Hitting third, the left fielder Kevin Williams Jr. Batting fourth, the first baseman Austin Edens. He's followed by second baseman Troy Dixon. Ayrton Schaefer's our designated hitter. He'll hit 6th. Batting 7th, right fielder Jordan Busey. Batting 8th, freshman backstop Anthony Mulrine. And batting 9th, the freshman third baseman. And one of the hottest bats in the Bulldog lineup out of the 9 spot, that's third baseman Taylor Garris. So those are your starting lineups presented by America's First Federal Credit Union. Online at amfirst.org as we get set for baseball on this Sunday afternoon. 1:05 Central Time in Birmingham, Alabama. Jesse McCord, the Bulldog right-hander, and sophomore on the mound, ready to see the leadoff hitter in this EIU lineup, Joseph Duncan. First pitch at 1:05, and it's in there for a called strike. According to our home plate umpire, Marlon Reynolds. First base umpire is Drew Keenum, and the third base umpire is Leland Hollis. 0-1 for McCord. That's in there as well. Quickly 0-2. McCord on the mound around the horn. Garris at third. Fryman at short. Dixon at second and Edens at first, as that's downstairs to run the count to 1-2. In left field, it's Kevin Williams Jr. In center, TJ Dixon, and in right, sophomore Jordan Fusey with Anthony Mulrine, the freshman catcher, making his 9th start of the year behind the plate. 1-2, cut on and miss. Good start for Jesse McCord. He gets Joseph Duncan swinging and quickly one away here in the top of the first.
Yeah, for McCord, that's as good of a start as you could ask for. I know for him, I'm sure for his confidence, he would love to come out and have a quick first inning here and just get back on track after a couple of rough starts against Indiana and Florida State.
Andrew Curran steps in. You mentioned McCord with a couple of rough starts. ERA at 9.24 entering play today, making his 4th start of the year. 13 earned runs surrendered and 12 2/3 thus far. 14th strikeout of the season as Duncan is retired. This first pitch is hit hard through the left side. It's a single. Andrew Curran is aboard with his first hit of the weekend. 1 on and 1 away now in the top of the first.
A good aggressive approach there from Curran. Looked like he was ready to swing at that first pitch the whole way and just finds a hole there between Fryman and Garris on the left side of the infield.
Hit number 7 of the year for Andrew Curran. And he rewards the coach for bumping him up to the 2-hole today. He's aboard. Logan Beeman, the left fielder, will stride in.
Beeman, one of a couple Panthers to have a multi-hit game on Friday night. He was 2 for 4.
Pretty much all the damage in the EIU lineup, courtesy of Logan Beeman and Matt Albert on that Friday night. Beeman, one of 2 lefties in the lineup for EIU today. Josh Turnock, the catcher in the 8-hole, is the other one. As McCord works from the stretch for the first time this afternoon. 0-1 on the way. This is hit off the end of the bat. Right side. Dixon over there gobbles it up on the glove hand side. Only play to first, and he'll make that play. So Beeman is retired on the 4-3 ground down. Advancing to second is Andrew Curran. And it's an RBI chance for cleanup man Dougie Parks.
Worth noting for the viewers at home, we are scheduled to play 2 9-inning games today rather than 2 7-inning games. The mercy rule is in effect if it were to come to that.
Mercy rule, 10-run lead after 7 innings or later in college baseball. A little bit different than the 8-run lead after 5 in college softball. Dougie Parks, the cleanup man, takes a slider off the plate away for ball 1. Parks, the third baseman, and one of quite a few juniors in this Eastern Illinois lineup this afternoon. 6 juniors dot the Panthers lineup. A couple of sophomores, and the lone senior is designated hitter Matt Donovan. McCord, a couple looks at second, now comes home. The 1-0 is downstairs. Good job by Mulrine to dig it up. Count runs to 2-0. Just a little bit past the top of the hour here in central Alabama. After a bunch of rain yesterday, sunny and clear today. Weather still a little bit brisk for middle of March. 51 degrees in Birmingham right now. Feels like 48 according to our weather app. 2-0, that's in the dirt as well. Mulrine blocks it up, advancing to third anyway is Curran. Good base running there by the Eastern Illinois shortstop. He had a good secondary lead and was able to take the extra 90 feet.
Yeah, as soon as that ball squirted away from Mulrine, he was on the run. So good awareness there from Curran to take the extra base there.
So Curran now just 90 feet away from trying to get Eastern Illinois on the board here in our opening frame, top of the first. McCord's thrown 3 straight out of the zone to cleanup man Dougie Parks. McCord for the full windup with a runner at third now. 3-0 cut from Parks. That's fouled straight back out of play. Moves the count to 3-1. Parks, the third baseman, wearing number 25. 6-foot junior from Lakeville, Minnesota. Transferred in from John A. Logan Community College. 3-1 for McCord. That's in there. And it runs the count full. McCord's trying to bounce back. It's 3-2.
And for a cleanup hitter, not really the power you would expect for Parks in 45 at-bats. He's got just 10 hits, and only 3 of those are for extra bases, 2 doubles and a home run.
Payoff pitch from McCord into Parks. That misses downstairs for ball 4. So McCord started him with 3 straight out of the zone, tried to work back into the AB, but ultimately lost Dougie Parks. He's aboard, drawing his 5th base on balls of the year, and it's runners on the corners. 2 away for the 5-hole, and the guy who's been the most dangerous bat so far this weekend for Eastern Illinois, that's Matt Albert.
Yeah, as you said earlier, 2 home runs on Friday night, 3 for 4 overall, 3 runs driven and 2 runs scored. And if you're Eastern Illinois, this is the guy you want up with runners in scoring position. And he's got an early opportunity here in the first inning to put the Panthers on the board.
Albert wearing number 33. Digs in against McCord. First pitch is at the letters for a called strike 1. Albert, 6'2", 215-pound junior from Bettendorf, Iowa. Transferred him from Kishwaukee Community College. As McCord goes back to the stretch with runners on the corners. 0-1, that's hit on the ground left side. Will skitter foul. It's 0-2.
Albert with a .258 batting average, but a .645 slugging percentage, which was helped out a lot by that Friday night performance. Slugging probably jumped over 100 points after Friday night's game.
Yeah, 8 hits and 31 ABs so far for Albert. 3 home runs, a double and a triple. So 5 of his 8 hits on the year so far have been extra bases. Down 0-2 to Jesse McCord, who's trying to work out of a jam. Top of the first. The 0-2 is a slider that misses away. It's 1-2. Time called as Mulrine will give signals to the rest of the infield. Coaching staff for Eastern Illinois. Head coach Jason Anderson, his second year out of Illinois, assisted by Blake Beamer and Julio Godinez. McCord from the stretch. 1-2 on the way to Albert. That's a fastball that's up and away. And deuces across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs as we play in the top of the first with 2 runners on. McCord working from the extreme first base side of the rubber this afternoon. Long look at first before coming set. 2-2 on the way. Runner goes. This is fouled into the EIU dugout third base side. We'll do 2-2 again. Eastern Illinois with a little bit of early aggression on the base pass there, sending Dougie Parks with the pitch. Parks has not attempted a stolen base so far this season. Parks with a decent lead at first. Short lead by Curran at third. 2-2 on the way. Turning, squaring to bunt, and fouling it straight back is Matt Albert, and that's strike 3. So Albert tries to bunt with 2 strikes, can't put it in fair territory, and that'll go down as a strikeout for Jesse McCord. He Ks up 2 of the 3 outs that he records in the top of the first, and EIU leaves 2 aboard. We head to the bottom of the first. Next in a scoreless game, you're watching Sanford Bulldog Baseball.
There are some new academic requirements you need to know.
First, you have to graduate high school within 4 consecutive years from the start of 9th grade. And in those 4 years, you have to pass 16 core courses.
Next, your 16 core courses must be taken in a specific area of study at a specific time during high school.
Your 16 core courses will determine your core GPA, which must be 2.3 or higher to be eligible to practice, compete, or receive an athletic scholarship during your freshman year in college.
10 of those 16 have to be taken before your 7th semester. Those 10 courses are locked in, meaning you can't retake them to improve your GPA.
You must also earn a combined ACT and SAT score that matches your core course GPA on the Division I sliding scale.
It's important to build a team that you can depend on for guidance and support. So go talk to your guidance counselor and ask them to join your team.
We all were in your shoes just a few years ago, so we know what it takes to become a Division I student athlete.
But more importantly, we know what it means to make our dreams become a reality. You can too.
Bottom of the first coming from Joe Lee Griffin Field in Homewood, Alabama. Middle of the diamond right now, taking his warm-up tosses for the first time this afternoon. Number 23, Michael McCormick, the starting pitcher this afternoon for Eastern Illinois. McCormick, the 6'3", 190-pound senior from Speedway, Indiana, transferred in from Parkland Community College. He gets the ball for the 4th time this year. And so far, been a little bit rocky for Mr. McCormick. John?
Yeah, a 5.14 in it, or earn run average so far, and not a huge sample size to work with, just 14 innings pitched, but 8 earned runs in those 14 innings. 22 hits, so he's been pretty hittable, and 10 walks, 8 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .349 against McCormick so far through 3 games.
McCormick, the righty, ready to see the Sanford Bulldog lineup. First time through, it starts at the top with T.J. Dixon. Dixon, the Bulldog center fielder, steps in, takes the first pitch fastball in there for a called strike 1.
Dixon's been red hot for Sanford. 11-game hitting streak right now. The only game he has not hit safely was actually the season opener here against Asheville.
That misses inside to run the count to 1-1. McCormick last year made appearances in 15 games as a junior, made 10 starts, finished the season with a record of 2-6, ERA of 6.46 and 54 1/3 innings. 1-1, misses outside, runs the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. McCormick so far this year starts against South Alabama, Central Arkansas, and Kansas State. Longest stint so far, 5 2/3. You mentioned a small sample size from McCormick so far. That misses outside as well, 3 balls and 1 strike. Dixon, the lefty, gets things started for the Dogs, trying to set the table, and he's taken 5 straight. Counts now run full. It's 3-2.
McCormick, that is, has not been helped out by his defense a lot either. And I mean, obviously unearned runs do not affect his ERA as Dixon takes a walk, but 14 runs allowed in general, only 8 of them earned, but the defense behind him, not really a huge help.
11th walk issued by McCormick so far this year. T.J. Dixon is aboard, and he sets the table, as is his job at the top of the order. He's aboard at first. Brandon Fryman, the freshman shortstop, will stride in. Fryman wearing number 7, the freshman from Florida. With Dixon the man at first. McCormick forced to work from the stretch early. First pitch to Fryman, misses inside for ball 1.
And Dixon's got plenty of speed over there at first base. Only 1 stolen base attempt. He is 0 for 1, but not afraid to take off.
Dixon, the Southern Conference's active leader in stolen bases with 62 in his Sanford career. That fastball finds the corner. It's 1-1. Brandon Fryman, the man at the plate, enters play this afternoon with the second highest batting average on this Sanford club. .396, 19 hits to lead the team in 48 at-bats thus far. 1-1 on the way. This is hit off the end of the bat towards the mound. Could be 2, and now it'll just be 1 as McCormick couldn't get it out of his glove in time to get Dixon at second. He takes the sure out at first. Fryman's retired with 1 away.
Yeah, I think as you said, the ball got stuck in his glove a little bit there, and he kind of double clutched at it. I think he still would have had a play to get Dixon at second, but he elected to just take the out at first and retire Fryman. So a productive out for Fryman as he does get Dixon over to second base and Sanford in business with a runner in scoring position.
Works almost as a sacrifice off the bat of Brandon Fryman. Kevin Williams Jr. to the plate now. Bulldogs junior left fielder from Miami-Dade College in Miami, Florida. First pitch to Williams Jr. is in there for a called strike 1.
It's impressive to look at the numbers for the Sanford starting lineup. You look at the first 4 batters, Dixon, Fryman, Williams, and Edens, all have on-base percentages well over 400 right now.
0-1 to Williams Jr. That's in the dirt. Good stop behind home plate by the catcher, Josh Turnock. You mentioned the high on-base percentage by Kevin Williams Jr. 442 is second on the club, only to Taylor Garris right now. And Williams Jr. reached base safely in 11 straight games to kick off his Sanford career before going 0 for in game 1 of this series on Friday. 1-1, that's hit hard on the ground, packed through the box, single into center. Dixon's being waved from third. Throw from the center fielder Duncan to the plate is going to be cut off. Williams Jr. slides into second. He is safe. Credit Kevin Williams Jr. for an RBI single to get the Dogs to the board early, 1-0, and he takes the extra bag. He and Dixon trade places as Williams Jr. advances to second on the throw from center field.
Yeah, smart play there by Williams. Made a big turnaround first, and as soon as he saw that ball heading home, elected to take second base. And McCormick, he had him at second. It's just the throw was a little low and to the right side of the second base bag, and so Williams was able to slide in safely.
Aggressive base running there for Kevin Williams Jr. Credit him with his team-leading 12th RBI on the season. And 3 batters in, Sanford on top, 1-0. And just have 1 away here in the bottom of the first. First pitch to the Bulldog cleanup man, Austin Edens, misses downstairs for ball 1.
Edens A big game Friday night, 3 for 5. With a home run, 2 runs driven in.
McCormick from the stretch, 1-0, hit hard. Second base, diving play over there by Govern. It bounces off his glove and into the grass. No play at Edens at first. It's going to go as an infield hit. Likely a run-saving play by Jimmy Govern to keep it from going into the right center field cap, but the Dogs have runners in the corners now with one away.
Yeah, that was a great play by Govern. Eden smoked that ball, and just one step and then diving to his left was Govern. Just to get a glove on that ball is pretty impressive, and not really a play to get Edens, but as you said, definitely saved a run from scoring right there.
Kevin Williams Jr. now the man at third with Edens at first. 5-hole in this Bulldog lineup is number 5, Troy Dixon. Dixon, the 6-foot sophomore from Mobile, Alabama, making his 12th start of the year, and this the 13th Sanford game. 8 hits in his first 40 at-bats. Runners in the corners, one away. First pitch to Dixon in there for a call and strike 1. Twelfth start of the year for Troy. He had 11 starts last year as a true freshman. Scored 13 runs, a lot of which came in pinch run situations. Dixon was brought in quite a bit in that role last year.
He's a guy they'd like to see get going, and obviously they have a lot of faith in him hitting behind Edens, and when he was in high school, one of the top players in the state of Alabama.
As he takes up and away, 2 balls and 1 strike. Dixon so far 6 RBIs out of the 5 spot. Facing McCormick with runners in the corners. 2-1, that's off the plate away. Ball 3. So far, just 1 man retired for the Dogs. That was Brandon Fryman, who grounded back to McCormick on the mound. 3-1, that's on the outside half. And second time this inning, we've had a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. First to TJ Dixon, the leadoff man. Now to Troy Dixon, who's at the plate right now. We'll see if the Dogs will start the runner Edens at first with payoff coming and 1 away. They do not, and that pitch is outside for ball 4. Both Dixons have drawn a free pass here in the bottom of the first. TJ Dixon came around to score. Now Troy Dixon's at first, and the bases are full of Bulldogs. One at every bag for the freshman designated hitter, Ayrton Schaefer.
Yeah, a tough start from McCormick. Sanford, a great offensive approach, really making him work, hitting the ball hard, taking pitches. And for McCormick, you got to try to not get into too much trouble early with a double-header schedule in 2 9-inning games. You don't want to work your bullpen too much in game 1.
Big cut and a miss there. McCormick works ahead of Ayrton Schaefer. That was pitch number 20 of the inning, delivered by Eastern Illinois starter Michael McCormick. Ayrton Schaefer, big spot here in the bottom of the first, and 2 cuts so far. 2 whiffs, it's 0-2. Schaefer, 6'2" freshman, 225 pounds from Collierville, Tennessee. Came out of the Houston High School program. Already 6 RBIs right here. Chance to tack on in this situation. 0-2. Flared right side high, foul territory, in play if Albert can get over there, and he can. He makes the catch and gets the ball back in towards home to prevent Kevin Williams Jr. from tagging at third. Excellent defensive play in foul ground by the first baseman, Matt Albert.
Yeah, that was an impressive play. It looked semi-routine off the bat, but then you can really see him running over to the dirt and battling the sun and kind of coming back on it a little bit, and a nice play there and nice throw home to make sure that Williams is not trying to aggressively tag up and score a run.
So McCormick picks up a big out number 2 as he gets Ayrton Schaefer, and now the base is loaded. Chance has passed along to right fielder Jordan Fusey. McCormick from the stretch. First pitch is in there to Fusey for a call and strike 1. Fusey, the sophomore right fielder, wears number 25, the 6'4" sophomore from Tate's Creek High School in Lexington, Kentucky. When the base is full, 0-1 on the way. Good off-speed delivery. Had Fusey out in front. It's 0-2.
So McCormick was struggling with command a little bit earlier and now has gotten ahead 0-2 to 2 consecutive batters in Schaefer and Fusey.
Fusey trying to battle with 2 strikes. McCormick trying to bounce out of a bases loaded jam. 0-2 is upstairs. Count now 1-2.
And for McCormick, if he's able to get out of this allowing just 1 run, that would be a pretty big success for him here in this first inning. And for Samford, that would be a major disappointment to load the bases with just one out and only score one.
1-2, big cut, coming up empty. McCormick comes up with a huge strikeout and works out of a bases-loaded jam in the bottom of the first. Sanford does tack on one run on 2 hits in the frame, but they leave them loaded. Sanford on top 1-0 as we head to the top of the second next on the Sanford Sports Network.
Meet Pete and Paul, twins so much alike, friends call them Pete and repeat. But Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama treats them as individuals. Each gets a health insurance plan designed to meet his specific needs. One is a self-employed entrepreneur, the other working for a large company. After all, no two customers are alike, especially in Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Find out how we can cover you.
Back here, Homewood, Alabama, on the campus of Sanford University. Joe Griffin Field. Sanford on top early, 1-0 in Game 2 of this 3-game set this weekend against the Eastern Illinois Panthers. Sanford baseball and Eastern Illinois baseball, not the only two Sanford Eastern Illinois teams going at it today. On the softball diamond as well over in Oxford, Alabama. Softball is playing in a 4-game tourney hosted by Jacksonville State. And they're playing Eastern Illinois on the softball diamond as well. Gray Adams strikes out the side in the top of the second. Sanford nothing, Eastern Illinois nothing. Down I-20 as Jesse McCord pours in a first pitch strike to 6-hole Matt Donovan, the designated hitter in the CIU lineup. Six, 7, 8 due up to face Jesse McCord in this Panther starting 9. Count now 1-1 to Donovan after that misses downstairs.
And the bottom of this Eastern Illinois lineup has struggled greatly, including Matt Donovan, just a 143 average.
As Donovan comes up empty, it's 1-2.
4 for 28 so far in the 10 games he's appeared in. Just a 143 on-base percentage, 7 strikeouts and no walks.
Donovan, the redshirt senior from Willwood, Missouri, went to Eureka High School, takes outside to run the count to 2-2. McCord from the full windup after surrendering 1 hit in the top of the first, putting up a 0. 2-2 cut on and missed. 3rd strikeout already recorded by Sanford starter Jesse McCord as Matt Donovan goes down swinging for out number 1.
A good start for McCord so far. Nice to get a little bit of early run support as well. I'm sure he would have liked a couple more runs in that first inning from Samford, but still feels good to get a couple early strikeouts and see his offense get a run on the board for him.
So in steps the right fielder, Frankie Perrone, the junior, making his 12th start in 13 games this season, takes outside for ball 1.
And Perrone, another Panther struggling at the plate, just 6 for 38 for a 158 average right now.
That fastball is in there on the inner half, runs the count to 1-1.
Does have a little pop. He's got a couple of home runs on the year. Also another potential strikeout victim. He struck out 15 times in 38 ABs.
This is ripped into left, top spin, and falling in front of Kevin Williams Jr. out in left field. He'll take it on a hop. And Perrone's aboard with just 1 away, 7th hit of the year for the 5'9" redshirt junior from Park Ridge, Illinois. And Eastern Illinois has got a base runner here in the top of the second.
The catcher, Josh Turnick.
So Perrone, the runner at first, brings up the 8-hole. And the other lefty in the CIU lineup, a second out of 2. That's number 3 catcher Josh Turnock. Quick check over at first to make sure Perrone can't get too big of a look. Turnock to the plate, the 5'11", 200-pound redshirt sophomore from Granger, Indiana. With the hands held low against McCord, the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1.
Yeah, for Turnock, not a lot of playing time at the beginning of the year, but he's kind of turning into their regular catcher now, and this is his 7th start and 6 for 16 so far, so very small sample size, but some good early results.
As McCord comes set, 1-0 on the way. This misses downstairs. Count runs to 2-0 now. You mentioned seventh start of the year for Josh Turnock. Third fewest in the lineup, as Logan Beeman makes just his 6th start today. Same for the guy that's in the on-deck circle right now. That's second baseman Jimmy Govern. 2-0 on the way from McCord. That is up and in, and it's 3 straight out of the zone from Jesse McCord, with 1 out and a man aboard. .30 on the way. That is in there for a called strike, and Jesse McCord trying to find a foothold in this at-bat. Seeing if he can battle back from 3-0. It's 3-1. Good lead over at first by Perone. 3-1 on the way from McCord. That's upstairs for ball 4. Second walk issued already in 2 innings by Jesse McCord, and Eastern Illinois is in business. First and second with 1 away. As time is called, Anthony Mulrine will go talk to his sophomore right-hander.
Yeah, and for McCord, it's important to throw strikes and get ahead of batters. Of course, it always is. But the bottom of this Eastern Illinois batting order has struggled so much, and it's tough to throw a 5-pitch walk to anyone at the bottom of this order. And now all of a sudden you've got first and second with just one out for Eastern Illinois.
So 2 on, 1 away. And the 9-hole, Jimmy Govern, the second baseman, to the plate. First pitch, that's in there for a called strike 1.
Govern, out of all the Eastern Illinois players, probably struggling the most. Just 1 hit on the season and 1 for 16 overall for an .062 average. And I'm sure at this point, a lot of that is just between the ears. I think when you hit a certain point, you're just probably overthinking at the plate about how badly you need to hit a hit to get out of the little funk you're in.
Had a tough start to the AB for a guy that's struggling just a little bit, Jimmy Govern. That pitch just barely nicked the outside corner. And quickly McCord out in front, 0-2 after throwing 4 out of 5 out of the zone against Josh Turnock. 2 on, 1 away for the 9-hole in the EIU lineup, Jimmy Govern. Does have two RBIs this season. This is an RBI opportunity with a man in scoring position at second. 0-2 on the way, high fastball, tomahawk towards right. It's going to tail out of play and get over the brick on the fly. Count remains 0-2. Turnock, the runner at first. Perone, the runner at second. With 1 away in the top of the second. 0-2 on the way from McCord. That's upstairs as well. This time laying off his Govern. Count runs to 1-2. So far, Jesse McCord laboring a little bit. This is the 9th batter he's faced. He's closing in on that 40 pitch mark. Looking for a ground ball to try to get himself out of the inning. 1-2 on the way. That's well upstairs and an easy take for Govern. Count runs back even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dogs turned 1 double play back on Friday against Eastern Illinois. Panthers turned 1 as well. Samford looking for their first one of this Sunday afternoon. That would get them out of the top of the second. Hit right here from Govern would likely tie the game. 2-2, that's on the ground towards short. Fryman comes up with it on the run and makes the short way play towards third in time to cut down Frankie Perone at third base. Good heads-up play by Brandon Fryman. Luckily, could not turn 2 from that deep in the 6th hole, but he goes the short way and does cut down the lead runner for out number 2 here in the second.
Yeah, nice play from Fryman. I think he knew right off the bat he really had no shot at turning a double play there, so why not get the lead runner?
Center fielder Joseph Duncan.
So Fryman gets the lead guy, and now we've got first and second and 2 away. Flip the card, back to the top of the lineup we go. For center fielder Joseph Duncan. Duncan, a strikeout victim in his first look at Jesse McCord. And takes the first pitch upstairs for ball 1. Mulrine comes up gunning to first. Austin Edens wasn't covering the bag originally. He was kind of racing towards it as Mulrine put it right on the base for him. quick tag applied by Edens was not in time to get governed down the line. And pitch was upstairs for ball one. Duncan, 14 hits and 49 at-bats. The 14 hits leads the team so far this year. 1-0 popped up, foul territory. Mulrine gives it a look, but it will get out of play. Count will run to 1-1. One ball, one strike, 2 outs as we play here in the top of the second. Sanford on top 1-0, 1 run on 2 hits. Eastern Illinois with a couple hits as well, but they haven't strung them together. A hit likely ties the game from Joseph Duncan, a man who's already got 8 RBIs out of the leadoff spot this year. 1-1 upstairs, runs the count to 2-1. Mulrine pumps to first this time, enough to chase Jimmy Govern back to the bag at first. Jesse McCord's already surrendered 10 hits so far this year with 2 outs in the inning, trying to avoid that in this spot. 2-1, that is just a bit downstairs. And Joseph Duncan, the Eastern Illinois center fielder, has worked well out in front. The count's 3-1. Another 3-ball count for McCord. This the first hitter of the second time through the order. McCord from the stretch. 3-1 on the way. That's outside for ball 4. Second free pass issued this inning. And after Sanford loaded the bases in the bottom of the first, Eastern Illinois has now loaded them with 2 away here in the top of the second. Time called by Sanford head coach Casey Dunn as he will trot out and talk to his sophomore right-hander Jesse McCord.
Yeah, and some easy takes in that plate appearance for Duncan. A lot of balls that were not close to the strike zone, and it's been like that a few times for McCord in the early going this afternoon. It was kind of the same for the turnock walk. So trying to find the strike zone right now is McCord, and he's found himself in a little bit of a jam here early in the game.
McCord struggling a bit with his feel early on. 44 total pitches for McCord and an inning and 2/3. He's thrown 24 strikes, so 20 balls to go along with those 24 strikes. 2-hole, Andrew Curran steps in with the bases full and 2 away. Chance to either tie the game or give Eastern Illinois the lead with a hit right here. Jesse McCord will work from the windup with the bases full of Panthers. First pitch to Curran on the way, and that's downstairs for ball 1. Good stop behind home plate by Mulrine.
Curran hit a base hit through the left side of the infield, his first at bat.
Andrew Curran, the junior shortstop. One of a couple Eastern Illinois hits so far this afternoon. 1-0, that's well upstairs. And McCord has quickly fallen behind, 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, and again, not very close to the target. He's first one very low. That one was very high, well out of the zone, and quickly Curran ahead in the count 2-0, and he might get a nice pitch to hit right here.
Curran transfer from Illinois Central College. Curran appeared in 49 games, hit .272 last year with 18 RBIs. 2-0, big swing. He fouls it off. It's 2-1. Heads up to the Hannah Center crowd. People have just barely started making their way into the Hannah Center. Harlem Globetrotters on the campus of Sanford University today, nearby the Pete Hannah Center. That's set to start at 3 o'clock local time. 2-1, that misses down and away, and nowhere to put Andrew Curran. Count runs to 3-1. Out of the windup is McCord. Has to come to Curran right here. 3-1, hit hard on the ground, but right at TJ Dixon, who gobbles it up. His throw to first is in plenty of time, and just like Eastern Illinois starter Michael McCormick escaped his bases loaded jam in the bottom of the first, Jesse McCord does the same here in the top of the second. Panthers leave them loaded. Sanford still leads 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second next on the Sanford Sports Network.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stop sexual assault on our college campuses.
To get in the way before it happens.
To get a teammate or friend home safe.
To not blame the victim.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to look out for each other on our campuses.
To not turn a blind eye.
To intervene when something isn't right.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stand up.
To step in.
To take responsibility.
We are the Southern Conference, and we take the pledge to stop sexual assault.
It's on us, all of us, to make a difference on our campuses.
Join us and take the pledge to be a part of the solution at itsonus.org.
Sanford fans, full slate of games coming up for Sanford baseball. Don't forget, this is Sunday afternoon. It's Fan Appreciation Day here at Jolie Irvin Field. Everyone gets in free. That's right, free admission for everyone for this series finale doubleheader between Eastern Illinois and Sanford. Coming up on Tuesday, Sanford will hit the road for back-to-back midweek games in the state of Alabama. Tuesday on the road at Jacksonville State at Chocoloco Park in Oxford, Jacksonville area, and then on Wednesday on the road once more to Tuscaloosa, Alabama to take on the Alabama Crimson Tide. First pitch to Anthony Mulrine is downstairs for ball one. 8-9-1 due up for Sanford here on the bottom of the second after sending 7 hitters to the plate against Michael McCormick in the top of the first, and Mulrine's quickly out in front, 2 balls and no strikes.
Mulrine, another one of the Bulldogs that hit a home run on Friday night. It was his first of the season. A good game for him. 2 runs driven in, 2 runs scored.
This is fouled off right side at a play. Count runs to 2-1. Mulrine with a big fly. It was a laser to left and one of 3 home runs the Dogs hit on Friday. 2-1 on the way. Fouled straight back at us. High fastball. Mulrine couldn't get on top of it at 2-2. McCormick gets the baseball back. He wants to work quickly here in the bottom of the second. They're falling behind 2-0. Count now to 2-2 against the Bulldog backstop. This is chopped left side. And foul will do it again. Dogs Tuesday at Jacksonville State. Wednesday in Alabama. We'll likely have coverage on FM 91.1 WVSU for one of those games. Probably not both. And it will likely be dependent on the schedule for the upcoming CIT Tournament Invitational. Sanford men's basketball playing in the postseason on the campus of Sanford University either Tuesday or Wednesday. Look out for our broadcast schedule coming up either tonight or tomorrow morning. All courtesy of SanfordSports.com. 3-2, this is rolled left side. Parks, the third baseman, comes up with it, sets his feet and throws across the diamond in time to get Anthony Mulrine running down the line. And one hitter, one away from McCormick and Eastern Illinois here on the bottom of the second.
And up steps probably the hottest batter on this Sanford team, Taylor Garris. I think the ball right now looks about 4 times as big as it actually is coming out of the pitcher's hand for Taylor Garris.
The third baseman, Taylor Garris.
Garris wears number 3, the 6-foot freshman from Sarasota, Florida, hitting .435 in his 9th start this afternoon. Takes a first pitch fastball inside half for a called strike 1. Garris attended Cardinal Mooney High School. Went 4 for 4 in our midweek game at Alabama State on a Wednesday. And 7 for 8 over his last 2 as the 0-1 is in there as well. It's 0-2. "12 hits for Garris on the year, 12 hits and 26 at-bats. Down 0-2, fights this one off right side. It's high and out of play. Giving it a look was the first baseman, Albert, but he's got no shot. That's off the brick of the Pete Hannon Center up the right field line. Pete Hannon Center, foul territory right field line, home to Sanford basketball and volleyball. Down the left field line is Cybert Stadium, home to Sanford football, as Garris takes downstairs to run the count to 1-2.
And Garris did not get an AB in that first home series of the season against Asheville. Didn't get his first start until the second game of that Florida State series, and since then he's been red hot. The Alabama State game, as you said, 4 for 4. Continued that on Friday night.
1-2 breaking ball, misses down and in to run at 2-2. Garris, Ryan Crockett, Greg Moulet, a trio of Bulldogs that are tasked with holding down third base this year in the absence of Hunter Swilling, who was drafted in the first-year player draft. 2-2, this is turned on, hit well towards left center. On the run is Duncan going towards the gap. He's going to get over his head and roll all the way to the wall. Taylor Garris is cruising into second with a one-out double. Garris, his first double of the year, and he's aboard with one away here in the bottom of the second. He continues to swing a hot bat.
Yeah, and for as much as he's gotten on base, he has not hit for any kind of power, and right there, his first extra base hit of the year.
Good work there from Taylor Garris. McCormick trying to get a fastball in their inner half, and Garris did a great job getting his hands to the baseball and driving it with some force out to left center field. Over the head of Joseph Duncan out in center. Garris in scoring position. Back to the top of the order we go with TJ Dixon. Dixon, the center fielder, shows bunt, pulls back, and takes inside for ball one. Dixon in the midweek contest against Alabama State, 3 for 5 with 4 RBIs, 2 runs scored, and a big old home run to right as he takes down the middle to run the count to 1-1. First home run of the year for TJ Dixon back on Wednesday, one of 14 the Dogs have hit as a team so far this year, 14 home runs in 12 contests. One, that's downstairs, runs the count to 2-1. Dixon so far hadn't had to lift the bat off his shoulders. Took 6 straight in his first plate appearance. Drew a full count walk. He's taking 9 straight pitches now as the counts run to 2-1. Make it 10 straight as that's outside as well. 3 balls and 1 strike. The count to the Bulldogs senior center fielder from Mobile, Alabama. Guy who's already picked up 6 RBIs at a leadoff spot. On base percentage a very healthy .421 so far this year. 3-1, that's down the heart. And TJ Dixon's seen 11 pitches now and 2 plate appearances and hasn't swung the bat yet. Another full count worked by the Bulldogs leadoff man. As McCormick comes set, comes home, payoff pitch. Dixon does swing at this one and just fouls it off to stay alive.
Yeah, both pitchers really forced to work throughout these first couple of innings. A lot of pitches for both of them. Good at bats for both offenses as well.
Both offenses showing off a little bit of patience early, making both McCormick and McCord work for either side. Payoff pitch once more to Dixon. This is fouled into the Bulldogs dugout. And Dixon continues his battle against Michael McCormick. So the count remains full with 1 away as we play here in a 1-0 contest in the bottom of the second. Dixon digs back in. McCormick 1 look at second. Comes home. Payoff pitch. Hit hard left side. Backhand sliding play by Curran. Throw to third to get the lead runner is in time. Great play over at short by Eastern Illinois shortstop Andrew Curran, who slid to a knee on the backhand from his shortstop position and got the lead runner Garris, who was trying to advance second to third. A big out number 2.
Yeah, that was a great play. I thought, really off the bat, I thought it might get through the hole, and then when he got a glove on it, I thought for sure he would just try to get the out at first, but I guess he also knows with Dixon running, that's a tough play, and he does get the lead out in a tough play because obviously it's not a force out at third base, so a great job by the shortstop and third baseman there for
Dixon running on the first pitch to Brandon Fryman. Throw down to second is not in time. It would have been a bang-bang play down at second base, but Curran couldn't hang on to the throw down from Josh Turnock. First stolen base of the year for TJ Dixon, and he finds himself in scoring position now with 2 away in the bottom of the second.
You're just 1 for 2 now from Dixon on the base paths, and something I think we'll see a lot more of as the season progresses, but not a lot of running early on this season so far for TJ.
Dixon picks up his first stolen base, 1-0. Hit hard to right by Fryman, slicing, and it's off the glove of a diving Perone out in right field. Dixon's going to score easily, and Fryman can run for a while. He's rounding second. Throw into third is going to be late as Fryman slides into third base. With an RBI hit to score, TJ Dixon make it 2-0 Sanford.
A good effort from Perone out in right field. He came in, had a read on the ball and dove, and I think he just got a piece of his glove on it, just unable to squeeze it, and rolls past him to the wall, and an easy triple for Fryman.
We'll see how that's scored, whether it goes as a straight triple or maybe a single and an error. No, it's going to go straight triple. Credit Brandon Fryman with his first triple of the year, Dog's second triple as a team. And RBI number 5 as Dixon comes around to score for the second time today. It's 2-0 Sanford with Fryman the runner at third and Kevin Williams Jr. at the plate. He takes downstairs for ball 1. So it goes a straight hit all the way for Fryman on the diving attempt out and right by Perrone. 1-0's upstairs, 2-0, and now time is called. It's a balk. Balk is called against Matthew McCormick. He's gotten away with that a little bit early on. A really quick coming set and coming home motion, and that time the umpire flags him for it. It's a balk called against Michael McCormick. Coming home to score is Brandon Fryman to score the Dogs' third run, make it 3-0 Sanford now with the bases empty and 2 away. 1-0, that is inside. And it runs the count to 2 balls and no strikes to the 3-hole in the Bulldog lineup, Kevin Williams Jr.
And a costly mistake from McCormick there, especially with 2 outs. You essentially give Samford a free run there if you retire Williams.
2-0, popped up right side, out of play. The count will be 2-1. So the ball called against Michael McCormick proves to be costly as it scores Brandon Fryman from third base. From the full windup now, McCormick delivers 2-1 off the hands, hit on the ground towards third. Parks' long throw across the diamond is in time to retire the Bulldogs left fielder, and that will be all for Sanford in the bottom of the second, but they pick up 2 runs on 2 hits. The biggest one, the triple off the bat of Brandon Fryman. And the Dogs now lead Eastern Illinois 3-0 as we head to the top of the third next on the Sanford Sports Network.
97! Set! Red 97! Did you say 97? Yes. You know, that reminds me of Geico's 97% customer satisfaction rating. 97%? Helped by Geico's fast and friendly claim service.
Oh yeah, baby. Geico's as fast and friendly as it gets.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Hi, I'm John Imarino, Commissioner of the Southern Conference. With the full cooperation of our presidents and chancellors, the conference has created the SoCon Academic Exchange, a cooperative structure designed to benefit our academic efforts. 3 primary initiatives will be the collaboration of international study programs, a leadership development program to benefit faculty and staff, and an undergraduate research forum. For more information on the SoCon Academic Exchange, visit SoConSports.com.
Back to work, Jesse McCord, the Sanford Bulldogs starter, ready to get going in the top of the third. Working through his second time through the Eastern Illinois lineup, 3, 4, and 5, middle of the pack due up for the Panthers. It starts with left fielder Logan Beeman. And the first pitch at the top of the third from McCord is hit high into left center. TJ Dixon camped under it, and he makes the catch. Good ride by Beeman, but just got under it a bit too much. 1 pitch, 1 away for Eastern Illinois' offense in the top of the third. Those are the kind of efficient outs Jesse McCord needs now. That was pitch number 50 here in the top of the third.
Yeah, a lot of 5, 6, 7 pitch at bats for the Eastern Illinois Panthers through those first 2 innings. So for McCord to come out and get a 1 pitch out to start the third inning is big for him and his efficiency.
And another first pitch swinging. This time it's Dougie Parks who flares one into left for a clean single. Kevin Williams Jr. comes up with it, but Parks is aboard with hit number 3 of the afternoon for Eastern Illinois, and the Panthers have a base runner with 1 away.
Parks has reached base. Both plate appearances now for the Panthers. Walked in the first inning and then sharp single to left field there.
So Parks aboard with his 11th hit of the season thus far. Matt Albert, the first baseman, will dig in, making his 11th start in this, the 13th game of the year for EIU. McCord back to work from the stretch now with a runner at first. First pitch from McCord is in there for a called strike 1. Albert's average .250 on the year, 8 hits, 32 at-bats so far this season. More strikeouts than hits thus far, 11 strikeouts to just 8 hits. Likely a trend he'd like to reverse, although He is the team leader with 3 home runs entering play this afternoon as well. A lot of times, guys with some pop end up with a little bit of a higher strikeout number than other guys in the lineup. McCord comes home. The 0-1 is just off the inside corner. Runs count to 1-1. Albert, a strikeout victim back in the first. One of 3 strikeouts Jesse McCord has recorded through 2 1/3 so far. 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, also 3 hits surrendered by McCord, but he's tossed up 2 zeros in his first 2 innings of work. Mulrine, snap throw down to first, and just a little bit behind a diving Dougie Parks, who ventured a little bit too far off that first base bag. A little bit of a late tag by Austin Edens down there as well, likely allowed Parks to sneak back in.
Yeah, I think if that throw is just a little more online and maybe a little bit of a quicker tag by Edens, they get Parks there. As you said, he was leaning a little bit too far, but gets back just in time.
2-1 on the way from McCord. Big cut and a miss as Albert comes up empty on the off-speed pitch. It's 2-2. Fryman and Dixon playing towards the middle of the diamond, hoping for a double play ball. As McCord comes sad, 2-2 on the way. Another off-speed delivery. This is up the middle of the diamond. Could be 2. Flip to second for 1. Relay to first is in time to cut down Matt Albert at first base. 6-4-3 double play. Fryman to Dixon to Edens, and that'll be all for Eastern Illinois in the top of the third. 3 up and 3 down for Jesse McCord. We head to the bottom of the third next in a 3-0 ball game. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network. Middle of the lineup, 4, 5, and 6 due up for Sanford. In the bottom of the third, Blake Gardner here alongside John McAfee, Sanford Sports Network, as we approach the top of the hour local time, almost 2 o'clock in Birmingham, Alabama. With Sanford on top by a score of 3-0. Courtesy of 4 hits from 4 different Bulldogs. Austin Edens is one of them, who had a single out of his cleanup spot back in the first. Gets his second look at Eastern Illinois starter Michael McCormick. Pitch number 55 from McCormick, hit hard to right center. On the run is Perone in right, still going back to the track, to the wall. It's off his glove and off the wall. Edens digs for second base. He'll be in there standing with a leadoff double off the glove of Perone out in right field.
Yeah, that's 2 balls and 2 innings for Perone that he's just gotten a glove on. Both of them would have been nice plays, but just a tough break for Perone and for Edens. I mean, he smoked that ball, and Perone got a good jump on it. It's just a little too far over his head, and he gets a glove on it, but can't quite come up with it.
First double of the year for Austin Edens, and it's a double all the way. We do get the official scoring now. It does go officially as the 5th hit for Sanford this afternoon. Edens is at second base with a leadoff double to kick off the bottom of the third. Troy Dixon steps in, and his first pitch taking is off the plate outside for ball 1. Momentary panic behind home plate. Josh Turnott couldn't locate the baseball, but he does so now. Counts 1-0. Plenty of stuff to check on our Papa John's scoreboard today. Championship Sunday around much of college basketball. Selection Sunday in college basketball as well, as this misses upstairs to run the count to 2-0. Some big World Baseball Classic games to monitor. NBA schedule continues on this Sunday. 3 straight out of the zone to Troy Dixon. And Sanford softball also taking on Eastern Illinois on this Sunday afternoon about an hour or so away in Oxford, Alabama. We'll check on them as well, courtesy of our Papa John's scoreboard. 3 straight out of the zone, and firing this one in there is McCormick trying to battle back against Troy Dixon. It's 3-1. Dixon drew a walk back in the first. One of a couple free passes Michael McCormick has issued so far this afternoon. And McCormick's battle back now against the Bulldog 5-hole Troy Dixon from 3-0 to 3-2. And if you're Dixon here, you're trying to work aboard either a free pass or hitting something to the right side to try to move Eden second to third at the least. 3-2, this is off the hands, back towards McCormick, who gets a glove on it, comes up with a baseball and gets Dixon at first for the out. Austin Edens was running on contact, so he ends up at third base. Dixon's retired. Edens now 90 feet away from home plate as the RBI chances pass to Ayrton Schaefer.
So Dixon does get the runner over, and not sure if McCormick fields that cleanly, he's probably got a shot at Edens at third base. I'm not sure if he would have elected to throw to third since it's not a force out, but I think he would have had a play on him. But since he just knocked it down, obviously his only moves to get the out at first base.
Schaefer digs in, immediately first pitch hacking, but he comes up empty. It's 0-1. Schaefer fouled out to Matt Albert deep down the first baseline in his first at-bat, and a couple of swings and misses to start this at-bat. It's 0-2.
Schaefer had a bases-loaded opportunity in the first inning, popped up in foul ground to first baseman Matt Albert.
0-2, cut on and missed. It was 3 straight swings and 3 straight of no contact. Ayrton Schaefer goes down as a strikeout victim. Second strikeout recorded by Michael McCormick this afternoon. And a big out number 2 as Austin Edens remains at third base. Jordan Fusey now steps to the plate with 2 away in the third. As Fusey digs in, the lefty against the righty McCormick takes downstairs. Good stop behind home plate by Josh Turnock. Counts 1-0.
Fusey started the season in the 5-hole behind Edens. He's moved down the order a little bit as they try to get his bat going. Right now just 8 for 37 on the season, just 1 extra base hit. It was a triple. Just 3 runs driven in so far for Fusey. He's got an opportunity to add 1 to that total right here.
1-0, that is in there to run the count to 1-1. Fusey's triple was his first career triple, and it came in Wednesday's contest against Alabama State. Check out our Papa John's scoreboard. Sanford softball in Eastern Illinois tied 0-0 after 4 complete. Over in Oxford, 1-1. High chopper on the ground towards the second baseman Govern, who comes up with it cleanly and makes the throw on the run to retire Fusey at first. That'll be all for the Bulldogs. First time they've been held scoreless in an inning by Michael McCormick. Dogs waste a leadoff double off the bat of Austin Edens. Sanford still on top 3-0 as we head to the top of the 4th next on the Sanford Sports Network. Fans, it's not too early to be making your plans for the 2017 Southern Conference Baseball Championships presented by Holston Gases. This year we return to one of the top vacation destination cities. That's Greenville, South Carolina, where the Greenville Drive will serve as the host for the championships at Fluor Field. Games begin on Tuesday, May 23rd, with a championship game set for Sunday, May 28th. For details on the 2017 Southern Conference Baseball Championships, including ticket and bracket info, visit SoConSports.com. Top of the 4th, time to turn play-by-play duties over to my man John McAfoose. John?
Thank you, Blake. It will be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters here in the top of the 4th for the Panthers. Matt Dunavant, the designated hitter, steps in to lead off the fourth. 0 for 1 with a strikeout that came back in the second inning, as Jesse McCord out for his fourth inning of work. Labored a little bit through the first 2 innings, but then a nice third inning, a 1-pitch flyout, and then after a single, got a 6-4-3 double play to get out unscathed. So a quick third inning from McCord, looking to repeat that here in the fourth, and a big swing and a miss there from Donovan. And McCord ahead 1-2.
Just 7 pitches in the top of the third for Jesse McCord. Guy needed a quick inning and got one. Looking for another one here in the top of the fourth.
Delivers a 1-2, and there it is, a strikeout for Jesse McCord. That is his 4th of the day, so does retire the first batter of the 4th inning.
Donovan goes down for the 9th time this season on strikes. Second time he's been a strikeout victim this afternoon. McCord looks good when he can locate his fastball and battle in front of hitters like he did right there with Donovan.
So right fielder Frankie Perrone steps in now, 1 for 1 with a single. One of 3 Eastern Illinois hits so far in game 1 of this doubleheader on a Sunday afternoon. Is that one low and away to even the count at 1-1. McCord with another quick inning or two could really save his bullpen some work here, as this one is fouled out of play by Perrone. It'll be Stephen Jones on the mound in game 2. That'll begin approximately 40 minutes or so after this one ends. They are both scheduled to be 9-inning games. And there is a second strikeout of the inning for McCord. This one looking, and Perrone is down. And a quick start to the 4th inning here from McCord, back-to-back strikeouts.
Yeah, that fastball looks good, and now McCord, you can start to see being able to move that fastball around a little bit. He's found the outer half here in the top of the 4th, and when he can work that fastball to both sides of the plate, it's got enough life and enough movement to generate some takes for strikes or some swings and misses, both of which he's done here early on in this frame.
Certainly starting to look more comfortable out on the mound than he did in the first 2 innings. Control certainly getting a little better, finding the zone a little bit more, and Josh Turnock steps in. He walked his first plate appearance. That was 1 of 4 walks. Make that 3 walks so far from McCord. And here Turnock is quickly ahead in the count, 2-0.
McCord taking some time before getting back on the rubber here. Cruised through the first 2 hitters, but 2 straight out of the zone. Make it 2 straight plus 1 strike now, as Turnock is still ahead 2-1.
5 strikeouts so far from McCord, 3 walks, 3 hits allowed, no runs. Got out of a bases loaded jam back in the 2nd inning, and that one is in there, and the count now even at 2-2. So McCord falls behind 2-0, but comes back to even the count, and now is 1 strike away from another clean inning here in the 4th. Here is the 2-2 pitch, and that one's low and in the dirt. So Turnock works a full count, looking to find a way on base. Walked his first time, going to get on base for the 2nd time this afternoon. Eastern Illinois has had their share of chances in the early going, and here Turnock does find his way on. He walks for the 2nd time in as many plate appearances.
Frustrating walk issue there by Jesse McCord. He fell behind 2-0, but worked back to 2-2. Just couldn't put Josh Turnock away, and he turns what could have been a really quick, short inning into a bit of a longer chore now as Jimmy Govern works his way to the plate.
We mentioned Govern's struggles his first plate appearance. Grounded into a fielder's choice, just 1 for 17 on the season right now for Govern. He smokes a ball down the left field line, but that'll be well foul and out of play.
Into the Eastern Illinois bullpen. Haven't seen anybody up over there yet. And doesn't look like Samford's run their guys down to their bullpen yet either. Game's still very young, top of the 4th.
McCord set to deliver the 0-1 pitch, and this one is hit into the right field hole between first baseman Austin Edens and second baseman Troy Dixon. And so for Govern, that one feels pretty good for him. Just his 2nd hit of the season, and it puts a runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
Good piece of hitting there from Govern that time. Took the outer half delivery and tried to take it to right field. Didn't really get all the barrel to it. Kind of got it off the end, but just enough of it to get it through the 4-hole past Troy Dixon at second. And after cruising to the top of the fourth. Jesse McCord started with 2 strikeouts. Now 2 on and 2 away, and back to the top of the order with Joseph Duncan.
Eastern Illinois left 2 on base in the first. They left the bases loaded in the second. They did put 1 runner on in the third, but that runner was eventually out on a double play to end the inning. But here they are in business again, as you said, 2 strikeouts to start the inning, but now a walk and a single, trying to get a little 2-out rally here, and they're back to the top of the order with Joseph Duncan, who struck out in the first and then walked in the second. So already the 3rd time through the order for the Panthers here in just the top of the 4th inning. Duncan on Friday night was 1 for 4 in the first game of the series. Here he lines one in the center field over the second base bag. That's a base hit. They're going to wave in a run, and coming around to score easily will be Josh Turnock, and it is a little bit of a 2-out rally for Eastern Illinois as they get their first run on the board, and Sanford's lead is cut to 3-1.
You know, credit to Josh Turnock. You saw the first 2 guys K up in front of him to start the top of the 4th. He battled Jesse McCord to work his way aboard, and he ends up being the guy who comes around to score on the RBI single from Joseph Duncan. Duncan with a soft liner into center. No chance for TJ Dixon to get there in time to have a play at the plate. And he gets Eastern Illinois on the board here in the 4th.
It's always a little tough to swallow for a pitcher to see a 2-out rally like that, especially when you come out and retire the first 2 batters via strikeout after having a quick 3rd inning as well.
It's been one of the tougher things for Jesse McCord so far this year. He's now getting up 12 hits with 2 outs so far this season, far and away the most surrendered by a Bulldog pitcher this year.
And it's Andrew Curran, the shortstop for Eastern Illinois, looking to add on a little more damage here. Fouls one back into the screen.
Eastern Illinois now equaled Sanford in the hit column. 1 run on 5 hits so far this afternoon for the Panthers. 3 runs on 5 hits for the Dogs through 3 2/3.
Still no bullpen action for Samford, but that may very well be coming in the near future. Obviously, they'd like to see McCord get through this inning as that ball is in the dirt but smothered by Mulrine. So it's 1-1 to Curran. Made a couple of stellar plays in the field at shortstop in this series. Made a nice one on Friday night. Made another nice play on a backhand stop earlier this afternoon. Now he's looking for a big hit for the Panthers. He singled back in the first, grounded out to second base in the second. And a hit here could possibly make this a 1-run game.
Mentioned Curran hit near the bottom of the order on Friday, hitting the 8th spot. Bounced up to the 2-hole today, already has rewarded the CIU coaching staff with a single back in the first.
McCord sets for the 2-1 pitch. This one is hit into right field, but a few steps to his right, camping under it is Jordan Fusey. And so McCord does get through it without allowing any more damage, but after 2 quick outs, Eastern Illinois does strike with a little 2-out rally to score their first run of the game. Sanford continues to lead 3-1. We'll be back with the bottom of the 4th. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
I think we should have taken a left at the river.
Tarzan, no. Where Tarzan go?
Tarzan does not know where Tarzan go. Hey, excuse me, do you know where the waterfall is? Waterfall?
No. Me, Tarzan. King of jungle.
I know you wanted to.
If you're a couple, you fight over directions. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
You have to do that right in my ear.
Back at Joe Lee Griffin Field as we get set for the bottom of the 4th of Game 1 of our doubleheader between the visiting Eastern Illinois Panthers and the home Samford Bulldogs. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters here for Samford: Anthony Mulrine, Taylor Garris, and TJ Dixon. Mulrine steps in 0 for 1 with the ground out to third. Takes a pitch low for ball 1. Both teams have had a lot of runners on base so far this afternoon. Not a ton of runs on the board to show for it as Mulrine takes a called strike. Sanford left the bases loaded back in the first in what was really their best opportunity for a big inning. They only managed 1 run in that inning. As Mulrine takes another called strike, and McCormick now ahead 1-2. Likewise, Eastern Illinois has left a lot of runners on bases, including leaving the bases loaded back in the second. Mulrine here hits one to the left side, and it is into left field. Past a diving attempt from Dougie Parks, just couldn't quite come up with it, so Mulrine aboard with a leadoff single for the Bulldogs.
Good piece hitting there by Mulrine. Got just enough of the barrel to it to get it through the left side. Second time we've seen him ground one towards the left side of the diamond, but he's rewarded with a hit on that contact right there, and he's aboard to kick off the bottom of the fourth.
And stepping to the plate for the second time this afternoon, the red-hot Taylor Garris doubled into the left center gap back in the second inning. That was his first extra base hit of the year, but he's been hitting just about everything in sight so far this season. Now 13 for 27. And quickly ahead in the count 2-0 is Garris.
Check of our Papa John's scoreboard. UNCG is up on Princeton 10-3 in the bottom of the seventh over in Greensboro. Mercer trailing Bradley at home by a score of 10-3 in the top of the third. Elsewhere, VMI at home in Lexington taking on Quinnipiac up 8-6 in the top of the fifth as we've got time, and another balk called against Michael McCormick.
Yeah, you mentioned he maybe got away with a couple in the early going, and now it does appear like home plate umpire Marlon Reynolds is starting to crack down on a little bit more, and the first one ended up costing them a run as he balked in Brandon Fryman, who was on third base for that third run. We'll see if that run becomes a crucial point in this game. Right now it is, as it's just a 2-run lead for Samford. As McCormick delivers a strike there to Taylor Garris, make the count 2-1. So now Mulrine with the balk in scoring position and no outs. Garris an opportunity here to get yet another hit and possibly drive in another run, and he delivers one up the middle. To his left is Curran. He's got it. Fires over to first for the out, but does move the runner Mulrine over to third base. So now Mulrine just 90 feet away from scoring and just 1 out.
Second time in 2 innings we've seen the Dogs with a leadoff base runner at second, and the guy hitting behind him come through with the advancement opportunity. That time Garris working up the middle, hits behind Mulrine and gets him to third base. So Mulrine just 90 feet away from adding to the Bulldogs' lead. With the top of the order, TJ Dixon due up.
Dixon has reached base twice today. He walked and scored in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the second, stole a base, and then ended up scoring again. So he's got 2 of the 3 runs for the Bulldogs here this afternoon. Behind in the count, 0-1. Here he swings, hits one down the right field line, foul. So McCormick ahead here of Dixon, 0-2. And for Dixon, really all you need here, a fly ball to the outfield, and you can make this a 4-1 game and get that run back that you just lost in the top half of the inning.
Eastern Illinois brought the infield in here with 1 away.
That one low and in the dirt.
Dixon seen full counts in his first 2 plate appearances so far this afternoon. McCormick done a better job of working ahead of the Bulldog leadoff man right here, up 1-2.
Dixon looking to add on to Samford's lead. Here is the 1-2 pitch from McCormick, and that one's low in the dirt and inside. Evens the count at 2-2 for McCormick. 5 hits allowed, 3 runs, a couple of walks and a strikeout. Much like McCord, he labored a little bit in the early going, but settled down there in the third allowed a leadoff double to Austin Edens before retiring 3 straight batters. And here he allows a leadoff single to Mulrine in the 4th. Mulrine currently standing at third base with 1 out. And T.J. Dixon in another full count. And he draws a walk and a great AB there from T.J. Dixon.
3 plate appearances and 3 full counts drawn by T.J. Dixon. Second free pass, and you mentioned a great plate appearance once more there by Dixon. Very patient, worked his way back from 0-2 all the way to work himself aboard. Runners in the corners now for Brandon Fryman as down the left field line, Eastern Illinois has a right-hander up and throwing as McCormick has eclipsed the 80 pitch mark on the afternoon.
Jake Haberer, the junior righty for Eastern Illinois, warming up. So for McCormick, trying to get out of this 4th inning without allowing any further damage, but his day is probably nearing its end right now. As Fryman hits a slow dribbler, but that's foul. Fryman ripped a triple into right field his last at bat. It was a nice effort from Frankie Perrone out in right, coming in and diving and got a piece of the glove on it, but it bounced off the glove, rolls past him to the wall, allowing Fryman to take a big round of second base and head into third for a triple. Still just 1 out at the inning with Dixon on first and Mulrine on third. McCormick the 0-1. This is grounded right back to McCormick. He might get a double play over to Curran and over to first, and they do get it. It's a 1-6-3 double play, and so first and third for Sanford with just 1 out. They cannot find a way to get another run in. They continue to lead just 3-1. A lot of runners left on base and stranded in scoring position. We will head to the 5th inning. Sanford continues to lead 3-1. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
Her first car, and Blue Shield of Alabama. Even at her age, she's not taking her health for granted. Her affordable health compete and repeat. But Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama treats them as individuals. Each gets a health insurance plan designed to meet his specific needs. One is a self-employed entrepreneur, the other working for a large company. After all, no 2 customers are alike, especially in Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Find out how we can cover you.
Back for the top of the 5th, middle of the order coming up for the Panthers, 3, 4, and 5 spots. Logan Beeman to lead off, coming in with an 0-for-2 this afternoon. Ground out to second, fly out to center so far. Another missed opportunity for Samford in the bottom half of the 4th, with runners on the corner and just 1 out. But McCormick finds a way to get out of the jam, snags a ground ball, and able to start a 1-6-3 double play to strand a runner at third base and keep Sanford's lead at just 2 runs. As he delivers a strike there to Logan Beeman to make the count 2-1. That one fouled back and out of play, evening the count at 2-2. Both teams have really left a lot of runners on base, missed out on a lot of scoring opportunities. Already through 4 innings for the Panthers, they've left 7 runners on base. And another strikeout for McCord, that one swinging. And so, like last inning, after starting with 2 straight strikeouts in the 4th, he starts the 5th with a strikeout of Logan Beeman.
Yeah, good off-speed delivery that time to get Beeman out in front, pick up strikeout number 6 of the afternoon. Hopefully McCord can keep working efficiently here and get through the 5th as the Dogs have a little bit of action brewing down the right field line in their bullpen.
And he delivers a first pitch strike to Dougie Parks, who's reached base. Both plate appearances so far today, a walk and a single. This one is driven well into left, back at the wall, left center. Dixon and Williams looking up, and Dixon is under it to make the catch at the wall out in left center.
Dougie Parks giving it a ride out there to the gap. It's about 365, 370 out to that part of the park. Dixon just enough for him to corral it with his heels on the warning track, and allowed out number 2 from the Eastern Illinois cleanup man.
So for the second consecutive inning, 2 quick outs for McCord, but last inning he ran into some trouble with 2 outs with a walk, a single, and a single to the next 3 batters that allowed Eastern Illinois to get on the board with their first run of the game. Gets ahead here to Matt Albert, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a double play. Here he skies one out into left center. Dixon's got a beat on it and camps under it and makes the out. So a quick 1-2-3 inning for Jesse McCord, just what he needs. His best inning yet of the afternoon. Sanford offense will come back to the plate in the bottom half of the inning, continuing to lead 3-1. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
The madness begins here. Make sure you're at the U.S. Cellular Center in Asheville, North Carolina, March 2nd through 6th for the 2017 SoCon Basketball Championships presented by General Shale. You don't want to miss the action as your favorite SoCon teams compete for a championship and a berth in the NCAA tournament. Book your travel and tickets by logging on to SoConTravel.com or by contacting the U.S. Cellular Center box office. Madness begins here.
Sanford coming back to the plate for bottom half of the 5th inning. Righty Michael McCormick is back out for his 5th inning of work for the Panthers. They've had some bullpen action, but McCormick going to try to get through another inning. Definitely helped himself out by turning that 1-6-3 double play to end the 4th. His line right now currently stands at 3 runs on 5 hits through 4 innings, 3 walks, a couple of strikeouts. And Kevin Williams Jr. comes in and swings at the first pitch, skies one out into right field. On the run is Perone. It's over his head. It's out of here. It carries over the right center field wall. And Kevin Williams with an Alabama power home run. He's shown some power all year, and he does it again right there. That's 6 home runs on the season for Kevin Williams Jr.
Kevin Williams Jr. with the jack to right center. Shows off the power to the opposite field. That was a laser that just snuck over the SoCon logo out there in right center, and the 15th home run of the season. 15th Alabama power home run of the season for the Sanford Bulldogs, and they're back on the board. They extend their lead to 3 runs, make it 4-1 SU, as Kevin Williams Jr. continues to rake in the middle of the Bulldog lineup.
And now your Bulldog first baseman
Came into this game with an absurd 721 slugging percentage, along with a 442 on-base percentage. Those have both gone up today, as he's 2 for 3 with 2 runs driven in and a run scored now. As Eden steps to the plate, he's 2 for 2 today as well. A single in the first, a double in the third. Looking for his 3rd hit of the game. Takes the ball just maybe a little inside there to even the count at 1-1. So Sanford back in front by 3 again. 4-1 here in the bottom half of the 5th. As we reach the hour-and-a-half mark of this game. Of course, it's game 1 of a doubleheader. We'll have game 2 coming up right here on YouTube Live and the Sanford Sports Network, approximately 40 minutes after the final out of game 1. Eden's ahead here at 3-1. Action continues to happen down the left field line in the Panthers bullpen. McCormick, probably not a lot of work left for him this afternoon. Giving up a leadoff home run this inning to Williams, and now behind 3-1 to Edens, and Eden skies this one high, but back and out of play over the netting. Eden's starting to heat up lately for Samford. Just 2 home runs on the year. The power will surely come as they continue on through the season, but one of those home runs came Friday night in what was a 3-for-5 game for Austin Edens, with a couple of RBIs, and 2 for 2, as I mentioned, to start this afternoon. So he's heating up at the plate.
Ouch.
And that one is a check swing, and it got him on the hand, and he is in some pain, and that is not a good sight for the Samford Bulldogs, as Coach Dunn's going to come out and check on him. Still crouched over. Just a little check swing. Looks like it's his right hand that it got him on is what they're looking at right now. The guy you do not want to lose if you're Samford, right in the middle of your lineup. Always tough to tell how bad it is with a hand injury as he heads down to first base, but the reaction, not good. Trainer still checking Edens as they walk down the first base line. As of right now, it looks like he's going to stay in.
You know he wants to stay in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, fastball off the hand, not something to mess around with. If there's any chance that there might be something fractured or broken in there, you want to take him out of the game. But right now he's trying to talk himself into the game right now.
Surely. And I think he's gonna win that little argument. If it was an argument, pleads his case, and looks like he is gonna stay in the game. And
so Edens will stay down at first. Got a discussion off the first baseline. Drew Keenum, the first base umpire, down the way in a discussion with EIU head coach Jason Anderson, who thought Edens did go around on that check swing.
Yeah, certainly that's the argument, is he's trying to say that Edens did swing at that, but not an argument he's going to win, as now Edens is aboard for the 3rd time this afternoon. Couple of hits and a hit by pitch, and remains in the game for the time being. We'll see if he finishes up the game, and that will do it for McCormick too, as they're going to make the call to the bullpen. So it's a leadoff home run here in the 5th for Kevin Williams Jr. And then 3-1 pitch from McCormick hits Edens on the right hand. And so that'll do it for his day. We'll talk about the new pitcher for Eastern Illinois after a quick timeout. We'll be back. Samford leads 4-1 here in the 5th inning. You're watching Samford Baseball on the Samford Sports Network.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stop sexual assault on our college campuses. To get in the way before it happens.
To get a teammate or friend home safe.
To not blame the victim.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to look out for each other on our campuses.
To not turn a blind eye.
To intervene when something isn't right.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stand up.
To step in. To take responsibility.
We are the Southern Conference, and we take the pledge to stop sexual assault.
It's on us, all of us, to make a difference on our campuses.
Join us and take the pledge to be a part of the solution at itsonus.org.
Back at Joe Lee Griffin Field in the bottom half of the 5th, Samford leading 4-1. That 4th run coming in this inning off a solo shot into right center from Kevin Williams Jr. First pitching change of the game for either team. Mike McCormick's day has come to an end. Now pitching for Eastern Illinois, the righty number 34, Jake Haber.
Haber, the 6'3", 210-pound redshirt junior from Highland, Illinois, is also the current team leader in team ERA, making his 5th appearance of the year. Haber, an ERA exactly 3.00 in 6 innings of work, has given up 2 runs on 8 hits, struck out 9, and walked 4. Opponents are hitting .296 off the right-hander from Highland, Illinois. and former member of Highland High School, where he was high school teammates with Eastern Illinois starting center fielder Joseph Duncan.
McCormick's line, 4 innings pitched, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, and of course, he is responsible for that runner on first base.
Second baseman, Troy Dixon.
So it'll be Troy Dixon that'll get the first look at Haber, the new Panthers pitcher. McCormick and Eastern Illinois coaching staff certainly wishing that he could have gotten through maybe one more inning as he came back out for the top of the 5th as Dixon fouls one back and out of play, but Williams hits a bomb on a line out to right center, and then McCormick falls behind Edens 3-1 before hitting him on the inside of the hand, and that does it for his day on the mound.
Yeah, McCormick 91 pitches this afternoon, 54 strikes, giving up 7 hits in 4+ innings of work, and of course you mentioned he's responsible for the runner. Edens down at first base.
1-1 to Troy Dixon. He walked in the first inning, grounded out back to McCormick in the 3rd inning. No outs here for Sanford, and this one is ripped into center. Back at the wall, looking up and making the catch at the wall on a nice running play is center fielder Joseph Duncan. Dixon did get a lot of that one, but not quite enough. The wind is kind of blowing to the right. Might have affected that ball a little bit, but Duncan able to chase it down and catch it at the wall.
Yeah, good wood there off the bat of Troy Dixon, trying to drive that to the opposite alley, and Duncan had to jump on his horse, but he is able to get there and make the play in front of the left center field wall. Nice defensive play by Duncan patrolling the middle of the outfield, and Dixon is out number 1 here in the bottom of the 5th.
Designated hitter Ayrton Schaefer steps to the plate for the 3rd time today and make that Grant Colton, who will pitch hit here for Schaefer, the junior. His first plate appearance of the day. So Schaefer's day is done with an 0 for 2, and this one that's going to squirt away, and taking second base is Austin Edens, as Turnick can't corral that ball behind home plate. And so now again a runner in scoring position for Samford.
Good play by Austin Edens over at first, heads up base running. He extended on that secondary lead, and then once he saw the ball in the dirt and kind of scored away, he's able to take the extra 90 feet, put himself in scoring position here for Grant Colton, the new pinch hitter.
Colton 2 for 7 right now on the season. 3 strikeouts, no walks. Both hits, singles, 1 run scored.
Colton, the 5'8" junior from Norcross, Georgia, Wesleyan High School.
Takes one way outside and ahead in the count, 2-0.
Colton, one of a trio of catchers that'll get some playing time in this Bulldog roster this year. Anthony Mulrine, of course, got the start today behind home plate. Colton and Ben Carrick right behind Mulrine in terms of playing time so far in the young season.
And ahead in the count, 3-0 now is Grant Colton.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Colton get the start behind home plate in Game 2 of the doubleheader.
Certainly there will be several lineup changes for both teams for Game 2 this afternoon. 3-0 pitch to Colton is in there for a strike from Haberer. So Edens on second with just 1 out. If Edens were to score, that run would be charged to McCormick. It would be 5 earned runs for him. Right now it's 4. Sanford continues to lead by 3 runs here in the 5th inning. 3-1 is sky high, but out of play. And so Haberer works back from 3-0 into a full count against Grant Colton, pinch hitting for Ayrton Schaefer here in the 5th inning. Colton looking to either knock Edens in or at the very least try to move him over to third base here. As he stays alive with a big cut, fouled back into the netting. It's only the 5th game of the season that Grant Colton has appeared in. As you mentioned, several catchers on this Samford team. Ben Carrick's gotten some time behind the plate also. He's appeared in 4 games and has 10 at-bats. Grant Colton, if he stays in at the designated hitter spot, will get a couple more at-bats. And here he does draw a walk, so Haber battles back from 3-0 to get it to a full count, but does end up issuing the free pass to Grant Colton.
Good at-bat there off the bench by Colton. He was kind of cold and thrust into action, and he's able to work himself aboard, and now that's going to be all for Grant Colton in this afternoon as Greg Moulet will check in to replace Colton over at first base. So Moulet now the new runner at first with Austin Edens down at second base and 1 away for Jordan Fusey.
So Colton does his job for the day. 1 plate appearance, finds a way to get on base. And now Fusey comes up with just 1 out and 2 runners on base. Takes a big swing at the first pitch. Haber ahead 0-1. Trying to strand that runner he inherited, Austin Edens. Find a way to get out of this inning. Sanford looking to tack on some more, currently up 4-1. Ball is up high. A little brisk this afternoon when we started. It's warmed up a little bit, at least for us in the booth. Outside it might still be a little bit chilly. It's getting a little heated up here where we're sitting at.
Temperature now 57 degrees, feels like 55.
Fouled back into the netting, and 1-2 right now for Jordan Fusey. 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout and a ground out. Hasn't really been able to get anything going with the bat so far this season. Been dropped in the order a little bit, trying to get his offense going. Haber set to deliver the 1-2, and that one is high, evening the count at 2-2. 7 hits for Samford, 5 hits for Eastern Illinois. Has not been an error for either team so far. As we near the end of the 5th inning, as Fusey fouls another one, backing out of the play to the left side. Decent-sized crowd today down the right field line. Certainly a lot of fans. Bleachers not totally full. Part of that, of course, is because it is spring break here at Sanford University, so you're not going to get a lot of students out to these games over break this weekend and next weekend. Everyone on vacation or at home visiting family for a little while. Count remains at 2-2 here. Haber battling with Fusey here. Just 1 out. Edens at second base. And that one's up way inside. Nearly hit him, but Fusey able to get out of the way, and now it's a full count.
Back-to-back good at-bats from Grant Colton off the bench. Now Jordan Fusey's worked at full. And with 3-2 and 1 away with 2 on. Not a ton of speed on the base paths with Edens at second, so I doubt the Dogs put runners in motion.
They do not, and that one is taken on the inside corner, and Fusey is out looking.
Good pitch there from Haber. Bounce back and cut down Jordan Fusey. Record his first strikeout of his relief appearance, and now the RBI chance pass to Anthony Mulrine.
I think Fusey thought he had drawn the walk there as he kind of took a quick step to first base and then realized that he was called out and heads back to the dugout. So not the way you want to go down with runners on first and second in less than 2 outs. Going down without swinging the bat, and it'll be up, as you said, to Anthony Mulrine, who singled in his last at bat. It's Edens on second base. It's Greg Moulet on first after pinch running for Grant Colton, who drew a walk. This one is hit on the ground. Curran's got it. He'll go the easy way to second to retire the 3rd out of the inning, and that'll do it for Samford. They leave a couple runners on base again, but they do get a run off a 5th inning leadoff home run from Kevin Williams Jr. that ended starting pitcher Mike McCormick's day. So it's 5, make that 4-1 Samford now as we head to the top of the 6th. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
The road to Omaha begins in Greenville, South Carolina. The Southern Conference Baseball Tournament comes to Fluor Field May 23rd through 28th. Enjoy some great college baseball with a trip to the NCAA's on the line in a city the New York Times calls one of the top places to go in 2017. Get your tickets to the tournament and book your rooms in that Greenville today. Experience the games. Explore the city.
Top of the sixth at Joe Lee Griffin Field. John McAfoose alongside Blake Gardner as Sanford leads 4-1. Scored 1 in the first, 2 in the second, and then added 1 in the bottom of the fifth off that Kevin Williams Jr. home run out into right center field. It'll be Matt Dunavant, designated hitter for Eastern Illinois, to lead off here in the sixth. And it is Jesse McCord back out there again for his sixth inning of work this afternoon. He has settled down quite a bit after really laboring through those first 2 innings. He's been much more efficient these last few innings, including a 1-2-3 in the fifth. That was his first 3 up and 3 down inning that he has had this afternoon.
Yeah, pitch count was definitely a factor early for McCord, but you mentioned a couple of nice, effective, shorter pitch innings over the last 2 or 3 or so. The next pitch for McCord will be pitch number 90 as we start the top of the sixth.
And it's taken outside, but 1-2 to Matt Dunavant, and surely McCord and Samford fans and coaches are happy. The way he labored through the first 2 innings, for him to be out there to start the sixth, I think is a very, very positive sign. And here he's going to ring up Matt Dunavant, who strikes out for the 3rd time this afternoon.
Tough day at the office for the designated hitter, Matt Dunavant. He's now a member of the Sombrero Club with 3 strikeouts, and Jesse McCord picks up his 7th of the afternoon, continues to be effective in the middle innings.
Perone, 1 for 2 on the day. So he takes a ball. Singled back in the second, struck out looking in the fourth. It's 6 strikeouts on the day now for McCord. Perone fouls 1 out of play. 6 strikeouts, 3 of which have been Matt Dunavant. 1 of which was Perone, the man at the plate right now. And he takes that one on the outside corner, and ahead in the count now is McCord. So we mentioned his efficiency, his control and command of the zone has gotten much better as well. He was really struggling to find his target in those first 2 innings, and certainly he's much more confident out there as this one is skied in the left. Kevin Williams Jr. to his left. He's got a beat on it and camps out under it, makes the catch and 2 away here in the 6th inning.
Good work once again, changing eye level that time by Jesse McCord. That one was a little bit up in the zone and got Perone to get under it and fly it lazily to the left. One thing McCord has done a good job of this afternoon, 17 first pitch strikes to 24 hitters. So McCord has been able to work ahead and put himself in some favorable counts. Big reason why he's only given up 1 run on 5 hits so far.
Turnock steps in and he swings at the first pitch and lines it past McCord up the middle into center field for a base hit. So Turnock on for the 3rd time today. He's walked twice and now singled. He also scored the only run of the game for Eastern Illinois in the 4th inning.
Did I say 5 hits? I meant 6 hits. Turnock comes up with a single, and credit Turnock out of the 8th spot. He was in the 2-hole on Friday. He's at the 8th spot today, and he's found himself on base 3 straight times. A couple of walks and singles now, and he keeps Eastern Illinois' inning alive here in the top of the 6th.
So Jimmy Govern steps to the plate with 2 outs. He's going to swing at the first pitch as well, but Fryman's got a quick toss over to Troy Dixon and a quick 1 pitch out there to get out of the inning. So a nice 6th inning for Jesse McCord. It's a few really nice innings in a row from him. And after a little bit of a rough start, he's really pitched well through the last 3 or 4 innings. So Sanford continues to lead 4-1 as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
By using cheaper ingredients, we've made a lower cost pizza. Let's all celebrate with a slice.
I'm allergic to triangles, so...
I'm about to go swimming.
Oh, I just turned vegan.
I'm only kidding. I wouldn't make you eat that.
Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's better.
That's why all our pizzas are handmade with better ingredients.
Now get a 2-topping pan or large pizza made fresh, only $9.99. That's right, only $9.99.
We're more than a pizza company. We're a pizza family. Papa John's.
Game day brings out the best in all of us. At Regions, every day is game day.
Bottom of the 6th, Samford leading Eastern Illinois 4-1 as they step to the plate here. It'll be Taylor Garris to lead off the 6th before going back to the top of the order with TJ Dixon and Brandon Fryman. Jesse McCord labors a little bit on the mound through the first 2 innings, but then a very quick third. A couple of runners on in the 4th, but gets out of it, and then the 5th and 6th, very quick innings. And for him to go 6 after throwing so many pitches in the first 2 is definitely a good sight for Sanford.
Absolutely. McCord able to bounce back after a couple of tough starts, and he's largely held Eastern Illinois in check. You're extremely happy with 1 earned run through 6 innings of work, and now it's back to the Dogs offense, see if they can tack on some more to what is already a 3-run lead.
Garris hits one down the third base line, just foul.
Got some news to report on the Sanford softball front. Those ladies were taking on Eastern Illinois on the softball diamond. Solo shot from Abby Sweeney to get the Dogs on the board 1-0, and that was the only run scored in that game. Sanford wins 1-0, and Oxford picks up the win over the Eastern Illinois softball Panthers.
Gray Adams, I'm assuming, pitching for
Gray
Sanford.
Adams, yep. Shutout by the Sanford starting pitcher. Good win from Andy Burford and her squad on the Sunday afternoon.
1-1 pitch to Garris, fouled out of play.
Elsewhere across the state, the Troy Trojans about to punch their ticket to the NCAA tournament over in New Orleans. Troy's up 57-53 with 7 seconds left in the Sun Belt Tournament Championship. Troy is going to be a part of the field of 68 to be announced here in a couple hours or so.
Sanford basketball also at some point this evening should be finding out their first round CIT opponent. That game, of course, will be held right here on the campus of Sanford University in the Pete Hanna Center next week, either Tuesday or Wednesday. And they're going to ring up Taylor Garris there. Says he went around, so the first out of the inning for Haber is a strikeout on a check swing from Taylor Garris.
Yeah, tough AB coming in there for Taylor Garris. That pitch was well out of the zone above his eyes, and just couldn't hold up the swing there. He tried to check it, but he was rung up by the home plate umpire, Marlon Reynolds. And Haber gets his first down to the bottom of the 6th. Back to the top of the order we go.
Dixon's had a good day at the plate so far. Has reached base 3 times, 2 walks, and a fielder's choice. One's high and inside, and Dixon quickly ahead 2-0 in the count.
TJ Dixon continues to see pitches in his plate appearances.
Has worked a full count every time he stepped to the plate so far, and here he's ahead 2-0. Does take a strike there. No urgency of swinging the bat here. Is very patient, willing to go up there and make Haber throw some strikes before he starts thinking about swinging. Here he's going to show bunt and pop it up, but it's going to looks like it's going to be over the netting. Not quite over the netting, but no play on it for Turnock. So the count's even at 2-2 now for TJ Dixon. Scored the first 2 runs of the game for Sanford. Right now, that second run still the difference in this game. Of course, Sanford's added a couple more for insurance and leads by 3 here in the 6th inning. Only run for Eastern Illinois came back in the top of the 4th. As Dixon fouls one out of play. That run for Eastern Illinois in the 4th came on a little 2-out rally after McCord struck out the first 2 batters. It was a walk to Josh Turnock that started the rally, and then back-to-back singles from Jimmy Govern and Joseph Duncan to get the Panthers on the board. And another swing and foul back into the netting for Dixon. Good AB here, staying alive. Count remaining at 2-2. It's the first time this afternoon he's seen a pitcher other than Mike McCormick. As Haber in his second inning of work now. Came in relief last inning. And Dixon's going to smash this one just over the head of third baseman Dougie Parks. And so Dixon aboard for the fourth time this afternoon.
Good piece of hitting there from T.J. Dixon that time. 2-2. Fastball down and away. Good spot there from Haber, but Dixon stays behind it, does a great job getting his bat head to the baseball and flipping it into left field, taking the pitch from the outside half of the plate where it's hit, not trying to pull that baseball, and he works himself aboard. Like you mentioned, once again this afternoon, the Dogs have a base runner for Fryman.
Fryman 1 for 3 with a triple and a run scored. Last at bat hint into an inning-ending 1-6-3 double play. Turnock thought about throwing down to first to check on Dixon, elected not to.
Dixon feigned at first like he was going to try to take second base. Already with a stolen base to his credit so far this afternoon. He's taken off twice. He was doubled up on a 1-6-3 double play back in the fourth inning.
Haber does check on him there. Knows that Dixon's not afraid to use his speed once he gets on the bases, and he's got a pretty healthy lead over at first base. As Fryman takes a strike. Haber did a nice job in the fifth inning coming in relief for McCormick. Did walk one batter, but other than that, fly out, strikeout, ground out. Checks on Dixon again. One and one count to Fryman. Sanford looking to maybe add on some more runs, and Haber not having anything over there with Dixon getting that lead off of first base. Not a fan of that. He's continually checking over them. He's certainly concerned about Dixon taking off here and trying to put himself in scoring position. And Dixon does go, and it's a swing and a miss from Fryman. The throw is on target, but late, but then sliding off the bag is Dixon, and he is called out. He was in there safely, but he overslid the bag just a little bit. It was a good throw from Turnock, and even though Dixon was in there safely, just slides a little bit too far past the bag.
Yeah, tough break there for TJ. Had the bag stolen, but might be the second time this year we've seen TJ Dixon slide past that second base bag. Tough break and a good heads-up play there by Kerr in the middle infielder to keep the tag applied to Dixon, wait till he came off the bag, and then retire the Bulldog leadoff man.
Yeah, I think you're right. If my memory serves me correctly, I believe the first time he was caught stealing was almost an exact scenario to that, where he would have been in there safely, but he just slid past second a little bit, and they're able to tag him out as he comes off the bag. (2-2) to Fryman here. It's smoked on the ground to second. Easy play, and it's a quick inning for Haber, his second inning of work, as Fryman hits into a 4-3 ground out to end the sixth. We'll come back for the seventh. I'll turn it back over to Blake when we come back. It's Sanford leading 4-1 as we head to the seventh. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
At Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers, we believe in service.
Maintenance service, tire service, repair service,
and most importantly, customer service.
We believe in treating our customers with respect and integrity while offering all the services you need for your car.
Most of all, at Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers,
we believe in keeping cars on the road, keeping families safe,
and keeping you coming back whenever the need arises.
General Shale makes your great outdoors even better with big savings on its outdoor living collection. Everything you need to create your own backyard fire pit. Outdoor fireplace, General Shale delivers to your home and can recommend a contractor. Or offers easy-to-follow instructions to do it yourself. Save money now on backyard fun with General Shale's complete outdoor living collection. Hurry, your great outdoors is waiting for you.
We are back for the top of the 7th at Joe Lee Griffin Field. John McAfoose alongside Blake Gardner. Samford leading Eastern Illinois 4-1. We've got a new pitcher. It's Cody Shelton. Blake, I'll turn it over to you to talk about Shelton and also take over the play-by-play reins for the last 3 innings.
Sounds like a plan. Cody Shelton, the new pitcher out of the Bulldogs bullpen, wearing number 11, the big 6'5", 205-pound sophomore right-hander from Brentwood High School in Brentwood, Tennessee, is going to be called upon as the Bulldogs' first man out of the bullpen. Already the 4th appearance out of the pen for Shelton this year, and so far been 4 2/3 of scoreless work. Just 3 hits surrendered by Shelton. He struck out 5 and walked 2. ERA thus far unblemished, 0.00 for the big right-hander. So Cody Shelton called upon once again in the early season. See if he can put together another solid stint out of the bullpen. Guy who has battled some injuries in his first couple of seasons at Sanford. Academic senior, but just a sophomore on the baseball diamond, and works out of the full windup. First pitch to the leadoff man. Joseph Duncan is in there for a call and strike 1.
Final line on Jesse McCord, 6 innings, just 1 run on 4 hits, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. So very good rebound appearance for Jesse McCord this afternoon.
Shelton's 1-0, misses downstairs, or 0-1 I should say, to run the count to 1-1. Shelton made 2 appearances that weekend in Tallahassee against the 4th-ranked Florida State Seminoles. As the 1-1 is a breaking ball that doesn't break enough. It hits Duncan in the back. And that is the first time Cody Shelton has hit a man. So make it the 2nd time Shelton's hit a man this year. And Duncan is aboard for the 3rd time this afternoon out of his leadoff spot. Leadoff base runner for Eastern Illinois. Kick off the top of the 7th. And in steps shortstop Andrew Curran.
Quietly a good day at the plate for Joseph Duncan. That's the 3rd time he's reached base. He's now walked, singled, and been hit by a pitch.
So Shelton made 2 appearances against Florida State. Scoreless inning on the 24th. He gave up 2 hits, but put up a 0 when he struck out 1 and walked 1. Then a couple days later in that Sunday game against FSU, 2/3 of an inning. Recorded a strikeout, needed just 7 pitches to escape there. And then 3 innings in the Friday night loss against Indiana, but more scoreless innings for Shelton as he almost picked off Duncan over at first base.
Yeah, quick move over there to first, and 2 times in a row he's tried to catch Duncan sneaking a little too far off the bag, and you said it, that 2nd time they were very close to nailing him over at first base.
Shelton working from the stretch with Duncan at first. Big leg kick comes home. That's outside for ball 1. Shelton in that Indiana appearance, 3 innings of scoreless baseball. Gave up just 1 hit and struck out 3. Through 38 pitches in the game, Sanford ultimately lost by a final score of 10-5. Shelton, a big kid, every bit of 6'5" out there in the middle of the diamond. This is hit down the right field side and just curling foul off the end of the bat of Andrew Curran. Counts even at 1-1. So Shelton becomes the first man out of the Bulldogs bullpen. Duncan the runner at first, the team leader in stolen bases so far this season for Eastern Illinois. A perfect 3 of 3 for the center fielder, who's got a good lead over at first base. 1-1, that's just off the plate away. Count runs to 2 balls and 1 strike. Curran, the shortstop at the plate, 1 for 3 today. Single to left back in the first. He was left stranded, one of 8 runners left stranded by the Panthers so far through 6+ innings. 2-1 on the way from Shelton. That splits the heart of the plate. Cut on and missed by Curran. Count even now at 2-2. Curran's also grounded out to Troy Dixon at second base. Hit one on the screws, but right at Jordan Fusey to end the 4th. Shelton from the stretch. Runner going, 2-2, hit hard right side, but once again curling foul. Heads up to our lawn chair brigade down the right side. A lot of bare hands thrown at that, but no one can make the play. Duncan will return to first after getting a good jump on the 2-2 offering from Shelton. Wind has changed course out in center field. Big American flag and dead center. Was blowing towards right center field earlier this afternoon. Now it's flipped around and is blowing a bit more towards left center. Another quick move by Shelton to first.
Game day brings out the best in all of us. At Regions, every day is game day.
Hi, I'm John Imarino, Commissioner of the Southern Conference. With the full cooperation of our presidents and chancellors, the conference has created the SoCon Academic Exchange, a cooperative structure designed...
Coming on in relief of starting pitcher Michael McCormick. Sanford still on top 4-1 as we play in the bottom of the 7th. Williams Jr. at the dish. The 1-2 on the way. Cut on and missed. And third strikeout recorded by Haber out of the bullpen. Williams Jr. goes down on strikes for the first time this afternoon. And Sanford's offense has one away. Striding the plate, Austin Edens, the cleanup man for the Dogs. The Louisiana native and junior first baseman got hit on the hand the last time he was at the plate, but stayed in the game and will hit for the first time since that incident. Here in the bottom of the 7th, takes the first pitch breaking ball downstairs for ball 1.
Yeah, certainly. I think after the reaction he had after getting hit on the hand, I think it's just a great sight to see him continuing to stay in this game because the reaction was not good, and my first instinct was just to think that maybe he broke or fractured something in that hand, but seems to be just fine as he takes a healthy cut there.
Edens 2 for 2 and has reached base in all 3 of his plate appearances so far this afternoon. A single back in the first, a double to right center in the 3rd, and of course the HBP in the 5th. 1-1 on the way to Edens. Comes up empty on the swing. It's 1-2. Edens, one of those guys that was off to a bit of a slow start through the first couple of weekends of the series, but has picked it up over the last week and a half or so. Now has the average sitting at .302, 13 of 43 on the season, to go along with a team leading 12 walks. 1-2. Edens checks his swing, did not go around as the breaking ball misses outside. Count runs to 2-2. Edens at the plate. Haber working for the first. Enough about the job Jake Haber has done so far out of the EIU bullpen. Continues to put together a solid performance. He's one pitch away from working through his 3rd scoreless frame. This has popped up middle of the diamond. I believe it's the shortstop Curran who's going to have the best look at it, and he indeed comes up with a pop-up. Back-to-back pop-ups and a strikeout, and Jake Haber is through his 3rd inning of scoreless work out of the pen. Dogs held scoreless for the 2nd straight inning. And Sanford's lead is still just 3. Sanford 4, Eastern Illinois 1 as we head to the top of the 8th next on the Sanford Sports Network.
The madness begins here. Make sure you're at the U.S. Cellular Center in Asheville, North Carolina, March 2nd through 6th for the 2017 SoCon Basketball Championships presented by General Shale. You don't want to miss the action as your favorite SoCon teams compete for a championship and a berth in the NCAA tournament. Book your travel and tickets by logging on to SoConTravel.com or by contacting the U.S. Cellular Center box office. Madness begins here. Get your tickets today.
Red 97! Set! Red 97!
Did you say 97?
Yes.
You know, that reminds me of Geico's 97% customer satisfaction rating.
97%?
Helped by Geico's fast and friendly claim service.
Oh yeah, baby. Geico's as fast and friendly as it gets.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Cody Shelton back to work out of the Samford bullpen. Top of the 8th, about to get underway. 4, 5, and 6 due up for Eastern Illinois, and it starts with third baseman Dougie Parks, who gets his first look at the right-hander Cody Shelton. Shelton's first pitch misses downstairs for ball 1. Mentioned Sanford softball got a nice win over Eastern Illinois, 1-0 in their weekend tournament. We'll get a few other checks of our Papa John scoreboard throughout this inning, as this has popped up left side. Long run for Williams Jr., Fryman, both giving it a look. It's Williams Jr. in foul ground, who ends up making the catch and left to retire Dougie Parks for out number 1.
It's been good work for the bullpens for both teams so far. For Eastern Illinois, Haber 3 strong innings with just 1 hit allowed so far. Shelton out for his second inning of work and gets a quick first out here in the 8th inning.
So Dougie Parks retired. Matt Albert, the first baseman, steps in. Big old number 33 is 0 for 3 today and cuts on and misses the first offering from Shelton. It's 0-1. Last scoreboard update, we checked some college basketball and some softball as well. We'll check some baseball now as Ole Miss, the number 16 team in the country, trying to finish off a sweep of Furman. That game is tied at 0s through 5. Fryman deep from the 6-hole. Throw across the diamond, picked up by Austin Edens, and it's in time to get Matt Albert. Fine play on both ends of that defensive work from Fryman and Edens.
Yeah, great play down to his backhand for Fryman. Has to make a quick throw. Skips one on a little short hop to Edens, but a great pick over at first base from Austin Edens to get that second out.
So quickly 2 down for Eastern Illinois, top of the 8th, and in steps what would have been the designated hitter, Matt Donovan. Instead, we're going to get a pinch hitter, and I believe it is Justin Smith. Smith, number 16, listed on the EIU roster as a catcher and an outfielder. He digs in, takes a first pitch breaking ball that's in there for a called strike 1.
.294 average on the year for Smith, 5 for 17, no extra base hits. 6 strikeouts, 2 walks.
So Smith steps in. I believe this is the second time this weekend we've seen him. He pinch hit for Andrew Curran back in game 1 of this series, and quickly Cody Shelton working ahead. It's 0-2. 0-2 on the way. Check swing, went around and might have gotten a piece of it anyway into the glove of Anthony Mulrine. Cody Shelton continues to work out of the bullpen quickly. 3 up, 3 down, his second scoreless frame out of that right field bullpen, and the Dogs' 3-run lead is intact. Sanford 4, Eastern Illinois 1. We head to the bottom of the 8th next on the Sanford Sports Network. Back here, Homewood, Alabama. Jake Haber out for his 4th inning of work, and why not? 3 scoreless frames so far for the right-hander. Just 1 hit allowed and 3 strikeouts. He'll see 6, 7, and 8 due up for Sanford in the lineup, as there is now a little bit of action down the left field line. Couple of righties up and throwing in that direction for Eastern Illinois. One of them is Brendan Allen, number 40. And I believe the other one might be Devin Rose. So a little bit of action down the left field line. Dogs up a couple guys up and stretching as well, but so far the bullpens are dueling back and forth more than respectively. Haber's done good work, and so has Cody Shelton. 6, 7, 8. We mentioned due up for Sanford. That starts with Greg Moulay. Moulay pinch ran for Grant Colton, who pinch hit for Ayrton Schaefer. So it's Greg Moulay who will get his first plate appearance of the afternoon. 5'8" junior from Mandeville, Louisiana. Takes upstairs for ball 1.
Moulay appearing in his 8th game. He has started 1 game this season, 2 for 9 at the plate with a double.
Moulay digs in, 1-0 on the way. This is off the fist. Texas Leaguer into shallow left, and it's going to fall past an outstretched glove of Andrew Curran. Moulay's aboard with a single, his third hit of the year, and the Dogs have a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the 8th.
Good effort from Curran going out and making a head-first dive in shallow left field, but that ball placed just well enough between Curran as well as left fielder Logan Beeman falling for a little bloop base hit to lead off the 8th.
Just the second hit the Dogs have managed off Jake Haber so far, and Greg Moulay hits him where they ain't. He's the leadoff man, and he's aboard at first. Fusey turns around, shows bump, pulls it back, and it's a wild pitch that's going to get all the way to the screen. Wild pitch charge to Haber, and Moulay will cruise on down to second. Weird sequence there. Don't see Jordan Fusey turning square a whole bunch, but he did right there. Resulted in a wild pitch. Now Moulay is a potential insurance run, 180 feet away from home plate as time is called. Fusey and third base coach Tony David will meet to sort out some particulars.
Yeah, free 90 feet there for Moulay, and now standing at second base with no outs. As you said, looking to tack on one more insurance run here in the bottom half of the 8th.
Down the left field line, Brendan Allen has taken a seat. Up and warming is lefty Hunter Clark. So double barrel action, a lefty and a righty working for Eastern Illinois. Fusey does turn in square. This is up and in. Fusey pulls back, and the count is now 2 balls and no strikes.
Haber might be starting to tire just a little bit. He had only thrown 6 innings this season coming into this afternoon's contest, and he's already thrown 3 full innings today. He's out there for his 4th inning right now.
2-0. Fusey pulls back once more, and it's inside. 3 balls and no strikes. Mentioned Ole Miss and Furman tied the bottom of the 5th. Nebraska has put up a 5 spot early on against Western Carolina. In the heart of the country, Nebraska 5, Western Carolina nothing. Bottom of the 3rd. Elsewhere, UNC Greensboro's finished off Princeton. They went 12-3 over in the G. 3-0 to Fusey. No bunt this time. He's taking all the way, and it's in there for a called strike. Top of the 7th, VMI on top of Quinnipiac. Score of 11-7. Mercer's battle back against Bradley. They trailed at 1.7-3. It's now 8-6. Bradley on top of Mercer over in Macon. That game in the bottom of the 6th. 1 look, 2 look. Fusey does turn in square. Can't get it down. This is going to go back to the screen. Count from 3-0 will now run to 3-2.
Fusey still looking for his first hit of the contest. He did have 1 hit on Friday night, but today 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts.
Fusey likely not bunting with 2 strikes now. And Moulay at second. Payoff pitch on the way. Off the fist, found straight back, and over our heads out of play. We'll do full count once more. Only one other game left on the Southern Conference scoreboard. That's game 2 of this doubleheader. Just slated to start 35 to 40 minutes after the conclusion of this game 1. Got to start at 1 o'clock Central Time. Payoff pitch due once more to Jordan Fusey. Haber's offering foul straight back. We'll do it once more. So no other SoCon scores to look to. There is a World Baseball Classic score to look at. Colombia and the Dominican Republic playing in front of 35,000 plus in South Florida this afternoon. That game is tied 3 apiece, headed to extra frames. Insanity at the end of the bottom of the 9th. A couple of Colombian players were ejected as Jose Bautista, the Blue Jays outfielder, gunned down a winning run at the plate. Payoff once more. Fusey drives this opposite field towards left. Beeman going back towards the track, and with his heels on the dirt out there, makes the catch going back. Moulay will tag and advance second to third. So Beeman makes the catch in deep left. It does allow Moulay to advance 90 feet. He's now in third base as it's a productive out for Jordan Fusey. He's retired as out number 1 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, good AB from Fusey working a full count, getting a couple of foul ball hacks in, and then hitting one out to deep left, the 365 mark right at the wall to get Moulay over to third base. So certainly the best at bat of the day so far for Jordan Fusey, and some good contact on that fly out.
Fusey retired as Anthony Mulrine makes his way to the plate. Infield in for Eastern Illinois, trying to cut down what would be the Dogs' 5th run of the afternoon. As the first pitch to Mulrine misses upstairs for ball 1. Mulrine 1 for 3 today, single back in the fourth. Elsewhere, a couple of ground balls, both to the left side. In fact, everything he's hit so far today has been to the left side. Big cut, but he comes up empty right there. It's 1-1. Ground out to third, back in the second. Single through the left side in the fourth, and then ground out into a fielder's choice to the shortstop, Curran, and his last at-bat in the fifth. RBI chance for Mulrine here in the eighth. Ducks under a breaking ball that stays upstairs. Count runs to 2-1. Dogs with runners in scoring position so far this afternoon, 3 out of 14. Both sides have had plenty of runners on the bases this afternoon. Dogs 3 of 16 with runners on base. Two teams have combined to leave 15 stranded as Mulrine comes up empty. Actually might have tipped that one into the mitt of the catcher, Josh Turnock. It's 2-2. Mulrine so far this year, 2 for 6 with runners in scoring position. 2-2 on the way. Fastball cut on and missed. Huge strikeout there for Haber, who retires Mulrine, his 4th strikeout of the afternoon. And it's a big out number 2 here in the 8th. So Mulrine can't bring home Moulay. And the chance passes to the 9 hole of the third baseman, Taylor Garris. And time is called as Eastern Illinois head coach Jason Anderson will make his way out to the mound. Does have double barrel action warming down the left field line bullpen. Doesn't look like he's made a move out there yet.
Gonna let Haber try to finish out this 8th inning. A lot of work for him today. If he can get through here, that'll be 4 complete innings for him. Right now he's at 3 2/3 with 4 strikeouts, just 2 hits allowed.
Taylor Garris.
Been very good in relief of Mike McCormick today and has held Samford to those 4 runs they scored on McCormick. Has really not given Samford a lot of scoring opportunities in the 4 innings he's been in the game either.
Garris steps in, takes the first pitch fastball that's in there for a called strike 1. Garris 1 for 3 today, double to left center back in the second, his first extra base hit of the year. Since then, a ground out to short on a fine play by Curran, and then a strikeout victim the last time you saw Jake Haber back in the 6th. 0-1, this is hit hard on the ground towards Curran. Backhand play over there at short, throw across the diamond is in time, and leadoff hit by Greg Moulay is pitched around by Haber, who puts up his 4th scoreless frame out of the bullpen. Excellent work done by the right-hander out of the Eastern Illinois pen. Sanford's lead is still just 3, 4-1 as we head to the top of the 9th. Next on the Sanford Sports Network.
These are the student athletes. This is where they train. These are their homes. This is where they become Rhodes Scholars and academic All-Americans. These are the athletes they've always admired. This is where champions are crowned and moments are made. This is the Southern Conference.
Top of the 9th, save situation with it, a 3-run ball game and just 3 outs left to get. So those 3 outs are going to belong to number 29, Wyatt Burns, the Bulldog closer called upon here in game 1 of our doubleheader on this Sunday afternoon. Burns wearing number 29, the 5'10", 190-pound junior right-hander from Pinson Valley High School in Pinson, Alabama.
Yeah, and who else would be out there for the 9th other than Wyatt Burns? He's been exceptional so far for Samford early on in the season. He's already appeared in 6 games. This will be his 7th appearance. 10 2/3 innings so far. He's already got 5 saves on the season. So he's saved 5 of Samford's 7 wins, just 2 earned runs allowed in those 10 2/3 innings, 7 hits, and 9 strikeouts rather, to just 1 walk and a 189 batting average against. So Wyatt Burns has been fantastic for Samford at the back end of the bullpen.
The team leader in appearances. Just a few guys in the conference have made more appearances than Wyatt Burns so far this year. One of them, Connor Broom. Andrew Wentz, of course, for UNCG, along with Wyatt Burns, are 3 of the top relievers in the Southern Conference as Burns works ahead of Perone, 0-1, and make that 0-2 as Perone waves at that one. 7-8-9 due up for Eastern Illinois. Frankie Perone 1 for 3 today with a single back in the second inning. 0-2, Burns, check swing, Perone went around. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Wyatt Burns uses just the minimum of 3 pitches to dispatch Frankie Perone, and quickly 1 down on the top of the 9th.
Burns, out of the 7 hits he's allowed, just 1 extra base hit. That was a double. No wild pitches.
First pitch from Burns to Josh Turnock, misses downstairs for ball 1. Turnock's been aboard all 3 times this afternoon. A pair of walks in the 2nd and the 4th, and then a single back through the box in the 6th. Hits this one foul to run the count to 1-1.
Coming into today, Wyatt Burns has thrown nearly as many innings as both Stephen Jones and Jesse McCord, who were starters. Only 2 innings left. Of course, McCord pitched this game, and then Jones will start the 2nd, so that'll change. But 10 2/3 innings at this point of the season, quite a heavy workload for Wyatt Burns so far, but he's been up to the task and has generally been excellent every time he's taken the mound.
Burns slings it in there, but it just misses downstairs to run the count to 3-1. Burns finished 7th in the country last year with 37 appearances. Ranked 2nd in the SoCon in both appearances and saves. 8 saves and 40 strikeouts and 42 1/3 innings. 3-1, that misses inside for ball 4. Turnock draws his 3rd free pass of the afternoon, and it's the first base runner for Eastern Illinois. They have life in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, and a 5-pitch walk there for Burns, a little bit of a rarity. That's only the 2nd walk he's issued so far this season.
So Turnock the runner at first. The 9-hole Jimmy Govern to the plate, the sophomore second baseman. He chops this one back towards the mound. Burns flips to 2nd for 1. We've got a stoppage and a foul ball, as that was off of Govern as it made its way towards the mound. Wyatt Burns will ask for a new baseball.
Nobody happier about that than Jimmy Govern, because that's a 1-6-3 game-ending double play if it's not foul.
Govern's alive, 0-1 with Turnock the runner at first. Govern single back in the 4th, otherwise a pair of ground ball outs as he takes outside to run the count to 1-1. Burns on the mound last made an appearance in the midweek against Alabama State. 2 innings of work in the win over the Hornets as that slider just misses inside. Govern's to 2 balls and 1 strike. From the stretch, Burns comes home. That's on the outer half, and it evens the count 2-2. On the way, waved at into the mitt as it was tipped into the glove of Anthony Mulrine, and 2nd strikeout recorded by Wyatt Burns. 2 away in the top of the 9th. Govern goes down on strikes for the first time this afternoon. Back to the top of the order, center fielder Joseph Duncan gets his 5th plate appearance of the ball game, and he's got to extend it or else it ends right here with him at the dish. First pitch is in there for a called strike 1. Duncan 1 for 2 officially today. RBI single in the 4th, the lone RBI for Eastern Illinois in this game. With Sanford on top 4-1. This is driven well towards center. Going back is Dixon. Still going back, but he's going to have room in front of the warning track out in dead center field, and that will be the ball game in game 1 of our doubleheader on this Sunday afternoon. Wyatt Burns comes up with the save and closes out what was a solid pitching and defensive performance from Sanford through all 9 innings of this one. They hold Eastern Illinois to just 1 run on 6 hits in our game 1 of our Sunday doubleheader. Sanford comes out on top, 4 runs on 9 hits. Both teams played error-free baseball. Sanford 4, Eastern Illinois 1. Sanford clinches a series win and can go for the sweep in about 35 minutes or so. So good work for the Dogs. We will take a timeout, wrap this game up, and hopefully announce the start of our game 2 of our doubleheader when we come back. You're watching Sanford Bulldog Baseball.
The road to Omaha begins in Greenville, South Carolina. The Southern Conference Baseball Tournament comes to Fluor Field May 23rd through 28th. Enjoy some great college baseball with a trip to the NCAA's on the line in a city the New York Times calls one of the top places to go in 2017. Get your tickets to the tournament and book your rooms in that Green.
Back here, Homewood, Alabama. Sanford wins game 2 of this 3-game set by a final score of 4-1. Quick check of our Coca-Cola postgame show. As Jesse McCord earns his first win of the year, he improves his record to 1-2. Michael McCormick is tagged with a loss. McCord, 6 innings of work, gave up just 1 run on 6 hits, striking out 7 and walking just 4. In the 27 batters he faced, 97 pitches total for the sophomore right-hander transfer from Mississippi State. On the other end, McCormick tagged with the loss. 4 innings of work, gave up 4 runs on 7 hits, struck out 2 and walked 4 in the 91 pitches he threw. Overall, Dogs pound out 9 hits, led by Kevin Williams Jr.'s double and a home run. He had a couple of RBIs this afternoon. Austin Edens had a multi-hit game as well. He tacked on a double and a single as John. Dogs got it done, got just enough offense from their lineup and solid pitching from McCord, Shelton, and Wyatt Burns anchored them throughout game 1 of this Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, and like Friday night, the offense kind of spread out a little bit through the lineup. Friday night, we mentioned everyone got on base. Today, we have 7 different Bulldogs that reach by a base hit, a couple more getting on through a walk, and the middle of the order, Williams Jr. at Edens. Big games for them as Williams Jr. 2 for 4 with a couple of runs driven in and a run scored on that home run. Edens 2 for 3 with a double, also got hit by a pitch. So strong day for the Sanford offense. Again, a good win, and as you said, strong pitching all around. McCord, a nice rebound performance after 2 rough outings against Florida State and Indiana. Just 1 run on 6 hits in 6 innings and 7 strikeouts. And you mentioned the bullpen. Cody Shelton and Wyatt Burns, fantastic, combining for 3 scoreless innings and 5 strikeouts. And for Eastern Illinois, the offensive struggles continuing a little bit. Can't really get anything going. They left a lot of runners on in the early going. Left 2 on in the first, left the bases loaded in the second, and then their opportunities after that point really dwindled down as McCormick is charged with all 4 runs in his 4 innings. Jake Haber are probably the biggest bright spot for the Panthers as he throws 4 scoreless innings out of the bullpen and allows only 2 Sanford hits while striking out 4.
So the Dogs come out with a game 2 win by a final score of 4-1, and the win Sanford improves to 8-5. Eastern Illinois falls to 1-12 on the season in a game that took about 2 hours and 35 minutes. We expect a start time around 4:10, maybe as late at latest 4:15 or so. Look out for Sanford_sports on Twitter, at Sanford Baseball on Twitter for the official announcement of our start time, and we will be back for Game 3 of the series, Game 2 of our 2-game doubleheader in just a moment. Sanford's final score, 4-1.
guys drinking and having parties and having some fun. I say, look in the mirror, what you expect me to do? I see a 300S and got the blacked out rim. I mean, I like your style. I'm on a whole nother level. If you compare me and you, there wouldn't be no comparison. Juju on that beat, juju on that beat, juju on that, juju on that, juju on that beat. Now slide, drop, hit don't for no stop, hey, don't stop, hey, don't stop, hey. Run a man on that beat, hey, run a man on that beat, hey, run a man on that beat, hey, run a man on that beat. Now do your dance, do your dance, do your dance, hey. You ugly, you your daddy's son. Juju on that beat, juju on that beat, juju on that, juju on that, juju on that beat. Now slide, drop, hit don't for no stop, hey, don't stop, hey, don't stop, hey. Run a man on that beat, hey, run a man on that beat, hey, run a man on that beat, hey, run a man on that beat. Now do your dance, do your dance, do your dance, hey. You ugly, you your daddy's son. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Voice. Yeah. Hold on. We the boys. We the boys. We making noise. Hold on.
and gentlemen, welcome to beautiful Jolie Griffin Field on the campus of Samford University here in Birmingham, Alabama for Game 3 of this weekend series with the Panthers from Eastern Illinois University and your Sanford Bulldogs. Today's starting lineup for the Panthers from Eastern Illinois. Leading off and playing center field, number 10, Joseph Duncan. Batting second, the shortstop, number 6, Andrew Curran. Batting third, the left fielder, number 18, Logan Beeman. Batting fourth and playing third base, number 25, Dougie Parks. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 33, Matt Albert. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 3, Josh Turnick. Batting seventh, playing right field, number 12, Frankie Perrone. Batting eighth at first base, number 13, Nicholas McCormick. Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 11, Jimmy Govern. On the mound for the Panthers, number 31, right-hander Dustin Wilson. Head coach of the Panthers is Justin Anderson. His assistants are Blake Beamer, Julio Godinez, and Kurt Courtright. And now today's starting lineup for your Sanford Bulldogs. Leading off and playing center field, number 6, T.J. Dixon. Batting second, the shortstop, number 7, Brandon Fryman. Batting third in left field, number 1, Kevin Williams Jr. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 33, Austin Edens. Batting fifth, the second baseman, number 5, Troy Dixon. Batting sixth and designated hitting, number 9, Ryan Crockett. Batting seventh and playing right field, number 25, Jordan Busey. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 15, Ben Carrick. And batting ninth, the third baseman, number 3, Taylor Garris. And your starting pitcher for the Bulldogs today, number 37, right-hander Stephen Jones. Now in his 13th season at Sanford, the Bulldogs head coach is Casey Dunn, with assistants Tony David, Tyler Shrout, Bill Walker. Now in his 28th season with Bulldog baseball, Sanford Hall of Famer Gerald Tuck. Here come your Sanford Bulldogs.
Welcome back. Game 2 of our doubleheader between Sanford and Eastern Illinois. Getting ready to get underway. 4:10 was the announced first pitch. 4:08. The Dogs take the field in their home red jerseys, white pants with white and blue hats. Both teams stick with the same jerseys for Game 3 of our series, Game 2 of the day between Eastern Illinois and Sanford. Blake Gardner, John McAfoose, the broadcast team here on the Sanford Sports Network, courtesy of YouTube Live, as Sanford starting pitcher Stephen Jones takes his warm-up tosses in the middle of the diamond. Jones will be the Sanford starter to face the Eastern Illinois lineup that will roll over right now. Starting lineup is presented by America's First Federal Credit Union, online amfirst.org. Starts with Joseph Duncan, once more at the top of the order. Andrew Curran, Logan Beeman, Dougie Parks, Matt Albert. The first 5 unchanged from Game 1 of our doubleheader this afternoon. Josh Turnock, the catcher, who was in the 8-hole for Game 1 of the doubleheader, will move up to the 6th spot. This is the third different look for Turnock so far this weekend. He was in the 2-hole, the 8-hole, and now the 6-hole in Game 3. Frankie Perrone, the right fielder, hits 7th, hitting 8th, the new first baseman. Number 13, Nicholas McCormick, younger brother of the McCormick we saw on the mound in Game 1 of our doubleheader earlier this afternoon. And batting 9th, the second baseman, Jimmy Govern, will get his second, make it his third consecutive start as the second baseman. Stephen Jones on the mound for the Dogs. Left, center, and right field. Kevin Williams Jr. in left, T.J. Dixon in center. Jordan Busey in right, and then around the horn, Taylor Garris at third. Brandon Fryman at short, Troy Dixon at second, Austin Edens at first, and a new catcher behind home plate. Ben Carrick, the sophomore from Charlotte, North Carolina, gets the start behind the dish. At 4:10 exactly, we get our first pitch of game number 3, and it's in there for a called strike 1. Stephen Jones delivering to Joseph Duncan.
Jones, his 4th start of the year, 1-1 with a 5.68 ERA in those first 3 starts.
This one's hit on the ground towards second, gobbled up by Troy Dixon. His throw to first. Austin Eden's in time to retire the Eastern Illinois center fielder and leadoff man quickly one away.
As I said, Jones, a 5.68 ERA, that would be a whole lot better if not for that one very rough outing at Florida State in that game. 3 2/3 innings, 7 earned runs. That really ballooned his ERA. Other than that, he's been pretty good against Asheville. 1 run in 4 innings, and against Indiana last weekend, 5 innings of 1-run ball, and that was an unearned run as well.
So Stephen Jones looked solid last weekend, looking to build on that performance this weekend against the Panthers of Eastern Illinois. Andrew Curran, the shortstop, wearing number 6, digs in out of the 2 spot, takes downstairs for ball 1 as Jones quickly goes back to work. This one's laced into right, slicing, but Jordan Busey's got a beat on it, and he makes the catch on the line drive out in right field. Quickly 2 down in the top of the first.
Not as many lineup changes as I expected. I thought maybe we'd see 4 to 5 changes per team, but instead just a couple. Really for Samford, the only real change is Carrick behind the plate and Crockett as the DH. And as you said, the other McCormick brother in for Eastern Illinois. And outside of that, some shifts in the batting order, but the same names and faces.
Logan Beeman, the left fielder, is one of 2 left-handed bats in the Eastern Illinois lineup. He hits third and takes downstairs for ball 1, now upstairs for ball 2 against Stephen Jones. Jones wears number 37, the 6'4", 195-pound sophomore from Tallahassee, Florida. Guy that was named as a member of the Southern Conference All-Freshman team a season ago. 2-0, chopped towards the right side. Austin Eden's trying to come up with a backhand, and it goes off his glove and careens into right field. Jordan Busey will come up with it, but reaching is Logan Beeman. We'll see whether that will be scored as a hit or an error, and quickly flashed up on the board. That will go as a single for Logan Beeman. So an infield hit for the 3-hole, and he's aboard with 2 away.
It's the first hit of the day for Beeman after going 0 for 4 with a pair of strikeouts in game 1 today.
Tough day. Game number 1 for Logan Beeman, so he's off the snide. He's aboard at first. Dougie Parks, the cleanup man, digs in and forces Stephen Jones to work from the stretch. First pitch from Jones downstairs for ball 1. Parks, the third baseman and junior in this EIU lineup. Wearing number 25, guy that's listed on the roster card as a guy that can play third and first as he takes on the corner for a called strike, evens the count 1-1. Parks, a 6-foot junior from Lakeville, Minnesota. A lot of the Alabamians thought this weather was pretty cool this weekend. He probably did not think so, as Minnesota is one of the parts of the country that's been getting plenty of snow over the weekend. That cold front, the brunt of that cold front, I should say, is kind of narrowly missed central Alabama. Some of southern Tennessee, northern Alabama got hit with a little bit of flurries, but none here in Birmingham. Picture perfect skies as this has popped up, hit well right side in the air. Jordan Busey has a track on it and makes the catch with plenty of room to spare out in right field. That will be all for Eastern Illinois. In the top of the first, they get a 2-out single from Logan Beeman, but he's left on the base paths. We head to the bottom of the first in a scoreless contest. Next, game 3 of our 3-game series. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
The road to Omaha begins in Greenville, South Carolina. The Southern Conference Baseball Tournament comes to Fluor Field May 23rd through 28th. Enjoy some great college baseball with a trip to the NCAA's on the line in a city the New York Times calls one of the top places to go in 2017. Get your tickets to the tournament and book your rooms in that Greenville today. Experience the games. Explore the city.
Homewood, Alabama, Jolie Griffin Field. Eastern Illinois and Sanford just underway in game 2 of the day, game 3 of the weekend. As Eastern Illinois is taking the field for the first time in game number 3. And Dustin Wilson, the starter for Eastern Illinois, It was listed as a TBA when we first got the game notes back on Thursday. It is indeed Dustin Wilson who will get the call on this Sunday afternoon. Wilson, the junior right-hander, will make his 4th start of the season. And he will face the Sanford lineup of TJ Dixon, Brandon Fryman, Kevin Williams Jr., Austin Edens, Troy Dixon, and then the new change in the 6-hole is designated hitter Ryan Crockett, then the 7-hole Jordan Fusey, the 8-hole Ben Carrick, and batting 9th once again will be 3rd baseman Taylor Garris. So Dixon, Fryman, Williams Jr., Edens, Dixon, Crockett, Busey, Carrick, and Garris as TJ Dixon steps in to get his first look at the new right-handed starter, Dustin Wilson, who pours in a strike one.
It's been a rough start to the year for Dustin Wilson. This is his 4th start of the season. 12 innings through his first 3 games, a 15 ERA with 20 earned runs allowed in those 12 innings.
Dixon back up through the box and gets Sanford's offense started on a right foot. That'll sneak into center field for a clean single. And TJ Dixon is aboard with his 2nd hit of the day. First of this game 3 as the Sanford leadoff man has worked his way aboard to start the bottom of the 1st.
Picks up right where he left off in game 1, where he reached base a handful of times, 1 for 2, 2 runs scored, 2 walks. Starts off this one with a leadoff single for Samford.
So Dixon's aboard. Brendan Fryman makes his way to the plate, still leading the team in hits with 20, although TJ Dixon just tied him with that base knock to kick off the bottom of the 1st. Dixon the runner at first. Fryman shows bunt, gets it down 3rd base side. Good bunt. Parks comes up charging. Throw to first is in time to cut down Fryman. But Brandon Fryman will be credited with the sacrifice as Dixon moves into scoring position down at 2nd with 1 away.
Good play by Parks there as well. It was a nice bunt from Fryman, and Parks doesn't have a whole lot of time, but he charges in. Quick step and throw over to first, and good play there, but a successful sacrifice bunt from Brandon Fryman.
So Dixon the man in scoring position. Kevin Williams Jr. with an RBI chance, and conveniently the team leader in RBIs for the Dogs so far this year, 13 to be exact. First pitch from Wilson misses outside for ball 1. Setting the defense behind the right-hander Wilson, Beeman in left, Duncan in center, Perone in right, and then around the horn, Parks at 3rd, Curran at short, Govern at 2nd. Nicholas McCormick, the new first baseman, and Josh Turnock making his 2nd consecutive start in 2 games behind home plate. That fastball's in there against Williams Jr., evens the count at 1-1. Guy on the mound, Dustin Wilson, wears number 31, the 6'2", 195-pound junior from Rochester, Washington. Transferred to the middle of the country from Tacoma Community College, out in the northwest part of the United States. Long look at 2nd. Dixon running on the pitch. That's downstairs for a ball. Throw to 3rd is not in time. TJ Dixon swipes 3rd. Dixon with his 3rd stolen base of the year. Got a good jump. Stole that one off of Wilson. So Dixon moves himself just 90 feet away from picking up the Dogs' first run of the game. Kevin Williams Jr. just needs to put something in the air in the outfield or on the ground to likely score Dixon from 3rd. 2-1. Big cut, but Williams Jr. comes up empty. Count runs to 2-2.
We saw Dixon use his speed in game 1, stealing 2nd, and then trying again, and was in there safely, but overslid the bag a little bit. This time he's in with a clean slide to 3rd base and plenty of time.
Dogs got 1 in the prior game, back in the bottom of the 1st. 2-2, that's downstairs as the slider slides out of the zone completely. Count runs full, 3 balls, 2 strikes to the 3-hole in the Bulldog lineup, Kevin Williams Jr. Williams Jr. digs in, righty on righty against Eastern Illinois pitcher Dustin Wilson. Payoff pitch on the way. That's way outside for ball 4. Good stop behind the dish by Turnock to keep TJ Dixon at 3rd. But Williams Jr. draws the walk, his 9th free pass that he's drawn so far this year, and the Dogs have runners on the corners with just 1 away for Austin Edens.
In addition to giving up 16 hits in the 12 innings he's pitched, Wilson has also struggled with his control a little bit. 16 walks in those 12 innings to just 5 strikeouts. Also a wild pitch and a hit batter. And opponents batting .348 coming into this game against Dustin Wilson. So Sanford looking to put some early damage here on the board in the 1st inning with runners on the corners and just 1 out.
Austin Edens digs in. Average up to .295 now after a multi-hit performance in game 1 of this doubleheader. Has a chance to get the Dogs on the board early as Dustin Wilson goes with the old 3rd to 1st pickoff move. Williams Jr. is not biting over at 1st base. That's still legal in college baseball, despite being now against the rules in pro baseball. Eden's first pitch hacking, drives it to left. Deep, back, track, wall, it is out of here. Austin Eden's on the first pitch he sees in game 2 of this doubleheader, gives it a ride out of Jolie Griffin Field. It's a 3-run shot, and the Dogs are on the board 3-0, courtesy of the 3rd home run of the year off the bat of Austin Eden's.
And that one was a no-doubter right off the bat, and Eden's really heating up at the plate lately. We said he hit one on Friday night, and then in game 1, a good game at the plate, 2 for 3, and here he knocks a 3-run homer way out of here to left field to put the Sanford Bulldogs up on the board to start this game in the first inning.
16th Alabama Power home run of the season for the Sanford offense. And Austin Eden's just like that just jump-started Sanford's offense in the bottom of the first. They lead 3-0 as the bases are empty. Troy Dixon to the plate. And he takes a call on strike 1. Should mention our umpires shifted around the diamond. Drew Keenum, who was down at first base in game 1 of this doubleheader, is now behind home plate. Leland Hollis is the umpire at first and down the third base line. Marlon Reynolds, who is behind the dish for game number 1. Dustin Wilson out there on the mound. His ERA continues to balloon now, as you mentioned. He'd gone through some early season struggles, and Austin Eden's decided he might as well contribute to some of those. Dogs lead 3-0 as Troy Dixon is down 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 away in the bottom of the first. 1-2, Dixon trying to check his swing but could not. He did go around and offer at the pitch downstairs. It goes as a strikeout. First one recorded of the afternoon for Dustin Wilson. And 2 away now in the bottom of the first as Ryan Crockett will make his way to the plate.
Turned out to be a pretty nice day here at Jolie Griffin Field. I think it's turned out to be a little bit warmer than anyone anticipated. It was pretty brisk this morning, and forecast called for low to mid 50s for most of the day, but the sun's been shining all day, and it's turned out to be a pretty good day for a doubleheader.
No doubt. Ryan Crockett to the plate now wearing number 9, the 6'2 freshman from Wetumpka, Alabama. Wetumpka High School makes his first appearance of the afternoon. Swings at the 0-1, hits this in the 6-hole towards short. Curran on the backhand, throw across the diamond is in time, and Andrew Curran continues to play solid defense in between third and second base on the left side of the infield. That retires the Bulldogs in the bottom of the first. But a big fly off the bat of Austin Eden's was one of 2 hits the Dogs offense came up with in their first time to bat. Sanford on top 3-0 as we head to the second next on the Sanford Sports Network.
This is Lauren. These are her first roommates, her first car, and her very first health insurance plan, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. Even at her age, she's not taking her health for granted. Her affordable health plan includes a routine annual checkup, apps, and programs that fit her lifestyle. Lauren may be just starting out, but with us, she's already got peace of mind. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Find out how we can cover you for the first time.
Top of the second, 5-6-7 due up for Eastern Illinois after Sanford picks up 3 runs on 2 hits in the first inning of play.
The designated hitter, Matt Albert.
And that starts with the designated hitter, Matt Albert. Albert, at the first 2 starts of this series at first base, as Matt Donovan was the designated hitter, but struggles from Donovan means that Albert has slid over to the designated hitter role, and he's first pitch hacking off the glove and off his bat. And down to play, it's 0-1.
Albert had the big game offensively for Eastern Illinois on Friday night, but an 0 for 4 in game 1 of our doubleheader this afternoon.
0-1 on the way. That's in there as well. Stephen Jones quickly out in front, 0-2. As Albert digs in for his first look at the Bulldog sophomore right-hander Stephen Jones. 0-2 on the way. High fastball stays well upstairs. Easy take for Albert. Albert, the 6'2", 250-pound junior from Bettendorf, Iowa. I believe the lone... Nope, there's 2 Iowans on this roster. He's joined by Michael Starcevich. 1-2, cut on and missed, and down goes Matt Albert. Stephen Jones records his first strikeout of the afternoon. And quickly one away in the top of the second as Albert's retired. Josh Turnock will make his way to the plate.
That 3 spot in the first inning for Samford can let Jones relax a little bit, go out there and just try to pound the strike zone as much as he can. He's got some early run support.
Turnock, the left-handed hitting catcher, takes downstairs for ball 1. Left-hander at the plate. Right-hander, in terms of his throwing motion, the 5'11 redshirt sophomore from Granger, Indiana, makes his 3rd start of the weekend and quickly takes 2 out of the zone. It's 2-0. Turnock, 8th start of the year, 9th appearance in this now the 14th game for Eastern Illinois so far this year. Panthers have dropped 12 of their first 13. 2-0 from Jones. That is in there at the letters for a call and strike. Count goes to 2-1. As Jones likes to work quickly back to work. 2-1, just misses downstairs. Now the count goes to 3-1. Turnock's average looks good, 412, 7 of his first 17 at the plate so far this season. 3-1, popped up left side, out of play. And the count's run full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sun beginning to come down a little bit over towards right field. Right field, the western side of Jolie Griffin Field. Payoff pitch on the way from Jones. That's outside for ball 4. Walk drawn by Josh Turnock. His team leading 8th free pass he's drawn so far this year. And Eastern Illinois has a base runner here in the second as Frankie Perrone comes to the plate.
Walk's a little bit of an issue for Stephen Jones in the early part of the season, averaging almost a walk an inning, not quite, and came in with 11 walks and 12 2/3.
Jones now works from the stretch with a runner at first. Perrone at the plate. Good first pitch breaking ball. Nice tight slider that's in there for a call and strike 1. Tough first pitch to look out for Perrone. As Perrone digs back in, 0-1, another slider. This is hit on the ground. Diving play over at third made by Garris. Throw to second in time for 1. Throw to first is not going to be in time, and it's over the head of Austin Edens, but it stays in play off the netting of the Sanford dugout down the first baseline. Outstanding play by Garris to cut down the lead runner at second. And it'll be scored as a fielder's choice, out number 2 for the Dogs defense here in the top of the second.
Nice job by Ben Carrick, also the catcher. He was backing up Edens at first base, and as that throw sailed over Edens' head, Carrick was there to make sure that runner would not be able to advance. But as you say, that was a phenomenal play by Garris over at third base.
First pitch hacking is McCormick towards Garris at third. He'll go the short way to second once more and get the lead runner, Perrone. That will be all for Eastern Illinois in the top of the second. A strikeout and a few ground balls for Stephen Jones. He pitches around a 1-out walk and puts up his second consecutive 0 to start this one. Sanford on top 3-0 and coming to back next on the Sanford Sports Network.
Human beings can be hungry anytime they please. Maybe you messed up and didn't eat enough lunch. Perhaps dinner is very far away. It doesn't matter. Come to Arby's and solve your hunger problems with dollar sliders, cookies, small-size fries, drinks, and shakes, each for $1 from 2 to 5 p.m., not a.m. Arby's, we have the meats.
The madness begins here. Make sure you're at the U.S. Cellular Center in Asheville, North Carolina, March 2nd through 6th for the 2017 SoCon Basketball Championships presented by General Shale. You don't want to miss the action as your favorite SoCon teams compete for a championship and a berth in the NCAA tournament. Book your travel and tickets by logging on to SoConTravel.com or by contacting the U.S. Cellular Center box office. Madness begins here. Get your tickets today.
Sanford fans, the iconic Harlem Globetrotters were on campus earlier this afternoon. That was a 3 o'clock start over in the Pete Hanna Center with their unrivaled family show featuring some of the greatest athletes on the planet. This Sunday is complete. This performance is complete, but they're here next Sunday as well, March 19th inside the Pete Hanna Center. Tickets are limited, but still available for that second showing of the Harlem Globetrotters. You can get them now online at sanfordsports.com/tickets. Bottom third of the order due up for Sanford, 7-8-9, starts with Jordan Busey. So the Dogs sent 6 to the plate in the bottom of the first, picked up 3 runs on 2 hits. None bigger than the big fly off the bat of Austin Eden's Jordan Busey. Takes a big cut at the first pitch he sees, but comes up empty. It's 0-1.
Busey 0 for 4 in game 1. I think his best at bat was the last one he had, a fly ball to deep left that was caught at the wall.
As Busey comes up empty again, 0-2. Busey 8 for his first 40 on the year. Average exactly at 200, quickly down on an 0-2 hole to Wilson, who misses outside. Run the count to 1-2. Busey, the last lefty in the lineup. 3 lefties, 6 righties in the 9 for Sanford. This off the end of the bat, trickling back towards the mound. Wilson makes a clean play over to first to retire Busey for out number 1. So Busey is down. And stepping to the plate for the first time this afternoon, number 15, Ben Carrick.
Carrick getting the start behind the plate today. His 5th game of the season, his 4th start. 3 for 10 so far this season with a double, a couple of runs scored.
Carrick got the start behind the plate in the midweek game against Alabama State back on Wednesday down in the nation's capital, or Alabama's capital of Montgomery. Carrick, number 15, the 6-foot, 200-pound sophomore from Audrey Kell High School in Charlotte, North Carolina. 1-0 hacking. Fouls this one off left side. Count will run to 1-1. Officially seen all 3 catchers now in action, at least for a little bit today. Grant Colton got a pinch hit appearance in game number 1. Anthony Mulrine started game number 1 of our doubleheader. Now Ben Carrick gets the start in the latter half. 1-1, good check swing on the breaking ball in the dirt. Count will run to 2-1.
Both Mulrine and Colton reached base. Mulrine 1 for 4. Colton drew a walk in his only plate appearance.
2-1 on the way to Carrick. Big cut, but big miss. Count now even 2-2. Dogs winners of game 1 trying to come up with a doubleheader sweep and a weekend series sweep of Eastern Illinois if they can pull that off in this contest. 2-2 misses downstairs. Count runs full 3-2. Had about 35 minutes in between games. Got a chance to move up, stretch around, watch a little bit of World Baseball Classic. Dominican Republic and Colombia were locked in an extra innings battle. As that 3-2 offering is behind Carrick for ball 4. Heads up. No harm, no foul, as it doesn't hit Carrick, and he's going to trot on down to first. Bulldogs have their first base runner at the bottom of the 2nd. Don't often see a lot of payoff pitches behind people. But Carrick is aboard, drawing the free pass. 2nd free pass issued by Dustin Wilson. And that brings up the 9-hole freshman Taylor Garris.
Talking about the World Baseball Classic, the United States back in action tonight against Canada, trying to rebound from a very difficult loss last night in which they were up 5-0 against the Dominican Republic and fell apart in the late innings.
Wasted a great start from Toronto Blue Jays ace Marcus Stroman. As Garris, his first pitch swinging, hits this hard left side, but foul. Dominican Republic and Colombia were locked in a tight battle, 3-3, headed to extra innings after Toronto Blue Jays outfielder Jose Bautista gunned down a Colombian at the plate to send it to extras. Colombians were not very happy. Multiple ejections in that melee at the end of the night. That game headed to the 11th, where per World Baseball Classic rules, team started with 1st and 2nd and nobody out. Dominican Republic took advantage of that, pounded out 7 runs against Colombia. Exploded for a big inning, ultimately won 10-3. They win the group and are headed to the next round out in San Diego. Garris quickly behind, 0-2. With Carrick the runner at first, hopping out a little bit at first base. Carrick takes downstairs to run the count to 1-2. Taylor Garris still swinging a hot bat. Average still at .433, 13 for his first 30 so far this year. After a hit in game 1 of this series, game 1 of the day, I should say. 1 for 4. Did have a hit in game 1 of the series as well. 1-2 in the dirt. Good play behind home plate by Josh Turnock. Turnock's going to be a tired man after today. That's a lot of innings behind the plate.
Yeah, that's a big task to ask anyone to catch 2 games of a doubleheader. It's not very often you see a catcher catch 2 games of a doubleheader. But up to the task today is Turnock.
2-2, turned on by Garris, hit well towards left. On the run, still on the run, and now it's curling foul as Beeman won't have a play. Garris gave it a charge, but couldn't keep it fair down the left field line. Heads up for some cars down there, as the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Carrick, the runner at first, 1 away. TJ Dixon on deck, ready for his second look at Eastern Illinois starter Dustin Wilson. 2-2 once more. Inside corner, called strike 3. Down goes Taylor Garris. Second strikeout recorded by Dustin Wilson. And Garris is casualty number 2 here in the second. Back to the top of the order we go with TJ Dixon.
Eastern Illinois will stay right here in the state of Alabama following this series. They will play in Tuscaloosa against the Crimson Tide on Tuesday night and then travel to Jacksonville State next weekend. So nice little Alabama spring break for the Eastern Illinois Panthers.
Eastern Illinois has the opposite schedule of what Sanford will have. Sanford will play the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State on Tuesday and then flip around and play the Alabama Crimson Tide on Wednesday. 1-0 on the way. That is off the glove of Turnock, but no advancement opportunity there for Carrick. Jacksonville State, a member of the OVC, same conference as Eastern Illinois. Early conference play getting underway as Eastern Illinois will take on the Gamecocks. I'll follow that up with finally a home series against Murray State on March 24th through the 26th. First time that EIU will play at home this year. Dixon singles hard into center. Carrick will go first to second and halt right there. Second straight hit of this game for TJ Dixon. And he comes up with a 2-out knock to keep the inning alive for Brandon Fryman.
Yeah, Dixon is seeing the ball very well right now, making good hard contact. And as you said, 2 hits and as many at-bats through the first 2 innings here at Game 2 of this doubleheader after going 1 for 2 with a couple of walks in Game 1 and boosting that average quickly right now.
So Fryman with 2 on and 2 out, trying to tack on to what's already a Sanford 3-0 lead. Wilson, first pitch to Fryman, fouled straight back off the brick. Count goes to 0-1. NCAA March Madness tournament bracket about to be unveiled here shortly. We'll find out the full 68-team field. Latest news in college basketball. Fryman takes downstairs, evens the count at 1-1. A couple of teams from the state of Alabama will be representing. Troy University, winners of the Sun Belt, will get the Sun Belt automatic bid to the NCAA tournament, as will Jacksonville State, winners of the OVC tournament championship. Villanova basketball just announced as the #1 overall seed in the bracket, as they should. Ground ball off the bat of Fryman towards second. Govern will make the throw over to first in time to retire the Bulldog shortstop. One middle infielder grounds out to another, and that'll be all for Sanford in the bottom of the second. They leave 2 aboard and still lead this contest 3-0 as we head to the top of the third next on the Sanford Sports Network. Top of the third, getting ready to roll from Homewood, Alabama, on the campus of Samford University. Busy day on campus, despite the fact that it is spring break officially started yesterday at whatever time your last class was on Friday. Spring break around most of the schools in the southern part of the country. Stephen Jones completing his warm-up tosses middle of the diamond as the Dogs defense gets set to go to work. So far, Eastern Illinois just 1 run through 11 innings on the day. They'll try to change that, and it starts with Jimmy Govern at the bottom of the order. 9-1-2 due up for the Panthers of Eastern Illinois. As fans attending the Harlem Globetrotters show in the Hanna Center start to pour out of the Hanna Center, some of them stopping in to take a peek at what's going on here at Jolie Griffin Field between Sanford and EIU. First pitch from Jones to Govern, chopped to foul, third base side. It's 0-1.
Govern 1 for 4 in game 1, and that one hit essentially doubled his batting average. I'm sure it felt good for him. He was struggling with just 1 hit on the season before that knock in game 1.
Jones quickly out in front, 0-2. First quarter of the March Madness bracket has been revealed. Villanova's East region, they're the 1 seed. Duke, the 2 seed in that region. 0-2 from Jones, misses downstairs. It's 1-2. The Southern Conference Tournament champions, the ETSU Buccaneers, won a regular season share of the conference championship as well. They're a 13 seed at 27-7. They will take on the number 4 seed Florida Gators Thursday in Orlando. Tough break there for the Bucs. It'll be a home game for the Gators. 1-2 popped up in the infield, right side, just a bit up the first base line. Carrick calls everybody off and makes the catch with his back turned towards the middle of the diamond. Quickly one away for EIU in the top of the third.
Jones off to a nice, quick, efficient start on the mound for the Bulldogs here in game 2. Just 2 base runners so far, a single in the first and a walk in the second. But quick at bats right now for Eastern Illinois. Jones not laboring very much at all in the early going.
Just 28 pitches for Stephen Jones through 2 1/3 so far. Back to the top of the order we go. It's Joseph Duncan who takes a first pitch breaking ball in there for a call and strike 1. Duncan 0 for 1, grounded out to Troy Dixon to lead off the game. As another breaking ball is poured in there by Jones. Quickly, it's 0-2. See if Stephen Jones starts leaning on that slider a little bit more, starting the second time through the order. 0-2, that's a fastball that misses upstairs. Count now runs to 1-2. Looking at that region for Villanova, that's a tough one. Villanova, Wisconsin, Virginia, Florida, and Duke all bunched in the same region. 1-2, fastball spiked into the ground. Good block by Carrick.
Tough reward for a number 1 overall seed to be put in that region.
It is. No protection for the number 1 overall seed and defending national champs. Jay Wright and Villanova's got some work to do to try to make it back to their second consecutive Final Four. 2-2 from Jones. Slider slapped well towards center. On the run, TJ Dixon going towards the gap. Still on the run. Reaches up and can't make the grab. It's going to be falling in safely for a 1-out double off the bat of Joseph Duncan, his second double of the year. And Eastern Illinois got their second hit of this contest, courtesy of Joseph Duncan. Good piece of hitting there by the center fielder to put a charge into that one, and kept slicing towards that right center field gap and just out of the outstretched glove of TJ Dixon.
Yeah, and TJ got a good jump on it, but that ball was just hit a little too well and never really had a play on it. And first time this afternoon in game 2, I should say, that Eastern Illinois has a runner in scoring position.
So Duncan, the man at second. Andrew Curran to the plate. Stephen Jones working from the stretch for the third consecutive inning. First pitch, slider in there for a call and strike 1. Also a member of that East region, the Troy Trojans out of the Sun Belt. One of the members representing the state of Alabama in the 68 team field. They're a 15 seed that'll take on the Duke Blue Devils in Greenville, South Carolina. Count runs to 1-1 after that fastball just misses below the knees of Curran. Curran 0 for 1 today, hit one on the screws, but right at Jordan Fusey out in right field. Healthy lead at second for Duncan, 1-1 on the way. This is hit well towards right again, except this one's got a one-hop in front of Fusey for a clean single. Stop sign holds Duncan at third base as it was right at the Bulldog right fielder. No chance to try to score. But back-to-back hits have put runners on the corners now and one away for the meat of the lineup.
Couple well-hit balls there from Duncan and Curran, and now Eastern Illinois in some business here in the top of the third. As you said, runners on the corners now with just 1 out, and you got the middle of the order coming to the plate now.
Logan Beeman, the junior left fielder, has a chance to do some damage now with 2 on and 1 away against Sanford starter Stephen Jones. Maybe try to claw back from 3 down. First pitch ripped through the right side for a clean single. Fusey comes up with it, but Eastern Illinois is going to have runners in the corners once again as Curran will make it all the way to third. It's an RBI hit for Logan Beeman. Credit him with his first RBI of the year in his 7th start. And just like that, Eastern Illinois, 3 straight hits here in the top of the 3rd. They're on the board. Make it 3-1, Sanford on top.
Beeman not wasting any time at that at bat. Steps right to the plate. Sees a pitch he likes on the first pitch from Jones. Rips it through the right side of the infield for a base hit. And hustling first to third, Andrew Curran. And the situation remains the same with Eastern Illinois. First and third just went out. Now they have a run on the board.
3 straight hits, 3 of their 4 hits coming in this frame for EIU. First pitch to cleanup man Dougie Parks is a fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1. Curran the runner at 3rd, Beeman the runner at 1st. And still just 1 away. Jones running into a little bit of turbulence here in his 3rd inning of work. 1-0, high fastball, chopped out of play. Count runs to 1-1. Parks 0 for 1 today. Fly ball towards the right field corner. Run down by Jordan Fusey back in the top of the 1st inning. 1-1 on the way. That's upstairs. Count runs to 2 balls and 1 strike. Attendance definitely a little bit heavier for game 2 of this doubleheader, especially up each baseline. Plenty of people have stopped in to watch a few innings of Sanford baseball. Jones from the stretch, 2-1. That is downstairs, and Jones has fallen behind. Dougie Parks, 3 balls and 1 strike. Beeman at 1st, Curran at 3rd, Parks at the plate. 3-1 on the way from Jones. That's downstairs for ball 4. Second free pass issued by Stephen Jones. And this is 3rd inning of work, and Eastern Illinois has got the offense cooking now. Bases full of Panthers, with just 1 away in the top of the 3rd. Time called. Sanford head coach Stephen Jones, or Sanford head coach Casey Dunn will go talk to his young right-hander Stephen Jones.
Yeah, and right as we're talking about how Jones looks good out of the gate and isn't throwing a lot of pitches or laboring too much, he finds himself in some trouble after getting governed to hit a high pop out to start the inning. It's been double, single walk now. So Eastern Illinois scratches out a run, and it's 3-1, and they've got the bases loaded with just 1 out right now.
Jones gave up just 1 hit through his first time through the lineup, 2nd time through the lineup. Eastern Illinois starting to see the young right-hander a little bit better. Duncan, Curran, Beeman all come up with hits. Tackle on the walk by Parks, and 4 straight hitters have reached for Eastern Illinois. They've loaded the bases for the designated hitter, Matt Albert. So Jones still with a 2-run lead. Sanford 3, Eastern Illinois 1. But that lead is in a little bit of danger here. Top of the 3rd, bases loaded. Matt Albert to the plate. Jones will opt to work out of the full windup with the bases full. First pitch to Albert. He checked his swing. Nope, he couldn't check it. Ruled to have gone around by home plate umpire Drew Keenum. It's 0-1.
Albert struck out just last inning in his first at bat of game 2.
0-1 on the way. That is downstairs to run the count 1-1. Jones looking for another strikeout right here. That would be very helpful to the Bulldogs' cause. Albert trying to come through with a base hit that likely ties the game. Outfield fairly deep across all levels. The 1-1 is downstairs. Now the count 2 balls and 1 strike.
For Jones, you got to find the strike zone here. Don't want to fall behind. 3-1 to Albert. No bases open. Nowhere to put him right now.
2-1 from Jones. Another fastball, and once again downstairs. Nowhere to put Matt Albert. Jones is in danger of forcing 1 home.
Yeah, and that one not close. An easy take for Albert to get ahead in the count 3-1. Albert might be tempted to take this one no matter what.
3-1, that's in there. He does take, but he takes a called strike. Count now full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Big pitch here as Jones and Albert do battle in the middle of the diamond. Jones from the full winds-up payoff pitch to Albert. That is downstairs for ball 4. Credit Matt Albert with an RBI base on balls as Stephen Jones' third free pass issued of the afternoon forces home a run. And just like that, Sanford's 3-run lead has been trimmed to just 1 in the top of the third. It's Sanford 3, Eastern Illinois 2 now. And the base is still loaded with still just 1 away. Catcher Josh Turnock now in a big spot. First pitch from Jones to Turnock. That splits the heart of the plate. Call and strike 1.
You know, we talked a little bit about the walk issues coming into today, averaging almost a walk an inning, and getting him into some trouble here in the third as he walks in a run and has walked the past 2 batters for the Panthers.
0-1 off the end of the bat, fouled straight back. This time a much better start to the AB for Jones. He works into a plus count, 0-2. Jones well ahead, trying to come up with a big strikeout of Eastern Illinois catcher Josh Turnock. Turnock drew a walk back in the second. One of 2 runners that EIU's already stranded through the first 2 innings and change so far in game number 3 of the series. 0-2, high fastball upstairs. Count now 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Jones could use a punch out in this situation with still just 1 out in the inning.
1-2, slider doesn't come back to the outside part of the plate. Count runs even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Turnock already with 3 RBIs this year, making his 8th start of the season. 2-2 on the way. High fastball popped up over our heads, out of play. We'll do 2-2 again. Major turbulence here after smooth waters for Stephen Jones through the first couple of frames. Trying to battle back. 2-2. Outside corner, called strike 3. Stephen Jones gets a big punch out of Josh Turnock, his 2nd strikeout of the day, and it's a big out number 2 here in the top of the third.
Yeah, huge out there for Jones, and if you're Turnock, you got to take a swing at a pitch that's too close to take, and with the bases loaded and just 1 out, you at least got to take a swing at that. You can't go down with the bat on your shoulder in that situation.
Turnock retired. First pitch to Frankie Perrone is a breaking ball that breaks in there for a called strike 1. Perrone 0 for 1 today. Average down to 163. 7 hits in his first 43 at-bats, and this is his 13th start of the year. 0-1 to Perrone. Fastball paints the outside corner. Jones working with some confidence now. 1 pitch away from getting out of a bases-loaded jam with a 1-run lead. Jones from the windup. 0-2 on the way. Breaking ball. Popped up left side. Foul territory, and it's going to get out of play. We'll do 0-2 again.
Dangerous area to have your car parked over on the left side of the outfield. That foul ball right in the area of a lot of vehicles.
Veterans know that if you're going to park down there, you got to ease it on out there a little bit.
Yeah, can't get too close to the outfield wall.
0-2 on the way. Fastball misses down and away. Count runs to 1-2 to Frankie Perrone. Perrone, the team leader in strikeouts right now for Eastern Illinois. 17 strikeouts and 42 at-bats now. Jones looking for 1 more K right here. 1-2, high fastball, fouled over top of us. Count remains 1-2. Jones doing battle with right fielder, the junior Frankie Perrone. That's the pitch count now starting to work against Stephen Jones. It took him 28 pitches to get through the lineup 1 time. He's pushing 30 pitches here just in the top of the third. 1-2, breaking ball. That's fouled off as well. Perrone spoiling a couple of good deliveries from Stephen Jones to stay alive.
A couple of those strikeouts of Perrone came in game 1 of our doubleheader. He was 1 for 4 with 2 Ks.
1-2, misses well off the plate. Now we got deuces. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs in the top of the third. Sanford on top 3-2. With the bases full of Panthers. Beeman the runner at third. Parks the runner at second. Albert the runner at first. Jones from the full windup. 2-2 on the way. Fastball left side and inside the bag at third. Pass to diving Garris. It's fair, and they're rolling all the way to the corner, and it's going to clear the bases. Williams Jr. comes up with it in the corner. Throw to the plate. It's going to be well behind Albert, who rolls home all the way from first. It's a bases clearing 3 RBI double credited to Frankie Perrone, his 3rd double of the year. Give him RBI 6, 7, and 8. And it's now a 5-run top of the 3rd for EIU. They've taken a 5-3 lead.
Yeah, it's about as big a hit as you can get in that situation. Just fair inside the third base bag past the diving attempt of third baseman Taylor Garris, and clears the bases. And Stephen Jones all of a sudden has really unraveled here in this 3rd inning.
Perrone now the runner at second with Nicholas McCormick at the plate. He takes the first pitch fastball that's in there for a called strike 1. McCormick grounded into a fielder's choice back in the 2nd, getting a second look at Stephen Jones, and this is his 2nd start of the year. Jones from the stretch now with the lone runner at second. The 0-1's a slider that is in there at the letters. Quickly 0-2 once more. McCormick, number 13, the 6'1" redshirt sophomore from Speedway, Indiana. Transferred in from Lincoln Trail Community College. Hands held high, 0-2 on the way. Slider just misses off the plate away. Counts 1-2.
McCormick searching for his first hit of the season. It's 0 for 4 coming into this game. He hit into a fielder's choice ground out, so 0 for 5 now in the 2017 season.
Jones, a little inside move to chase Perrone back to the second base bag. 5 runs on 4 hits for Eastern Illinois in this top half of the 3rd alone. Jones from the stretch, 1-2 on the way. Fastball misses down and away. Deuces once more, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. EIU now in front by 2, 5-3. Pitch number 67 of the afternoon from Jones on the way. That's upstairs. And the count's run full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
This is only the 4th time in 14 games for Eastern Illinois where they have scored 5 or more runs, and they've done it quickly today, just in the 3rd inning right now.
Payoff pitch from Jones home is fouled off out of play. We'll do payoff again. Perrone, the runner at second. Nicholas McCormick in the right-handed batter's box right now against Jones. 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Payoff on the way. That's fouled back once more. Tell you what, Eastern Illinois hitters doing a great job battling against Stephen Jones. We've seen a lot of spoiled deliveries, especially in this top of the 3rd.
Yeah, some good at-bats. As you said, first time through the lineup, not really seeing the ball that well, but it's been an entirely different story the 2nd time through this lineup for the Panthers.
Jones now over the 70-pitch mark. As payoff comes home, nope, he spins towards second. Perrone was dancing a little bit away from the bag, but neither Dixon nor Fryman close enough for Jones to make a throw. As Jones gets set to go back to work. 1 look at second, coming home, 3-2 on the way. Slider misses off the plate away. Nope, called strike 3. Late trigger there from home plate umpire Drew Keenum. McCormick thought he had drawn ball 4. Instead, it's a called strike 3. Stephen Jones is out of the inning, but not before Eastern Illinois does some damage with the bats. 5 runs on 4 hits, including the biggest one, the bases clearing double off the bat of Frankie Perrone. Eastern Illinois out in front, 5-3 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. Next on the Sanford Sports Network. Sanford fans, your Birmingham area Little League teams could play with the Bulldogs. It's a chance to have your team take the field with the Dogs for the national anthem, have one player throw out the first pitch, then run the bases after the game, and meet members of the Bulldogs team. Spots are available for a number of upcoming dates for both Sanford baseball and softball. To get all the details and book your date, contact the Sanford Spirit office at bulldogevents@sanfordsports.edu by email, bulldogevents@sanford.edu. 3-4-5 due up for the Dogs, now trailing by 2 runs, 5-3. Kevin Williams Jr. puts a charge into one towards right, but Perrone's going to have room out there in the right center field alley to make the catch for out number 1. Williams is retired for the first time in game number 3. So Williams is retired, out number 1. Austin Edens will make his way to the plate.
Edens with the big fly in the first inning that accounted for all 3 of Sanford's runs. It was a Dixon single, a Williams walk, and then 3-run bomb well out of here to left field from Austin Edens to put 3 early runs on the board for the Bulldogs.
Edens takes ball 1. 3/4 of the bracket now completely unveiled. March Madness as Edens hits this one hard past third base coach Tony David, foul left side. Jacksonville State's a 15 seed. The other member out of the state of Alabama, they will take on the 2-seeded Duke Blue Devils. 1-1 on the way to Austin Edens. It's off speed and it's hit well towards left center. On the run is Duncan, still going back. Track, wall, it is out of here. Austin Edens goes yard for the second time in this contest. This time a solo shot and back-to-back home runs. Edens has drawn Sanford within 1, make it 5-4 on the 17th Alabama Power home run of the season off Sanford bats.
Yeah, for the second time and as many at-bats for Edens, he got all of that one, and Duncan went back towards the wall, but I think he knew the whole way that that one was going to carry over the left center field fence too. And Edens 2 for 2 with 2 bombs, and very quickly that's going to be a day for Dustin Wilson as Eastern Illinois is going to make a call to the bullpen.
2 1/3 in the start for Dustin Wilson. That'll be all for him. Eastern Illinois is going to the bullpen, bringing on a lefty. We'll take a timeout, introduce him when we come back as you watch Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
These are the student athletes. This is where they train. These are their homes. This is where they become Rhodes Scholars and academic All-Americans. These are the athletes they've always admired. This is where champions are crowned and moments are made. This is the Southern Conference.
At Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers, we believe in service.
Maintenance service, tire service, repair service,
and most importantly, customer service.
We believe in treating our customers with respect and integrity while offering all the services you need for your car.
Most of all, at Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers,
we believe in keeping cars on the road, keeping families safe,
and keeping you coming back whenever the need arises.
Eastern Illinois starter Dustin Wilson has his day ended prematurely after Austin Edens hit his second home run of the day off of Wilson. Wilson's day is done, and we go to the bullpen for a new pitcher for the Panthers, and it's a lefty, number 32, Hunter Clark, the 6'1", 195-pound redshirt sophomore from Granger, Indiana.
8th appearance of the season for Hunter Clark, just 3 1/3 innings thrown so far, 3 earned runs allowed on 2 hits in those 3 1/3 innings, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, 1 home run allowed, only a 167 average against, but again, just 3 1/3 innings pitched so far.
Second time this weekend we've seen Hunter Clark. He came on in Friday night's contest as a lefty specialist, threw 3 pitches and picked up a strikeout in a game that Sanford won by a final score of 9-4. Clark made 14 appearances in relief as a redshirt freshman. First pitch swinging is Dixon. This is going to be a tough play. Second baseman comes up with it. Throw to first is in time to Clark, covering first. Govern and McCormick and Clark handle the soft ground ball over towards the Bermuda Triangle, and Dixon is retired on some solid defensive efforts from Govern and Clark.
Boy, that was a bang-bang play, and Dixon's got some speed, and from up here it's tough to tell. It looked pretty close to a tie, but Leland Hollis, first base umpire, with better view than anybody, says they got him by a step.
Dixon retired for the second time in this ball game, and now we get to see Ryan Crockett for the second time. Crockett making his 6th start of the season in this Sanford's 14th game. 1-0 to Crockett. Popped up right side, foul territory, well out of play. Pretty tough to find the baseball for anybody on that side of the diamond, especially looking that way for us up here in the Carl E. Miller press box as the sun continues to set down the right side. Crockett over 1 today, ground out to Curran at short as the 1-1 is fouled off into the netting. Count now runs to 1-2.
Final line for Eastern Illinois starter Dustin Wilson, 2 1/3 innings pitched, 4 runs allowed, all earned on 4 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts.
Tough day at the office for Wilson, but he leaves on top. It's 5-4 Eastern Illinois on top of Samford as Crockett takes a big hook outside to run the count to 2-2. Clark didn't like the baseball. He'll get a fresh one. 5 runs on 5 hits for the Panthers of Eastern Illinois so far. 4 runs on 4 hits for the Dogs of Sanford. As we've played nearly 3 complete. Deuces, 2-2 count on the way to Clark. That breaking ball hooks in just a bit low. And the count runs full to the Bulldog DH Ryan Crockett. Payoff pitch on the way to Crockett. Another breaking ball. That's downstairs for ball 4. Crockett draws the free pass, the second one that he's drawn this year, and the Dogs keep the bottom of the 3rd alive. Crockett now the man at first. Jordan Busey to the plate. So Busey makes his way in. Busey 0 for 1 today. Lefty on lefty against Clark. First pitch. Chopped to right side. Sanford dugout and foul. Grant Colton bouncing out of the first base dugout to collect the loose baseball. Busey grounded back to the mound in the 2nd inning. Gets a look at a new pitcher, Hunter Clark, in the bottom of the 3rd. 0-1 to Busey. Big hook, and it breaks in there for a called strike. Counts now 0-2. Crockett at first, Busey down 0-2 with 2 away in the bottom of the 3rd and a 1-run game. Clark, the lefty, comes set. 0-2 on the way. Breaking ball hit well towards right. On the run is Perrone, still going back, and he's going to have room on the track. Just out there in front of the 365 sign at the wall. Busey with warning track power, but Perrone is able to run it down. That'll be all for Sanford's offense in the bottom of the 3rd. Second home run of the game off the bat of Austin Eaton's draws Sanford within 1 run. It's Eastern Illinois 5, Sanford 4 as we head to the 4th next on the Sanford Sports Network.
I think we should have taken a left at the river.
Tarzan, no. Where Tarzan go?
Tarzan does not know where Tarzan go. Hey, excuse me, do you know where the waterfall is? Waterfall?
No. Me, Tarzan. King of jungle.
I know you wanted to.
If you're a couple, you fight over directions. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
You have to do that right in my ear.
Hi, I'm John Imarino, Commissioner of the Southern Conference. With the full cooperation of our presidents and chancellors, the conference has created the SoCon Academic Exchange, a cooperative structure designed to benefit our academic efforts. 3 primary initiatives will be the collaboration of international study programs, a leadership development program to benefit faculty and staff, and an undergraduate research forum. For more information on the SoCon Academic Exchange, visit soconsports.com.
Dustin Wilson, the Eastern Illinois starter, had his day in it after just 2 1/3, and Sanford starter Stephen Jones is done after just 3 complete. Jones is headed to the dugout. New pitcher on the mound coming out of the bullpen is number 27, Tristan Wedra, the 6', 205-pound junior from Hoover, Alabama, just down 65, Spain Park High School. He's going to be called upon here to start the top of the 4th.
5th appearance of the season for Tristan Wedra. 4 innings pitched, 3 runs allowed, but only 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts, and just 1 walk. 2.25 ERA entering this game.
So Weidra, the new pitcher. Stephen Jones' day is done after 3 innings of work, 5 runs on 5 hits, struck out 3, but also walked 3 in the 17 batters he faced. Gave up a couple of extra base hits, threw 70 pitches, just 41 strikes. Weidra, the new Samford pitcher, and you get a new play-by-play announcer here too. In the top of the 4th, I'll turn it over to my broadcast partner, John McAfoose.
Thanks, Blake. And leading off this 4th inning for Eastern Illinois is the same man that led off the 3rd for the Panthers, Jimmy Govern. This last inning, Panthers bat through the order while putting up a 5 spot against Stephen Jones. So it'll be Govern in the 9 hole and then back to the top of the order with Duncan and Curran following him. Govern led off last inning, as I said, by popping out to the catcher. After that, it kind of unraveled as Eastern Illinois went double, single, single, walk, walk. And then after Turnick struck out looking, it was Frankie Perrone with the big hit, a bases-clearing double down the left field line just inside the 3rd base bag that put 3 runs on the board and gave Eastern Illinois their first lead of the day. So Govern steps in facing Weidra, swings at the first pitch, ground ball to Fryman, takes 1 step to his right, fires across the diamond in time for the first out of the inning.
Good play over there at short by Fryman. Also a good play by Austin Edens at first. Edens was having to stretch forward a little bit, but he's able to come up with it at the first base bag, and a good start out of the pen for Tristan Weidra.
Yeah, Edens can pick it over there at first a little bit. He's made a few nice plays on balls just short hopped or thrown a little bit in the dirt.
Guy that's made some strides defensively. Was just a designated hitter exclusively pretty much over the first couple of seasons. Now slotted as the Dogs' regular first baseman.
Bunt attempt here from Duncan. It's going to be a tough play for Weidra. He slips and falls, so it'll be a bunt single for Joseph Duncan, so he's on board for the 2nd time today.
Good bunt there from Joseph Duncan. Love the play, put pressure on the defense, and that's a tough play for Weidra. Even if he comes up with it cleanly, it's going to be a bang-bang play at first. Duncan finds his way aboard for the 2nd time in this ball game. EIU's got a base runner here in the 4th.
Duncan's got some speed. He was thrown out by Anthony Mulrine in Game 1. That was the first time he's been caught stealing this season. He's stolen 3, so he's now 3 for 4 on the season. And he's at first now with Andrew Curran at the plate, who takes ball 1. Weidra and the Samford Bulldogs bullpen will try to keep the Eastern Illinois offense intact the rest of the way as they trail 5-4. Just keep it where it's at and hope the offense can come in and score some more runs. I'm sure they feel pretty confident that that's something that will happen with 6 innings to play. This is grounded to short. This should be a double play ball. Fryman steps on the bag, fires across the diamond, and it is indeed a 6-3 double play. So a quick inning for Tristan Weidra, and Sanford offense coming right back to the plate in the bottom half of the 4th. We'll be right back. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
General Shale makes your great outdoors even better with big savings on its outdoor living collection. Everything you need to create your own backyard fire pit, outdoor fireplace, General Shale delivers to your home and can recommend a contractor. Or offers easy-to-follow instructions to do it yourself. Save money now on backyard fun with General Shale's complete outdoor living collection. Hurry, your great outdoors is waiting for you.
Back at Joe Lee Griffin Field for the bottom of the 4th inning. And we have another pitching change for the Panthers after Hunter Clark came in to do his job, getting out of the 3rd inning, facing a couple lefties. It's now the righty, number 29, Brent Stevens.
Looks like Eastern Illinois is going to try to Johnny Holstaff it the rest of the way on this Sunday afternoon. Stevens is called upon in the bullpen, and it's only fitting the lone Alabama native on this EIU roster gets to pitch in his home state on this Sunday afternoon. Stevens wears number 29, the 6'1", 195-pound junior from Pinson, Alabama, transferred to EIU out of Calhoun Community College. So Brent Stevens is the new EIU pitcher, and he will see 8, 9, and 1 in this Sanford Bulldog lineup.
Carrick, his second plate appearance of the day, he walked in the second inning. Getting the start behind the plate today in Game 2 after Mulrine started Game 1.
Brent Stevens, the guy on the mound right now, high school teammate of Sanford closer Wyatt Burns, who closed out Game 1 of our doubleheader earlier.
Easy take for Carrick there, and quickly ahead 2-0 in the count. Fourth start of the season for Ben Carrick. Coming in to today with a 3 for 10 line. Another easy take, and quickly Carrick ahead 3-0, and no pitches really very close to the zone at all from Brent Stevens. 3-0 pitch here. Carrick taken all the way. It is in there for a called strike. So the first strike of the day for Stevens. Sanford offense with a little bit of work to do, playing from behind for the first time this afternoon. And there's one down and in, and Carrick on with a 5-pitch walk.
Good work there from Ben Carrick. Not a whole lot of close takes as Stevens issues his 7th walk of the year in just 5 2/3 innings of work. Bulldogs have a base runner. Taylor Garris to the plate has more stretching and another arm up and loose, or getting loose, I should say, in the Eastern Illinois bullpen.
So Carrick has walked both of his plate appearances, and Garris steps to the plate. Struck out looking his first at bat. Came into today's doubleheader as one of the hottest hitters on the team for 4 for 4 in their midweek game. Another nice night on Friday, and 1 for 4 in Game 1 today as he takes a strike there.
Garris showed bunt, pulled back, and he finds himself in a 0-2 hole.
4 hits so far in this game for Samford, all from 2 guys, 2 from TJ Dixon and 2 big flies from Austin Edens. This one is poked into left field, coming in and then going back and making a little bit of an acrobatic catch in left field as Logan Beeman. He was charging in, and then he realized that ball was over his head, and he started sprinting backwards, but he is able to get back there and catch the ball.
Not the prettiest or most efficient route there from Logan Beeman out and left. I don't think he didn't realize how hard that ball came off the barrel of Garris, but he is able to recover out and left and make the play as that ball kept carrying. There is a little bit of a breeze working its way out towards left center, and maybe Garris got that fly ball kind of caught in that wind stream a little bit. Regardless, Garris retired as out number 1.
And Dixon back to the plate. As I said, one of 2 Bulldogs with hits in this contest. He's 2 for 2 with a couple of singles and a run scored. Also stole third base back in the first inning. One and one right now to TJ Dixon. A 12-game hitting streak right now for Dixon. Make that 13 because I'm not including today's game where he's already 2 for 2.
That's okay. It's not a bad start.
Not bad. Not too bad.
Not a bad start to the year. TJ Dixon's average at 382 right now in the young season. OBP even better, 452.
But here he takes a big swing and a miss and is down swinging. So his little hot streak is put on hold for the time being as Stevens gets Dixon to sit down swinging.
Good breaking ball there from Stevens. Kind of full Dixon coming out of his hand as TJ got a late read on it. Ended up a little bit behind that delivery as he goes down on strikes. He's retired for the first time in this game as Brandon Fryman tries to keep the inning alive with 2 outs.
Fryman 1 hit in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Smokes one up the middle on the first pitch over the bag. Stopping at second will be Carrick. So Fryman comes up and swings at the first pitch for his first hit of the game. A line drive into center field.
Good rip there from Fryman. Loved the first pitch he saw and slapped it back through the box. Love the approach from the freshman shortstop right there. Picks up hit number 21 on the season. And he does keep the inning alive with 2 away. Gets it to Kevin Williams Jr.
Williams hit yet another home run in Game 1 this afternoon. That's his 6th bomb of the season already. 6 home runs in what was just the 13th game of the season. This now game number 14 for the Samford Bulldogs. So a home run nearly every other game right now for Kevin Williams Jr. His power show has been pretty astonishing to start this season for the Bulldogs. Stevens delivers up high, evening the count at 1-1. Carrick at second, Fryman at first. Single in the outfield here could potentially tie the game. 2 on, 2 down, 1-1 pitch coming to Williams. Takes a hack, fouls back into the screen. So Stevens ahead on Williams, 1-2.
Big spot for the Dogs, trailing by 1 with 2 on and 2 out. Both teams combined to leave 17 runners on the base paths in game number 1. Dogs left 8 of those. They've already left 3 on the base paths through 3 innings in this one.
Big swing and a miss, and Stevens gets Williams swinging. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Brent Stevens. So Sanford strands a couple of runners on base. Cannot tie the game or take the lead, so they'll have some more work to do as we head to the 5th inning. It remains 5-4 Eastern Illinois. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stop sexual assault on our college campuses. To get in the way before it happens.
To get a teammate or friend home safe.
To not blame the victim.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to look out for each other on our campuses.
To not turn a blind eye.
To intervene when something isn't right.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stand up.
To step in.
To take responsibility.
We are the Southern Conference, and we take the pledge to stop sexual assault.
It's on us, all of us, to make a difference on our campuses.
Join us and take the pledge to be a part of the solution at itsonus.org.
Back for the top of the 5th inning. Eastern Illinois leading the Sanford Bulldogs by a score of 5-4. It'll be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters this inning for the Panthers. Logan Beeman, Dougie Parks, and Matt Albert. They look to try to scratch out some insurance runs against Tristan Wedra. Back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. He had a quick 4th inning. 1 runner on a bunt single, but was quickly eliminated on a 6-3 double play. Beeman, strong start to game 2 of this doubleheader, 2 for 2 with a couple of singles and a run scored. We'll get his first look at Wedra here in the 5th inning. Beeman, after an 0 for 4, 2 strikeout performance in game 1, has swung the bat much better here in game 2. Takes that one just inside, and Beeman ahead in the count against Wedra, 2-0.
Full NCAA tournament bracket's been revealed. NIT will come up a little bit later tonight. Then hopefully after that, the CBI and CIT will fill theirs, and we'll find out who Sanford's opponent is here in the Pete Hanna Center, Tuesday or Wednesday.
This ball skied into shallow left. Williams coming in. He's got a play on it and puts it away for the first out here in the 5th inning.
Good pitch there by Wedra, down in the zone. Beeman still was able to pop it up, but didn't get much barrel to it, as Williams Jr. was able to run it down, working his way towards the line and left. Quickly 1 away.
Dougie Parks steps to the plate for the third time today. Flew out to right back in the first, walked, and scored a run in the third. Scored that run on Frankie Perone's bases clearing double. That one's well inside, and it actually hit him on the jersey. So on the first pitch, Weidra hits Dougie Parks just on the end of the jersey, it looked like. Didn't get much of him, but got enough to send him down to first base.
Tough break there for Weidra as he was trying to work inside. Parks is able to find his way aboard. Eastern Illinois continues to manufacture base runners in game 2 of this doubleheader.
Hitter, Matt Albert.
Matt Albert, designated hitter, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Walked back in the third. Actually registered an RBI for that walk. It was a bases loaded walk. Takes a big hack and fouls one back.
5th inning, top of the 5th. Eastern Illinois has had at least one base runner in each of the first 5 innings against either Tristan Weidra or Stephen Jones.
Weidra ahead 0-1 to Matt Albert, the Panthers' designated hitter right now. 1 out with Dougie Parks at first base. You mentioned Matt Albert from Bettendorf, Iowa, part of the great Quad Cities area. Spent some time out there a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Quad Cities with 2 cities in Iowa, 2 cities in Illinois. Fairly nice area out in the Midwest. Here is the 0-1 to Albert, and that's outside and low. Count evens at 1-1. Albert, as you mentioned earlier, has been playing first base so far this series. Moves to the designated hitter for the 3rd and final game of the series as he takes a big swing and a miss there. It was Matt Dunavant as the DH in game 1 of this doubleheader, but he went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, so he's getting game 2 off as Albert switches from first to DH, and Nicholas McCormick takes over at first for the Panthers. And that one is in there for a called strike 3 against Matt Albert, and that is his 2nd strikeout of the game.
Good pitch there by Weidra on the breaking ball that got just enough of the outside corner to ring up Albert. And so far, Weidra being able to locate that slider has been big for him out of the bullpen.
Turnick was a strikeout victim back in the 3rd inning against Stephen Jones. Walked in the 2nd inning. Reached base 4 times in game 1 of this doubleheader. 3 walks and was 1 for 1. So a good game as this one's going to squirt past Carrick. Going to second, making a big turn around second base, but holding up is Dougie Parks. He thought about it briefly, trying to make that turn and go for third, but put on the brakes after a big turn at that base.
Regardless, Parks in scoring position now. Turnock has an RBI chance with 2 away here in the 5th.
Free 90 feet for Dougie Parks. Turnock has reached base 5 times between the 2 games today, but has not knocked in a run. Has a chance to do so here with a runner in scoring position and ahead in the count, 2-0. He's going to take another one in the dirt. Carrick lost it for a second, and again, Parks gets a big jump off second base, but scampers back.
Tristan Weidra looked really good against the prior hitter, Matt Albert. A couple of deliveries in the dirt have maybe rattled him and Carrick behind home plate. Let's see if those two can get back on the same page here.
3-0 pitch coming from Weidra, and that one is in there for a called strike.
Much better. Can work with confidence. Pick your pitch knowing you've got first base open. Don't have to come at Turnock right here.
Turnock was taken all the way on that 3-0 pitch. We'll see what happens here on the 3-1 with Dougie Parks standing in scoring position at second base. Here is the 3-1, and it is inside, and that is ball 4. As you said, there was an open base at first, so not a big deal to put Turnock there, but now you got Frankie Perrone coming up, and he had the biggest hit of the game for Eastern Illinois with that bases-clearing double just 2 innings ago.
Perrone with a 3 RBI double back in the 3rd. That gave Eastern Illinois the 5-3 lead at the time. Eden's solo shot brought Sanford back to 5-4. Perrone in another big spot right here with 2 on and 2 out.
That double down the left field line did come with 2 outs as well after Turnock struck out looking right before him back in the 3rd inning. Perrone hit that double down the line just inside the third base bag to clear the bases into the left field corner. Here's ahead in the count 1-0 and fouls one back into the net to even the count at 1-1. It's Parks at second, Turnock at first. Weidra trying to get through his second scoreless inning of work. Keep the score where it is at 5-4 in favor of Eastern Illinois. Panthers trying to secure their first one of the series and get out of here without getting swept. Samford trying to mount a little bit of a comeback and find a way to sweep its 3rd home series of the year. It would be it's the first home sweep of the year if Sanford can find a way to win this game. Took 2 out of 3 from Asheville, took 2 out of 3 from Indiana, won the first 2 of this series. Weidra ahead 1-2 on Frankie Perrone. 1-2 pitch from Weidra. Called strike 3, and Weidra does get out of this inning without allowing any further damage from the Eastern Illinois Panthers as Perrone is caught looking. So it remains 5-4. Sanford coming back to the plate in the bottom half of the inning, looking for 1 run to tie or more to take the lead. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
Game day brings out the best in all of us. Regions, every day is game day.
Back at Joe Lee Griffin Field on the campus of Samford University as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning with Eastern Illinois continuing to lead Sanford 5-4. John McAfoose alongside Blake Gardner, and we saw some good bullpen performances in Game 1 of this doubleheader. So far, it's early yet, but we've seen some more of the same here in Game 2.
Yeah, 2 innings of work from Tristan Weidra, 2 zeros for EIU's offense, and Prince Stevens, although it took 17 pitches, was able to put together a scoreless inning of his own in the bottom of the 4th. You'll see 4, 5, and 6 this time around, and I think priority number 1 for EIU's pitching staff should probably be to figure out a way to retire Austin Edens. Haven't been able to keep him in the park so far in this game.
Yeah, 2 big flies, 2 balls that were no doubters. That first one especially was way out of here, and that second one he got all of that too, out to the left center, which is a little bit deeper out there, and stepping to the plate for the 3rd time this afternoon in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Game 1, he also had a big day, 2 for 3. All 4 RBIs for the Samford coming off the bat of Austin Edens. It's a good sight to see him back out there for Game 2. He did get hit on the hand in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Takes a big swing, but a foul ball. Hit on the inside of the right hand in Game 1, and the instant reaction from him was not encouraging. He was definitely in some pain, but shook it off, got some attention from the trainers, stayed in the game, and doesn't appear to be affecting him negatively at all here in Game 2. Stevens on the mound for his second inning of work. A walk and a hit, along with 2 strikeouts last inning. This one is grounded softly to second. Fielding and throwing to first in plenty of time. A little bit of a low throw, but picked out of the dirt. Jimmy Govern over to first baseman. And quickly Edens is retired for the first time here in game 2.
Tougher play than it looks for Govern. That ball came off the very end of the bat, had some serious spin on it. He was able to field it cleanly, and didn't look like he got the best of grips on the flip over to first, but they do get Edens retired for the first time this afternoon as Dixon steps in.
Both starting pitchers hit around pretty good in this game. Dustin Wilson just 2 1/3, 4 earned runs allowed for Eastern Illinois. Stephen Jones 5 runs, all earned, allowed over 3 innings. Bullpen has settled things down for both teams. Very similar to how game 1 went after Panther starter Michael McCormick allowed 4 runs in 4 innings. Jake Haber really settled down through 4 scoreless innings against Sanford with just 2 hits allowed. And on Sanford's side, Cody Shelton and Wyatt Burns, 3 hitless innings to shut the door of a 4-1 victory. Dixon ahead in the count, 2-1. That one a little bit low, and Dixon up now 3-1 in the count. And that one high and easy take. So Troy Dixon aboard for the first time in this game.
Good patience there shown by Troy. 6 walk he's drawn so far this year, and Bulldogs get their first base runner here at the bottom of the 5th as Ryan Crockett will go down meet with third base coach Tony David, and a little bit of a meeting on the mound for Eastern Illinois as Josh Turnock went to go talk to right-hander Brent Stevens.
So no hits for Troy Dixon in either game of this doubleheader, but he has reached base in each game. Drew a walk in game 1, draws a walk here in game 2. Ryan Crockett drew a walk his last at-bat back in the 3rd inning. Grounded out to short his first at-bat in the 1st inning. That one low and in the dirt. Troy's going to take off, and losing the ball was Turnock. I think he might have had a shot at Troy Dixon, but he just tried to pick the ball up out of the dirt and lost a grip on it, and Dixon able to coast into second base easily.
Good aggressive base running there by Troy, though, and it shows how important that secondary lead is. He got a good secondary jump off first and read the ball down in the dirt. It was going to be a tough play for Turnock to cut him down at second anyway after the jump that Dixon got, and now Dixon down at second base. He's manufactured an RBI chance for his buddy Ryan Crockett.
Both Dixon brothers with a stolen base now in this game. TJ also had one earlier today in game 1 of the doubleheader. So the Dixon brothers showing their speed on the base paths, and good awareness there from Troy to jump and take a go at it as soon as he saw that ball squared away from Turnock. Crockett fouls one out of play, evening the count at 1-1. Crockett just 1 RBI on the season. That was a solo home run. No for 1 today with a walk, looking to drive in his 2nd run of the season right here. It would be a game-tying RBI if he can find a way to bring Troy Dixon in to score. A lot of time left for the Samford offense in this game. Down just 1 run. We're only in the bottom of the 5th, so no urgency. But every time you have runners in scoring position, you want to cash in and try to get them in. They've left their fair amount of runners in scoring position in both games of this doubleheader. As this one is dribbled foul to the left side. 4 runners, make that 5 runners left on base for Samford so far this afternoon. 2 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th. Eastern Illinois has left on a few as well, but when they needed the big hit this game, they got it back in the 3rd inning. That one is just a little bit outside, evening the count at 2-2.
It's a big-time take there from Crockett on a very close pitch.
Yeah, tough to not swing at that one. I was a little shocked to see he did not swing at it, but lives to see another pitch as the count is 2-2. Stevens sets and delivers, and another foul ball, so Crockett stays alive here, putting together a little bit of a good AB and a nice battle brewing between Crockett and Stevens.
Love to see at bats like these from some of the younger guys in the Sanford lineup. Ryan Crockett, a true freshman. Anthony Morine in the first game of our doubleheader. Brandon Fryman, those guys have put together some solid plate appearances against some of Eastern Illinois' arms.
Big hole on the left side of the infield right now. And that one's taken in. Oh, not inside. It's on the inside corner, and it's a called third strike. A little bit of a delayed call from home plate umpire Drew Keenum there, and Ryan Crockett rung up.
Mr. Keenum behind the dish has a bit of a slow trigger, but that time he rolled. That did indeed get the inside part of the plate. Crockett goes down looking. He took one that was really close. Couldn't take that one. Now 2 away as Jordan Busey now has the RBI chance.
And Busey takes a called first strike. 0 for 2 on the day. Ground out back to the pitcher. Fly out to deep right field on a ball he hit pretty well, but died out in the wall. He hit one well at the end of game 1 to the left side that also died out in the wall, the 365 mark. So putting some better swings on the ball as he takes another called strike and quickly in an 0-2 hole. So some better swings from Busey, nothing to show for it yet results-wise, but a hit here would go a long way in boosting his confidence, I think. Could use a big 2-out hit here, possible 2-out game-tying hit if you can find a hole somewhere in the outfield. You got speed on second base, but a swing and a miss from Busey gets a piece of the catcher Turnock, who appears to be okay, but that will do it for the 5th inning as Sanford strands another run, or Troy Dixon left in scoring position at second base. We'll head to the 6th inning. Eastern Illinois on top of Sanford 5-4. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
By using cheaper ingredients, we've made a lower cost pizza. Let's all celebrate with a slice.
I'm allergic to triangles, so...
I'm about to go swimming.
Oh, I just turned vegan.
I'm only kidding. I wouldn't make you eat that.
Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's better.
That's why all our pizzas are handmade with better ingredients.
Now get a 2-topping pan or large pizza made fresh, only $9.99. That's right, only $9.99.
We're more than a pizza company. We're a pizza family. Papa John's.
Eastern Illinois Panthers looking for their first win of this 3-game series at Joe Lee Griffin Field, currently leading the home team, Samford, by a score of 5-4. And Samford will make another pitching change here as we head to the top of the 6th. It's number 21, Jack Rude.
Rude, the 6'4", 190-pound sophomore from Grind City. That's Memphis, Tennessee, a member of Houston High School, one of a few Houston High School names on this Sanford roster. He'll be called upon here in the 6th to put up at least 1, maybe 2 zeros as the Dogs bullpen continues to try to string together scoreless innings in the middle of this contest.
Rude, just 3 innings pitched so far this season, 2 earned runs in those 3 innings, a couple of strikeouts, 4 walks, which is something he's got to be careful of. Don't want to give up too many free passes here. You're already down a run. As you said, the Bulldogs relief corps just trying to put together some scoreless innings, keep the score right where it's at, with the faith that Sanford's offense at some point in these final 4 innings is going to find a way to scratch out some more runs.
Rude last year, 1-0 record, 24 strikeouts and 23 1/3 innings pitched. Gave up just 6 earned runs. In fact, was one of the team leaders in ERA. 2.31 was the earned run average last year out of the Sanford bullpen.
Bottom of the order to start the inning for the Panthers in the 6th. It'll be 8, 9, and 1. So Nicholas McCormick, the first baseman, will lead off the 6th. 0 for 2. The fielder's choice ground out and a strikeout looking. As McCormick continues to look for his first hit of the season. Takes one well inside for a ball. That one a little bit too far outside. McCormick quickly ahead 2-0.
Nick McCormick getting his first start of the weekend, 0 for 2 today. Trying to come up with his first hit. So far, 6 hits pounded out by EIU offensively. Make it 7.
Nice diving attempt by Fryman, but can't come up with the ball. Even if he does, it's going to be an infield single. So McCormick, his first hit of the season. And it comes to lead off the 6th inning of this Game 2 of our doubleheader at Joe Lee Griffin Field. So Eastern Illinois with their leadoff batter on, and I think as you mentioned earlier, they have put at least one runner on base in every inning so far in this contest. As Jimmy Govern steps to the plate with an 0 for 2 line in the game. Tristan Wedra did his job out of the Sanford bullpen, 2 scoreless innings, just 1 hit and 1 walk to go along with 2 strikeouts. And a bunt down the first base line just rolls foul.
Good bunt there by Govern. Tough break as he put it right on the edge of the grass. And unfortunately, that's probably the worst place to put it because it's going to roll off that grass and then kind of get a little bit of a kick into foul territory.
Yeah, off the bat, it looked like it was going to be perfect bunt. But as you said, I think it just hit a spot on the grass where it rolls towards the right side and finds itself on the wrong side of the chalk. So a tough break there for Jimmy Govern. It would have been a perfect sacrifice bunt, and right now Eastern Illinois would happily just take 1 insurance run. I'm sure that they don't feel comfortable with just a 1-run lead right now. Snap throw down to first. Back safely is McCormick. Jack Rude trying to follow in the footsteps of Tristan Wedra, as well as Cody Shelton and Wyatt Burns in Game 1 of this doubleheader to continue throwing some scoreless ball out of the Samford Bulldogs bullpen. 1-1 count to Governor right now. He puts down another bunt. This one not as good as it's fouled back behind the plate in foul territory, and we'll see if he's going to continue to bunt now. It is 1-2, so a bunt foul here would be a strikeout for Jimmy Govern.
Eastern Illinois entered the weekend with 10 sacrifice hits in actually 11 ball games. 10 sacrifice hits in 11 ball games.
He did show bunt, but he does not get a piece of it. Did not pull back in time, and so Govern is down on strikes, trying to bunt McCormick over to second base and failing to do so.
Frustrating there for Eastern Illinois head coach Jason Anderson. You put the bunt on with your team already up by 1, trying to get another guy into scoring position, and very unproductive out there at the bottom of the order from Jimmy Govern.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take if you're Eastern Illinois for sure. Failing to get McCormick over to second base when you're trying for a sacrifice bunt. Duncan comes in and swings at the first pitch he sees. Good day for Joseph Duncan here. 2 for 3 with a single and was a bunt single and also a double, a run scored. Had a hit and an RBI in Game 1 of the doubleheader as this one's in the dirt. It's turned into a bullpen game pretty early today. Neither starter making it into the 4th inning. It was 3 full innings for Stephen Jones and 2 1/3 for Dustin Wilson. Bullpens will go the rest of the way. We're in our 15th inning of baseball on this Sunday afternoon. Some teams like to play 2 7-inning games on doubleheaders, but 2 9-inning games for us here today. Mercy rule is in effect, but does not appear like that will be needed today. 1-1 pitch is just a little bit high. Duncan now ahead in the count 2-1, trying to reach base for the third time in this game. And taking off is McCormick. It's a called strike. The throw is in time. Carrick delivers a strike and a nice tag by Brandon Fryman. And McCormick gunned down trying to steal second.
Nice throw there from Carrick. That was a laser shot that would have taken out Jack Root if he was still standing on the mound. I don't think that thing got any higher than 4 or 5 feet above the ground. But credit Fryman with the pick and the swipe tag over at second. I think McCormick's argument was that I don't know if Fryman actually got him or not, but it'll look good, and Fryman with the sell job is able to get the runner at second base.
Now 2-2. This one is fouled off. So now Rude 1 strike away from a quick 6th inning.
A little swipe tag you still see plenty in college baseball. Don't see it as much anymore in the pros with everything under review now.
Rude delivers a 2-2 pitch, swing, and a high fly. Foul territory, it looks like, on right field going out. Troy Dixon is going to be the one that makes the catch in foul ground. As Fusey was coming in and Edens and Dixon go out, it's Dixon that makes the catch. And so Rude has a quick 6th inning. The Sanford bullpen continues to do its job. It's up to the offense to do theirs now as Eastern Illinois continues to lead 5-4. We head to the bottom of the 6th. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
If you're entering a Division I college or university on or after August 1st of 2016, there are some new academic requirements you need to know.
First, you have to graduate high school within 4 consecutive years from the start of 9th grade. And in those 4 years, you have to pass 16 core courses.
Next, your 16 core courses must be taken in a specific area of study at a specific time during high school.
Your 16 core courses will determine your core GPA, which must be 2.3 or higher to be eligible to practice, compete, or receive an athletic scholarship during your freshman year in college.
10 of those 16 have to be taken before your 7th semester. Those 10 courses are locked in, meaning you can't retake them to improve your GPA.
You must also earn a combined ACT and SAT score that matches your core course GPA on the Division I sliding scale.
It's important to build a team that you can depend on for guidance and support. So go talk to your guidance counselor and ask them to join your team.
We all were in your shoes just a few years ago, so we know what it takes to become a Division I student athlete.
But more importantly, we know what it means to make our dreams become a reality. You can too.
We head to the bottom of the 6th as we approach the 6 o'clock hour. Birmingham, Alabama, Joe Lee Griffin Field on the campus of Samford University. Samford still looking to tie the game. They scored 3 in the first off an Austin Edens 3-run bomb to left. They scored their 4th in the third off another Austin Edens bomb, that one into left center. That's how they've accounted for their 4 runs. They have not scored since that point. Eastern Illinois, all 5 of their runs coming in the top of the third in a big inning against Stephen Jones with a big hit coming off the bat of Frankie Perone, a 3-run double. So Ben Carrick leads off the 6th inning for Sanford, takes a called strike. Quickly behind in the count, 0-2. Brent Stevens out there for his 3rd inning of work, as this one is in the dirt to make it 1-2. Stevens so far just 1 hit allowed in 2 innings, 4 strikeouts and 2 walks, so it's been good work from Brent Stevens. Might see him in a similar role as we saw Jake Haberer in Game 1. And Carrick, a big swing and a miss, and Stevens picks up where he left off. That's a 3rd consecutive Sanford Bulldog batter that he has struck out.
Officially the longest stint out of the bullpen for Brent Stevens this year. He pitched 2 scoreless innings of baseball against the Bears of Central Arkansas back on the 26th of February, and then exactly a week ago against Kansas State gave up 2 earned runs on 3 hits and 2 innings of work against the K-State Wildcats.
And now 5 Ks and just 2 1/3 innings of work so far for Stevens against Sanford. So Sanford not picking the ball up very well out of Stevens' hands right now. That one's inside 1-1 to Taylor Garris, who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a fly out to left. Haberer out of the bullpen in Game 1 went 4 innings as this one is skied very high on the infield. camping out under it and making the catch, third baseman Dougie Parks, and quickly 2 away.
Well, can't say enough about the job Brent Stevens has done so far. Pounding the strike zone, forcing the Bulldogs to put it in play, and inducing a lot of weak contact while he does so. Guy, aside from the 2 free passes that he issued near the beginning of his outing, has really lived in the zone, lived on the corners, and Dogs just haven't been able to put a lot of good wood on him.
Dixon comes up and swings at the first pitch. It's into left center, but over to his right, camping out under it, Joseph Duncan, and so Dixon retired on 1 pitch. That'll do it for the 6th inning. We will head to the 7th here at Joe Lee Griffin Field, Eastern Illinois, up 5-4. You're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
Meet Pete and Paul, twins so much alike, friends call them Pete and repeat. But Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama treats them as individuals. Each gets a health insurance plan designed to meet his specific needs. One is a self-employed entrepreneur, the other working for a large company. After all, no 2 customers are alike, especially in Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Find out how we can cover you.
These are the student athletes. This is where they train. These are their homes. This is where they become Rhodes Scholars and academic All-Americans. These are the athletes they've always admired. This is where champions are crowned and moments are made. This is the Southern Conference.
We head to the top of the 7th with Eastern Illinois leading 5-4. Another new pitcher for the Sanford Bulldogs. It's number 10, Tanner Cunningham.
Cunningham makes his way out of the bullpen. The Birmingham native, the 5'11", 170-pound senior from Shelton State Community College and a former member of the baseball team at Briarwood Christian here in Birmingham, Alabama. He'll be called upon trying to put up yet another 0 in the top of the 7th. So Cunningham wearing number 10 last year, 24 appearances out of the bullpen, logged 33 innings. End of the season with an earned run average of 3.27, 2-1 record. 18 strikeouts, just 7 walks. This year, 4 2/3 thus far. 1 earned run on 5 hits, a strikeout 1 and walk 2. And we'll see 2, 3, and 4 in the middle of the lineup for Eastern Illinois.
As we head to our final 3 innings of baseball on this Sunday doubleheader, I will turn the reins back over to Blake Gardner.
I was really hoping you'd get Samford a run there, trying to get us back from down 5-4. But nothing but zeros in the middle innings. 3 zeros for EIU, 3 zeros for SU. We head to the top of the 7th. Heart of the lineup, due up for the Panthers against Tanner Cunningham, who will work exclusively from the stretch. Shortstop Andrew Curran steps in, 1 for 3 today, and ahead in the count 1-0. Line out victim to right, then a single to right, and then a ground ball double play to Brandon Fryman over at short. 1-0, that's on the outside corner, 1-1 as home plate umpire Drew Keenan puts the right hand in the air. Keenan, the home plate umpire, Hollis down the first base line, that's Leland Hollis, and then Marlon Reynolds down the third base line. As the sun continues to set in Birmingham, Alabama, we approach the top of the hour, almost 6 o'clock local time just outside of Birmingham. The breeze has picked up considerably, blowing out towards right center. As the temperature, which reached a little bit of a higher temp than we thought this afternoon. Didn't think we'd get out of the 50s. Got low to mid 60s or so. Temperature starts to drop once more. 2-1 on the ground towards short. Gobbled up by Fryman. And for the second straight at bat, Andrew Curran grounds out to the Bulldogs freshman shortstop. That's one shortstop to another. And Curran is retired as out number 1 here on the top of the 7th.
Fryman getting some good work over at shortstop this afternoon in both games. Has looked good with the glove so far this season.
One thing I will say, we've played 15 complete innings of baseball. This is the start of inning number 16, and we've seen error-free baseball on both sides. As the lefty Logan Beeman, the left fielder, steps in, takes down and away for ball 1. United States anthem being played down in South Florida, USA and Canada getting set to go in the last pool game of the World Baseball Classic. 1-0, big cut and coming up empty is Beeman on the changeup from Tanner Cunningham. Danny Duffy gets the start for Team United States against retired MLB pitcher Ryan Dempster, who will get the start for Canada. Team USA wins that contest. They are in the semifinals as the Pool C runner-up to the Dominican Republic. 1-1, same changeup, same result. Cunningham's out in front 1-2. Top of the order has been a lot of the production so far for EIU this afternoon. 5 of the 7 hits in a late time called and granted by Logan Beeman. Bulldog dugout. Can't believe it. Cunningham looked like he was coming to the plate when time was granted.
And Casey Dunn having some words with Drew Keenum about it right now. Not happy at all.
Fiery argument down along the first base side right now.
Not thrilled about what's happening at all.
And now it will prompt a meeting of the minds. So at least the message from Casey Dunn was heard by home plate umpire Drew Keenum, as they're going to go meet in the middle of the diamond. I think Casey Dunn's point was once you look out, step out of the box and get a sign and step back in, you're committed to the pitch. You don't get to step back out again without signaling for time or visibly getting time granted from the home plate umpire. And we'll see what the ruling is here as Cunningham delivered what looked like it would have been strike 3. A little bit of controversy as we play our 5th hour of baseball in Birmingham, Alabama. Been a long day at the ballpark for both sides. Eastern Illinois leads game 3 5-4 with 1 away in the top of the 7th. Long meeting between the umpires as they figure out what exactly they're going to do in this situation. So our crowd waits in anticipation along with both dugouts, with Logan Beeman at the plate and Tanner Cunningham on the mound. Finally, a deliberation. Home plate umpire Drew Keenum will work his way back to the Sanford dugout. And it doesn't look like it's going to be the explanation that Sanford head coach Casey Dunn was hoping for, as Leland Hollis will join the conversation. And for good measure, Marlon Reynolds will step in as well. All 3 guys talking to Sanford head coach Casey Dunn. As Tanner Cunningham's been sitting around a while, he's going to take a couple of warm-up tosses middle of the diamond. Sun continues to fall in Birmingham as we wrap up this 3-game set between Eastern Illinois and Sanford. Tanner Cunningham continuing to stay loose in the middle of the field. He's the 4th pitcher Sanford's brought on in game 3 of this series. Stephen Jones got the start. He was followed by Tristan Wedra and Jack Rude. And finally relenting to the first base dugout is Sanford head coach Casey Dunn.
Still fired up as he retreats to the dugout as well. Not happy about that discussion he just had.
Can't say that I blame him, and I think part of his firiness, at least a little bit, was trying to fire up his squad a little bit. Sanford's gone scoreless as an offense since the 3rd. So is Eastern Illinois. 2-2 says our scoreboard. I'm pretty sure it's just 1-2. I don't think that pitch counted. Haven't gotten a count from our home plate umpire, Drew Keenum. As Cunningham, after the foul ball off the bat of Beeman, goes back to work. Next delivery on the way. Fastball off the fist, left side, foul territory. Long run for Garris. He'll have room in foul territory, but he won't be able to make the play.
Yeah, Garris actually, lots of room over there, but overran the ball a little bit, then had to come back for it and kind of slipped and just fell. And so a little bit of a wasted opportunity there. Possibility to get a second out, but now new life for Logan Beeman.
I'd almost say it's the 3rd life for Logan Beeman here. Tanner Cunningham and Logan Beeman still battling with 1 away in the top of the 7th. Base is clear. Eastern Illinois on top by 1, 5-4. Cunningham comes home. That breaking ball hits Beeman in the foot. And Now Beeman is not going to be allowed to take his base, as once again we're going to have a meeting of the umpires.
And this time I think it's Eastern Illinois that's griping a little bit, because Beeman started to trot down to first base, and then it looked like they were holding him back, and they're keeping him at home plate right now, it appears.
So Logan Beeman cannot escape the left-handed batter's box. He remains in place as that pitch was ruled a ball, and now we got both dugouts chirping at the umpires.
Brief conference there between Eastern Illinois and home plate umpire Drew Keenum. And
Keenum just flashed a count finally. The count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes according to our home plate umpire. Cunningham with payoff. This is hit on the ground towards the middle of the diamond. Dixon scoops it up, throw on the run, no chance. At a speedy Logan Beeman, who works his way aboard with an infield hit. His 3rd hit of the contest. After singles in the 1st and the 3rd, he comes up with the 8th EIU hit of the afternoon. And the Panthers have a base runner with 1 away in the top of the 7th.
So what was certainly the longest at bat of the day in either game results in a single for Logan Beeman.
So Beeman now at first base, and Dougie Parks to the plate. Parks the cleanup man. 0 for 1 today officially. Takes the first pitch fastball in there for a call and strike 1.
Beeman has had himself a nice game, 3 hits, and as you mentioned, it's been the top of the order for the Panthers that's done all the damage. 6 of their hits have come from the top 3 spots in the lineup.
0-1, that is off speed and just a bit downstairs. Count runs to 1-1. Parks flew out to Fusey back in the 1st and then was walked and hit by a pitch in his last 2 plate appearances. Came around to score one of the 5 runs that the Panthers plated in the top of the 3rd off Sanford starter Stephen Jones. 1-1 from Cunningham, another off-speed delivery that'll stay downstairs. Count now runs to 2-1. Panthers have had 12 at-bats. This is their 13th with runners on base so far through 7 1/3. 2-1 from Cunningham. Downstairs as well. Good stop by Carrick. Beeman thought about trying to take second base, but wisely heads back to first as Carrick was able to keep it in front. After a first pitch strike, Cunningham has fallen behind 3 balls and 1 strike.
Dougie Parks has reached his last 2 plate appearances, walked and scored in the 3rd, hit by pitch his last time out.
Cunningham with a check over at first. Nothing going on over there. Logan Beeman 0 for 2 in stolen base attempts so far this year. Healthy lead over at first. 3-1, Beeman is running. Foul ball off the glove or the mask of Carrick. Back to the screen. Beeman will have to retreat back to first base as the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sanford softball locked in a battle with Tennessee State over in Oxford. Right now, Sanford softball on top 9-7 in the 6th. Trying to pick up their 2nd win of the day. Cunningham flips back towards first to check on Logan Beeman. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. In a 1-run game, Eastern Illinois on top 5-4, trying to salvage Game 3 of this series against the Bulldogs of Sanford. Parks the plate. Runner does go on 3-2. This is roped down the left field line. It's fair. Kevin Williams Jr. over to cut it off in the corner. Runner going to be waved. No, going to be held at third base as Beeman will stop there. And Parks took a wide turn around first, but he'll stay at the first base bag. Back-to-back hits for EIU, and they've got runners on the corners with 1 away. In the top of the 7th with Matt Albert coming to the plate. And now time will be called as Sanford head coach Casey Dunn will make his way to the mound and ask for a new Bulldog pitcher.
Yeah, it looked like off the bat of that ball as it rolled down the left field line, they were originally waving Beeman home, but then they did put up the stop sign as he approached third because Kevin Williams got to that ball pretty quickly, and he's got a good arm, and I think they probably would have nailed him at home plate, so a smart decision to hold Beeman at third, but Eastern Illinois in business here with just 1 out and runners on first and third.
So Tanner Cunningham will be replaced. We'll get a new right-hander out of the Bulldog bullpen when we come back. We'll introduce him in just a moment. You're watching Sanford Bulldog Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
I think we should have taken a left at the river.
Tarzan, no. Where Tarzan go?
Tarzan does not know where Tarzan go. Hey, excuse me, do you know where the waterfall is? Waterfall?
No. Me, Tarzan. King of jungle.
Why don't you want to just...
If you're a couple, you fight over directions. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
You have to do that right in my ear.
The madness begins here. Make sure you're at the U.S. Cellular Center in Asheville, North Carolina, March 2nd through 6th for the 2017 SoCon Basketball Championships presented by General Shale. You don't want to miss the action as your favorite SoCon teams compete for a championship and a berth in the NCAA tournament. Book your travel and tickets by logging on to SoConTravel.com or by contacting the U.S. Cellular Center box office. Madness begins here. Get your tickets today.
Back to Jolie Griffin Field, Homewood, Alabama. Blake Gardner alongside John McAfoose. New pitching change for Samford as they bring on what is now their fifth arm of the day. It was Stephen Jones, Tristan Weidred, Jack Rude, Tanner Cunningham, and now number 34, Josh Rich. Rich, the 6'1", 200-pound junior from Hoover, Alabama, is called upon to try to put out a fire. Runners in the corners and one away here in the top of the 7th.
Rich, a right-hander. It'll be his 6th appearance of the season. 4 innings thrown so far, 3 runs, just 2 of those earned, 5 walks, and 2 strikeouts so far in the early going this season for Josh Rich.
Josh Rich came to Sanford after spending a little bit of time at Meridian Community College in Meridian, Mississippi. Inherits a mess with the runners in the corners and one away. First pitch swinging is Matt Albert. He's well out in front. It's 0-1.
Rude throws 1 1/3 innings, allowing 3 hits with a strikeout, and of course responsible for both runners on base right now.
0-1 that's in the dirt. Good stop by Carrick to keep it in front, save a run. Every run precious. Dogs Infield is playing back. They're playing for a double play ball that hopefully Josh Rich can induce. Matt Albert 0 for 2 today, a pair of strikeouts, along with that RBI walk back in the 3rd. 1-1 on the way from Rich. That's in there for a called strike. Good fastball from Rich. It's 1-2. So far today, Panthers 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position. That is the case right here with Beeman, the runner at 3rd. Parks, the runner at 1st. 1-2 pitch on the way from Rich. This is hit on the ground, middle of the diamond, could be 2. Flip to second for 1. Relay to first is in time to punch out Matt Albert. 6-4, 3-double play. Fryman to Dixon to Edens. Josh Rich gets the double play ball. Dogs out of a runners in the corners jam in the top of the 7th as Sanford's bullpen continues to throw up zeros. Eastern Illinois 5, Sanford 4. We've hit stretch time in Game 3, the series finale between these two. Bulldogs coming to bat next on the Sanford Sports Network.
Human beings can be hungry anytime they please. Maybe you messed up and didn't eat enough lunch. Perhaps dinner is very far away. It doesn't matter. Come to Arby's and solve your hunger problems with dollar sliders, cookies, small-size fries, drinks, and shakes, each for $1 from 2 to 5 p.m., not a.m. Arby's, we have the meats.
Stretch time, Jolie Griffin Field, Homewood, Alabama. 1-run game, Eastern Illinois 5, Sanford 4. Been a solid series finale the entire way. 2-3-4 due up for Sanford. Sanford head coach Casey Dunn continues his conversation with first base umpire Leland Hollis. Still not satisfied with the response he's gotten from any of the boys in blue. Right in this series finale, both sides have had their qualms with our umpiring crew. As Brandon Fryman steps in, first pitch swinging towards third on the ground into the breadbasket of Parks, but he's able to come up with it and make the throw across the diamond in time to retire Fryman. One pitch, one away as Brent Stevens continues to do the job out of the bullpen for EIU.
Yeah, after that first inning, it looked like it might be a huge day for the Sanford offense. 3 runs off that Austin Edens home run, but other than another Edens home run that was a solo shot, they've been held scoreless, and it's been the bullpen of the Panthers that's done that, specifically Brent Stevens, who's in his 4th inning of work right now.
45 pitches deep is Stevens out of the bullpen. 3 1/3, has surrendered just 1 hit, struck out 5, and walked 2. Fryman retired for the 2nd time tonight. Kevin Williams Jr. trying to work his way into the hit column. Second pitch swinging, sky-high pop-up, foul territory behind home plate. Giving it a look is the catcher, Turnick. But he's not going to have a play as it ends up in the first or second row. So no play for Josh Turnick behind home plate. Count now to 1-1. Bottom of the 7th now, I should say. Here in Birmingham, Alabama. Team USA, Canada just getting underway from South Florida. Danny Duffy on the mound as Kevin Williams Jr. slices this one right side. Foul out of play.
Danny Duffy got himself a nice contract extension from the Kansas City Royals in the offseason after a fantastic year in the Royals rotation last year.
Dade Moore wrapping up a lot of the centerpieces of that Royals club as the 1-2 from Stevens misses outside to run it to 2-2.
A lot of guys on that team who are pending free agents after this year as well. Lorenzo Kane, Eric Hosmer, Mike Moustakis.
2-2 to Williams Jr. fouled out of play. Royals have their work cut out for them this year in the AL Central. The reigning pennant winners, the Cleveland Indians, just above them in the standings last season. Good battle here from Williams Jr., but it ends right here as Williams Jr. goes down swinging, strikeout victim for the 2nd consecutive plate appearance. 6th strikeout for Brent Stevens out of the bullpen. Quickly 2 up, 2 down as Austin Edens strides in.
Edens has done all the damage for Samford here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Has driven in all 4 runs on 2 home runs. The only other hits for the Bulldogs in this game have come from TJ Dixon, who has 2, and Brandon Fryman, who has a single.
Edens a home run to left in the 1st, working more towards center in the 3rd. Ground out victim last time up, and he's quickly down 0-2. A big swing and a miss and a check swing that he couldn't hold up right there. Speaking of Danny Duffy, 3 up, 3 strikeouts. He strikes out the side. Great start for the American lefty. 0-2 on the way to Edens. This is hit well towards center. Going back is Duncan, still going back towards the wall, and on the run, he's able to make the catch on the warning track. Good wood from Austin Edens, but it stays in the yard. And Joseph Duncan out in center is able to run it down. 3 up, 3 down inning recorded by Brent Stevens for Eastern Illinois. We head to the top of the 8th with EIU on top 5-4 as you watch Stanford baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
At Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers, we believe in service.
Maintenance service, tire service, repair service,
and most importantly, customer service.
We believe in treating our customers with respect and integrity while offering all the services you need for your car.
Most of all, at Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers,
we believe in keeping cars on the road, keeping families safe,
and keeping you coming back whenever the need arises.
Hi, I'm John Imarino, Commissioner of the Southern Conference. With the full cooperation of our presidents and chancellors, the conference has created the SoCon Academic Exchange, a cooperative structure designed to benefit our academic efforts. 3 primary initiatives will be the collaboration of international study programs, a leadership development program to benefit faculty and staff, and an undergraduate research forum. For more information on the SoCon Academic Exchange, visit SoConSports.com.
After getting the big double play ball in the top of the 7th, Josh Rich is back out for the top of the 8th. Dogs bullpen, after Stephen Jones' start, has put up, count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive zeros for the Eastern Illinois offense. The only issue is Eastern Illinois' bullpen has been just as good, if not better, behind Brent Stevens, who's put up 4 consecutive zeros of his own. 6, 7, 8 due up for the Panthers. It starts with the catcher Josh Turnock, who takes outside for ball one. Just 2 hits out of the bottom 5 of the order in this game number 3. Josh Turnock has neither of them, but he has worked his way aboard twice. Walks in the 2nd and the 5th to go along with a strikeout looking in the 3rd. Rich behind 2-0 as that fastball catches the outside corner, make it 2 balls and 1 strike. Rich working for the full windup after working from the stretch. Last inning with runners aboard. This is grounded past a diving Austin Edens at first and into right field. Busey over to cut it off. Throw into second as Turnock races for the bag, and he's going to be in there with a sliding leadoff double. Credit Josh Turnock with his 2nd double of the season. And just like that, the leadoff man is in scoring position for the Panthers to kick off the top of the 8th.
And a good effort from Edens at first base, diving to his left. The ball just scoots under his glove, and Turnock, not a real big, a big turnaround first, but he actually slowed down a little bit and then decided last second that he was going to take off for a second, but still in there in plenty of time.
Frankie Perone, the right fielder, to the plate. We'll see if he shows bunt here. He does not. Takes a full swing. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Perone's job, very simple. Get Josh Turnock from 2nd to 3rd. Somehow, some way. As Rich is back working from the stretch. EIU now double figures in the hit column. 10 hits for the Panthers in this game number 3. This time he is showing bunt and doesn't make contact. Comes up empty. It's 0-2. Perone 1 for 3 today. Biggest hit in the ballgame thus far, arguably. The 3 RBI double back in the 3rd that gave Eastern Illinois the lead. One they have not relinquished over the last 4 frames and change. Rich ahead, 0-2 with a runner at 2nd. Josh Turnock. Josh Rich comes set at the belt, now comes home. Squaring and getting it down is Perone out in front of the mound. He gets the sacrifice bunt down. Rich has thrown to first in plenty of time to cut down the Eastern Illinois right fielder. But squaring around with 2 strikes, Perone does his job and advances the runner 90 feet. Turnock goes 2nd to 3rd with 1 away.
That run would be a big insurance run for Eastern Illinois and make Sanford's comeback that much tougher. And just 90 feet away with only 1 out now. And it's an important run for the Panthers to try to give them a little bit of insurance against Samford.
Nick McCormick making his 2nd start of the year. Big spot for him with Eastern Illinois up by 1. He swings and misses at the first delivery from Rich. McCormick 1 for 3 today. Single in his last at bat, back up the middle in the 6th. Also grounded into a fielder's choice and a strikeout looking. Sanford infield in on the grass. 0-1 bounces away from Carrick, but not too far away and not testing over at 3rd is Josh Turnock. He'll stay right there.
Yeah, it didn't make much of a break at all. Never even appeared to fake like he was going. Maybe just a couple steps off the bag, but never seriously considered making a move for home plate.
McCormick digs in against Josh Rich, working from the stretch with a runner at 3rd. 1-1 hit hard through the left side for a clean single. RBI hit for Nicholas McCormick. Give him his first RBI of the year, and that's a big insurance run for Eastern Illinois. They lead 6-4.
McCormick now with hits in his last 2 plate appearances, his first 2 hits of the season. And as you said, his first run driven in right there, and it's a big one. Gives the Panthers a little bit of insurances. We will have a pinch runner now for McCormick.
McCormick gets a warm ovation back in his dugout. Looks like Dane Topple, who's going to be the new pinch runner. As EIU will get a speed up. Topple, the new runner at 1st, and the 9-hole Jimmy Govern to the plate. Rich charged with a run. First run Eastern Illinois has pushed across since the top of the 3rd. They now lead 6-4, 6 runs and 11 hits. This is slicing into right towards Fusey, who comes up with a play. Thought about coming in and throwing to first, but instead will lob it back in towards the infield. Good wood off the bat there of Govern. Tough break as it's right at Fusey for out number 2.
I was thinking the same thing. Hard contact again, just happened to be right at Fusey. So right now the Panthers putting together some good swings against Josh Rich.
Top of the order, 2 up once more. It's Joseph Duncan who makes his 5th plate appearance of the evening now as time is called. And Duncan will be pulled back. We'll have a meeting of the minds on the third base side between EIU. Ben Carrick will take that time to go talk to Josh Rich. There is one man up and throwing for either side. Samford's got a guy up and throwing down the right field line. Eastern Illinois has a guy throwing down the left field line. Can't see who that Sanford arm is around the wall. Can see that the guy throwing an Eastern Illinois pin looks like Michael Starcevich. Runner at first, 2 away. Eastern Illinois on top 6-4 as Joseph Duncan gets ready to dig in. Working on a 2-for-4 day out of the leadoff spot. Batting average on the year now up to .304 for the team leader in hits with 17. First pitch taking downstairs for ball 1. Wouldn't be surprised to see the pinch runner, Dane Topple, in motion here. Try to generate another RBI chance for the top of the order. Rich from the stretch, 1-0. That is on the outside corner. Count now 1-1. Runner is going. That's down and in for ball 2. Throw down to second on the money and in time to cut down Dane Topple. What a cannon throw from behind home plate by Carrick, who put it right on the glove of Troy Dixon at second base. The cut down the would-be base stealer. That's all for Eastern Illinois in the top of the 8th. But they do pick up a big insurance run. 1 run on 2 hits. And it's the Panthers who are on top 6-4 as we head to the bottom of the 8th next on the Sanford Sports Network.
General Shale makes your great outdoors even better with big savings on its outdoor living collection. Everything you need to create your own backyard fire pit, outdoor fireplace, General Shale delivers to your home and can recommend a contractor. Or offers easy-to-follow instructions to do it yourself. Save money now on backyard fun with General Shale's complete outdoor living collection. Hurry, your great outdoors is waiting for you.
Brent Stevens back on the mound, and why not? 4 scoreless innings of work out of the bullpen for Eastern Illinois. Stevens has racked up 6 strikeouts in the 15 batters he's faced, 11 first pitch strikes, just 54 pitches in those 4 innings. Dogs offense, time to go to work. It's 5, 6, and 7. It starts with Troy Dixon. The Dogs, after a Game 1 victory on this Sunday afternoon where they pounded out 9 runs on 13 hits, have just 4 on 5 hits. This is a fair ball down the right field line. Dixon's going to be running for a while. He's picking up steam as it rolls all the way into the corner. Dixon headed for third, and there's going to be a late throw that's going to be well behind Troy Dixon. He's got a lead-off triple to kick off the bottom of the 8th.
Fired up as he slides into third base, and he should be. That's the kind of momentum the Sanford offense needs. They haven't had a big hit like that since Eden's second home run back in the 3rd inning, and here a leadoff triple on Sanford right back in business.
Troy Dixon with his first hit of the contest, and he's at third to start the bottom of the 8th, 90 feet away for Ryan Crockett. Crockett 0 for 2 today. Has been on base once. He drew a walk back in the 3rd off of Eastern Illinois starter Dustin Wilson. First pitch to Crockett, outside corner, in there for a called strike. Just the 2nd hit allowed by Brent Stevens, first extra base hit. As Crockett tries to put one in play, bring Dixon home. From the stretch goes Stevens. 0-1 on the way, breaking ball coming up empty is Crockett. It's 0-2. Ryan Crockett, 3 for 17 so far this year, 3 hits. Does have 1 RBI. Can double that right here if he puts this in play. In on the ground. 0-2, breaking ball. Coming up empty is Crockett once more. 3 pitches and down goes the Bulldogs' freshman designated hitter. 7th strikeout recorded by Stevens. The baton is passed to Jordan Fusey.
Bulldog right fielder Jordan Fusey.
Busey, the Lexington, Kentucky native. Hitless on the day. First pitch hacking, fouls this off left side, out of play. It's 0-1.
Stevens coming into this game for Eastern Illinois just 5 2/3 innings pitched. He's thrown 4 1/3 already today, trying to get through his 5th full inning here. So likely is starting to feel a little bit tired out there on the mound, and there is action in their bullpen down the left field line.
Got a right-hander up and throwing. I believe it's Michael Starosevich, but you have to check me on that.
That is correct.
Well, ball, 1 strike, 1 out, bottom of the 8th. 6-4, Eastern Illinois on top. That delivery's also upstairs to Jordan Fusey. After 0-1, it's now 2-1. Fusey, 8 hits, 43 at-bats so far on this young season. Guy that struggled with some strikeouts early on, looking to put the ball in play, get the Dogs back within 1. 2-1, popped up left side, foul territory behind the third base bag. Long run for Parks. He's going to be called off by the shortstop, Curran, who can't make the play. Second time down that third base line we've seen an infielder overrun a baseball. It was Garris at third for the Dogs, and now Curran, the shortstop for Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, very much a lucky break for Jordan Fusey and the Sanford Bulldogs right there, because that ball's caught. You're looking at a runner on third with no outs to start the inning, and then suddenly 2 outs, and Dixon standing over there at third. But Fusey with another opportunity here with a 2-2 count.
Fusey with fresh life. 1 away, 2-2 count on the way. Breaking ball in there, called strike 3. Fusey is frozen. And Stevens picks up strikeout number 8 of the night.
Yeah, and that one hurts for sure, especially to go down looking in that situation. And now Sanford in danger of stranding a leadoff triple from Troy Dixon, and this a massive at-bat for Ben Carrick.
So Troy Dixon kicks off the inning with a leadoff triple, and he's been tethered to third base. Back-to-back put outs as Carrick puts this in play towards third, gobbled up by Parks. Long throw across the diamond and a stretch and a pick over at first. Nice play defensively on both ends by UNC Asheville. Or UNC Asheville, Eastern Illinois. And Troy Dixon is left at third base after a leadoff triple. Eastern Illinois on top 6-4 as we head to the top of the 9th next on the Sanford Sports Network. Good defensive play on both ends there to end the bottom of the 8th. As Dougie Parks makes the play at third, and an unnamed first baseman for Eastern Illinois. Got a number 45. They don't list a 45 on their roster. We'll try to reach out to our sports information director, Zach Schreiber, over in the other press box to see what he's got on number 45. Either way, Eastern Illinois strands Troy Dixon at third. We head to the top of the 9th. New Bulldog pitcher out of the bullpen. It's number 35, Jake Greer, the 6'7", 260-pound junior from Houston High School in Collierville, Tennessee. Becomes the second pitcher from Houston High School to pitch in this contest for SU.
Third appearance of the season for Jake Greer, is with most of the relievers, small sample size, just 2 2/3 innings so far, 6 runs allowed, but none of those runs are earned. 4 hits in those 2 2/3 innings, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts.
Jake Greer last year, 27 appearances, a couple of starts actually, 3-2 record, 42 strikeouts in 44 innings. Did add a save and was second on the team in appearances with 27. First pitch off speed is in there for a called strike, and that's how the at-bat starts for Joseph Duncan. Duncan was at the plate when Carrot cut down a runner at second base to end the top of the eighth. So 1-2-3. Duncan shows bunt, gets it down. Third base side. Going to be a bare hand effort from Garris. Throw to first, pulls Edens off the bag. And Joseph Duncan works himself aboard with a bunt single. Duncan with his third hit of the day. 2 singles and a double now. Has done good work for the majority of this series out of the leadoff spot. And a leadoff base runner aboard for the Panthers of Eastern Illinois. In steps Andrew Curran.
Good effort from Garris at third base, but really a near impossible play. That was pretty much a perfectly placed bunt from Duncan.
Curran steps in, the 2-hole and shortstop in this lineup. With Duncan, the speedster, at first. Greer now from the stretch. First pitch, bunt shown. This is up the first base side. Greer comes off the mound, fields it, and will apply the tag himself to Curran, who will be credited with a sacrifice bunt. That advances Joseph Duncan from first to second base. 1 out in the top of the 9th. Logan Beeman steps in.
Left fielder Logan Beeman.
Strong day for Beeman here in game 2. 3 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored. He's got a chance to add one more insurance run for the Panthers right here with Duncan standing at second base. Time called to Sanford head coach Casey Dunn will make his way out to the mound once more. For Beeman, just his 7th start, 9th appearance of the season. And this is the 14th game for Eastern Illinois, but more performances like these will earn Logan Beeman some more playing time. We mentioned 3 for 4, RBI hit back in the 3rd, came around to score. Beeman with another RBI chance and a chance to tack on to what's already a 2-run lead for Eastern Illinois, and this the final frame, the top of the 9th. Eastern Illinois now 6 runs on 12 hits. And for Samford, 4 runs on 6 hits. As we've mentioned a couple of times, those hits all coming from the top of the order. Top 5 spots, 2 for TJ Dixon, 2 for Edens, and then 1 apiece from Fryman and Troy Dixon. Troy's was that triple to lead off the 8th, and of course he was stranded at 3rd. Greer works ahead, starts with strike 1 against Logan Beeman. Duncan the runner at second, Dixon deep in the hole over at second base. 4 or 5 steps into the right field grass. Greer from the stretch, 0-1 on the way, off the end of the bat. Flared back at the screen, it's 0-2. U.S. up to a 3-0 lead over Canada in the World Baseball Classic. Canada pitcher Ryan Dempster pulled after recording just 1 out in that game. Tough start for Ryan Dempster. United States trying to advance to the next round of the World Baseball Classic with a win. Greer ahead of Beeman, 0-2. Couple looks at second, comes home. 0-2 pitch just off the outside corner. Count runs to 1-2. Fryman a couple of steps towards the middle of the diamond, away from his usual spot at shortstop. As the infield's pulled around just a little bit. 1-2, Beeman flares this one left side out of play. Off the Cybert Stadium press box, up the left field line. Outfield more or less straight away. Fryman a couple of steps pulled over to his glove hand side. Dixon, as we mentioned, a few steps into the right field grass as time is called for Austin Edens. As Edens is having some trouble with his glasses over at first. Maybe starting to fog up a little bit as the breeze picks up and weather gets a little bit cooler with the sun going down past the bottom of the hour in Birmingham. 1-2 on the way from Greer. Off-speed pitch off the end of the bat into center. TJ Dixon comes in a few steps and will make the catch on a light jog. No advancement opportunity there for Duncan, the runner at second. He's back to the bag. And 2 away now for cleanup man Dougie Parks. Parks has reached base 3 times today as well.
Third baseman.
A hit, a walk, and hit by a pitch. Parks 1 for 2 officially today, average of 240 now on the year.
Out of the cleanup spot, open stance. For the Eastern Illinois third baseman, first pitch from Greer is downstairs for ball 1. Parks 12 hits, 50 at bats. Go along with 5 RBIs. Greer from the first base side of the rubber. 1-0 on the way to Parks. That's a breaking ball that's in there for a called strike. Evens the count at 1-1.
When we reach the bottom of the ninth, it'll be the 9, 1, and 2 spots due up for Sanford as they look to tie the game up or walk off. Meanwhile, Eastern Illinois trying to tack on one more insurance run in the top half of the ninth.
1-1 from Greer. Hit high and deep towards center. On the run, Dixon still going back to the track, to the wall, and just in front of the wall, he's able to make the catch. Dougie Parks gives it a ride to the deepest part of the yard, but Dixon has just enough room to haul it in. Eastern Illinois leaves Duncan on the base paths at second, and Eastern Illinois' lead is 2 as we head to the bottom of the ninth. 6-4 ball game. With the Dogs coming to bat, you're watching Sanford Bulldog Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
Game day brings out the best in all of us. At Regions, every day is game day.
As my broadcast partner, John McAfoose, mentioned, it is 9-1-2 to start the Bulldogs' rally efforts in the bottom of the ninth. Maybe give that Casey Dunn bobblehead a tap and that rally Bulldog a squeeze over there as Taylor Guerra steps in. First pitch is inside for ball 1. That's how we get going in the bottom of the ninth. Brent Stevens, why not? 5 scoreless innings as he tries to keep it rolling against the Bulldogs once more. 1-0 ripped into center, but right at Duncan in center, who will drift back a couple of steps and record out number 1. Tough day for Taylor Garris in game 2 of our doubleheader, as Garris is now 0 for 4 out of the 9 spot. Back to the top of the order we go. TJ Dixon.
Some tough luck for Garris there. He put a charge into that ball, just hit it on a line right to Duncan in center field, and if he can hit that ball into a gap, that's easy extra bases for Garris.
Dixon working on a 2 for 4 today. He and Austin Edens both multi-hit contest in this one as Dixon takes up and away for ball 1. Bulldogs just looking for a base runner, trying to get the tying run to the plate against Eastern Illinois reliever Brent Stevens. Stevens from the full windup, 1-0 on the way to Dixon. That's upstairs for ball 2. Dixon singles came in his first 2 at-bats of the day, both off EIU starter Dustin Wilson. Single up the middle in the first and a single into center in the second. And he's taken 3 straight out of the zone, 3 balls and no strikes. Stevens has offered a couple of free passes, but it's been a while. 3-0. That's upstairs for ball 4. 4 straight out of the zone. TJ Dixon draws the walk, and the Dogs do exactly what they wanted to. They will bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Brandon Fryman. And time is called by the Eastern Illinois dugout, as it'll be a slow walk out to go talk to Brent Stevens by head coach Jason Anderson. Anderson's going to go get the baseball from Stevens. That'll be all for the Eastern Illinois reliever. Heck of an effort by Mr. Stevens. He'll be replaced here in the bottom of the ninth. We'll get a new EIU pitcher on the other side of this timeout. You're watching Sanford Bulldog Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
By using cheaper ingredients, we've made a lower cost pizza. Let's all celebrate with a slice.
I'm allergic to triangles, so...
I'm about to go swimming.
Oh, I just turned vegan.
I'm only kidding. I wouldn't make you eat that.
Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's better.
That's why all our pizzas are handmade with better ingredients.
Now get a 2-topping pan or large pizza made fresh, only $9.99. That's right, only $9.99.
We're more than a pizza company. We're a pizza family. Papa.
This is Lauren. These are her first roommates, her first car, and her very first health insurance plan, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. Even at her age, she's not taking her health for granted. Her affordable health plan includes a routine annual checkup, apps, and programs that fit her lifestyle. Lauren may be just starting out, but with us, she's already got peace of mind. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Find out how we can cover you for the first time.
Brent Stevens will get the win if Eastern Illinois can hold on, but now it's a save opportunity for number 17, Michael Starcevich. That's the new pitcher for Eastern Illinois. Starcevich, 6'3", 200-pound junior, transfer from Indian Hills Community College, a native of Centerville, Iowa.
5th appearance of the season for Starcevich. He's got good strikeout stuff. 7 1/3 innings pitched with 11 strikeouts in that period, just 2 walks. Has given up 4 runs, all earned for a 4.91 ERA, 250 batting average against.
So Michael Starcevich will be called upon to close out the last 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 9th, Eastern Illinois on top by 2, 6-4, tying run to the plate in the form of Brandon Fryman, who so far this year is 10 for 19, entering the weekend with runners on base. Dixon the runner at first for Fryman, who's 1 for 3 today with a single to center back in the 4th.
Right now the goal, just keep the line moving. Fryman representing the tying run and just trying to find a way to move Dixon over and get on base himself and just keep that line rolling as long as possible.
1-0 misses down and away for ball 1. Nobody out in the bullpen down the left field line. This is Starcevich's game from here on out. Dixon with a healthy lead at first. Fryman digs in. 1-0 to the Bulldog shortstop. That scoots by and to the screen. Dixon will take the extra base to second on the wild pitch. And time is called now. Starcevich will ask for a new baseball. First 2 pitches from Starcevich, nowhere near the zone. As the Bulldogs' potential 5th run is now in the middle of the diamond at second base in the form of T.J. Dixon. Fryman at the play right now. Kevin Williams Jr. awaits in the on-deck circle. 2-0 from Starcevich. Downstairs as well. 3 straight out of the zone. Bulldog dugout getting into it down the first base line. Fryman likely a straight take all the way on 3-0 with Dixon at second. This splits the heart of the plate, make it 3-1. Tension in Jolie Griffin Field as we approach the 7 o'clock hour. 3-1 on the way to Fryman. That's downstairs for ball 4. Bulldogs have drawn 2 free passes here on the bottom of the 9th after Taylor Garris was retired on a rope to center. And a potential winning run to the plate now in the form of Kevin Williams Jr.
Yeah, if you're Eastern Illinois head coach Jason Anderson, the last thing you want to see is your new pitcher come in and walk the game-tying run onto first base. And now Kevin Williams Jr. coming to play with just 1 out, and he represents the game-winning run. He had a walk-off 3-run home run against Indiana a week ago.
I was about to say, not an unfamiliar spot for Kevin Williams Jr.
Kevin Williams Jr.
Dixon the runner at second, Fryman the runner at first, Williams Jr. at the plate in a 6-4 ball game in the bottom of the 9th. Starcevich with a long look at second comes set. First pitch, check swing by Williams, and he's ruled to have gone around by home plate umpire Drew Keenum. It's 0-1.
Williams 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts tonight. Did walk and score back in the first inning.
0-1 on the way. Breaking balls in there. It's 0-2. After issuing the walk on 5 pitches to Fryman, Starcevich has battled back. A pair of breaking balls, 1 in the dirt and 1 right at the belt. To work in front of Kevin Williams Jr., 0-2. Big hole right side as Govern plays close to the bag at second. 0-2 on the way to Williams Jr. in the dirt downstairs. Count is 1-2. Outfield shaded towards the left center alley. Duncan playing well over towards that gap, and the right fielder, Perrone, is pretty much playing in the right center gap. 1-2 from Starcevich. Breaking ball, another good take from Williams Jr. 4 straight to the Bulldog left fielder, and the count's even 2-2. Starcevich herring out that breaking ball to Kevin Williams Jr. on this at-bat. 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the ninth. Eastern Illinois on top by 2. Starcevich looking to close it down. 2-2 on the way. Breaking ball downstairs for ball 3. From 0-2 to 3-2.
Eastern Illinois fans letting home plate umpire Drew Keenum have it a little bit. Not a fan of his strike zone right now.
It was a big zone, and it's gotten tighter as the game's gone on. Payoff pitch to Williams Jr. That's inside for ball 4. And now Keenum with some words to the third base dugout. A warning's been issued to, I believe, head coach Jason Anderson. 3 free passes issued, 1 by Stevens, 2 by Starcevich. And the bases are full for the All-American Austin Edens.
And through 7 1/3 innings coming into this game, Starcevich, only 2 walks on the season, has already doubled that total to after facing just 2 batters here in this inning. And not only did he walk the game-tying run, he walked the game-winning run onto first base. And now a base hit from Edens can possibly tie this game. An extra base hit could send the Bulldogs home as winners.
Bases full of dogs. First pitch to Edens, breaking ball, big cut, and Edens comes up empty. It's 0-1.
Yeah, I think Edens wanted to end the game right there on that swing.
Starcevich airing out that slider so far. Dixon the runner at third, Fryman the runner at second, Williams the runner at first as Starcevich deals to Austin Edens, who's already hit 2 home runs in this Game 3 series finale. 0-1, breaking ball off the plate away. Edens thought about it, but held the hands back. Count even at 1. 15 for 48 so far this season for Austin Edens, average at .312. 4 home runs, 9 RBIs. Starcevich set at the belt, comes home. 1-1, hit hard, left field and carrying deep. It is going to fall in front and fair of left fielder Logan Beeman. 2 runs are going to score for sure. Stop sign being held for Kevin Williams Jr. at third. It's a game-tying 2 RBI double for Austin Edens. We are tied at 6 in the bottom of the ninth.
Boy, have a day, Austin Edens. 2 home runs and now a 2-run double to tie this game. Edens has all 6 RBIs for the Sanford Bulldogs.
Austin Edens continues to deliver for Sanford. He has been, I would say, the majority of the offense, but by and large, he has been the offense in this Game 3 series finale.
No question about it. Question about it.
Dogs dent the scoreboard for the first time since the bottom of the third. And we're tied at 6. As Troy Dixon will make his way to the plate in a tie ball game. Kevin Williams Jr., the runner at third. Edens, the runner at second. Infield now being drawn in. Dixon 1 for 3 today. Had the leadoff triple an inning ago in the 8th. He's got a chance to win it for Sanford right here.
All he needs is a fly ball. You got Kevin Williams with some speed on third base. A fly ball to the outfield is going to end this game.
Starcevich gets one by Dixon. It's 0-1.
And if you're in the Eastern Illinois dugout, you just got to be shaking your heads. Get the first batter of the inning out and then 3 consecutive walks with a 2-run lead, something that you just absolutely cannot do, and Edens makes them pay.
0-1 to Dixon. That's off the plate away. Count even 1-1. Infield drawn in for the Panthers. Outfield very shallow as well. Only chance they'll have any sort of play on Kevin Williams Jr. sprinting home from third. Starcevich from the stretch with 2 on and 1 away in a tie game. 1-1. Taken downstairs. Good stop by Josh Turnock. 2-1 the count to Dixon. First base is open for Starcevich. Ryan Crockett is due up next. It's Matthew Bennett who's swinging a bat right now, the left-hander. 2-1 on the way. That is poured in there, outside corner. Evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Dixon just looking to put the ball in play here. Infield, of course, pulled in to try to get the out at home plate if Williams decides to run on a ground ball.
Starcevich comes set. 2-2 on the way to Dixon. Breaking ball. Gets back to the outside corner for a called strike 3. It freezes Troy Dixon, who gave up on it. Starcevich with a strikeout and a huge out number 2. And once more, home plate umpire Drew Keenan will break out his book, and I think he's warned everybody now. He's warned the dugout of the Bulldogs. He's warned the dugout of the Panthers. Neither side's been happy with his umpiring crew in Game 3. So Ryan Crockett replaced here by Matthew Bennett. Bennett's the new pinch hitter, and he inherits a big spot with 2 on and 2 out in the bottom of the 9th.
Just a third at bat of the season for Bennett, and if he wants his first hit of the season, now would be a good time. Send Sanford home as winners.
First pitch taking, it's in there for a called strike 1. 4th plate appearance of the year for Matthew Bennett, first since February 26th against Florida State when he drew a base on balls. The 6'2 freshman from College Station High School, then Aggieland, College Station, Texas. The lefty Bennett against the righty Starcevich. 0-1, hit on the ground over Starcevich towards second. Govern gobbles it up. His throw to first is in time. And why not? On a day where we've played 18 innings, a doubleheader, let's play one more. Sanford picks up 2 in the bottom of the 9th to tie the game at 6th. We are headed to the top of the 10th. Next, you're watching Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
Human beings can be hungry anytime they please. Maybe you messed up and didn't eat enough lunch. Perhaps dinner is very far away. It doesn't matter. Come to Arby's and solve your hunger problems with dollar sliders, cookies, small-size fries, drinks, and shakes, each for $1 from 2 to 5 p.m., not a.m. Arby's, we have the meats.
It was Sanford who jumped out to a 3-1 lead after 1 inning, 3 runs in the bottom of the 1st. Then Eastern Illinois battled back with a 5 spot, 5 runs in the top of the 3rd as they took a 5-3 lead. Austin Edens with a solo shot brought Sanford back within 5-4 in the bottom of the 3rd. Eastern Illinois tacked on an insurance run to make it 6-4 after 8, and then 2 runs added off the 2 RBI double from Austin Edens in the bottom of the 9th. Tied this thing up at 6 as we head to the top of the 10th. And it's Wyatt Burns for the second time in as many games. He makes his second appearance of the day after closing out the first game of this doubleheader. He appears in the 10th with 5, 6, and 7 due up for Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, earned his 6th save of the season in Game 1. Now on to try to keep this a tie game and possibly earn a win here in Game 2. Just a 1.42 ERA for Wyatt Burns. He's been exceptional so far this year at the back end of the Sanford bullpen.
5th time through the order for Eastern Illinois. Starts with Matt Auerth, the designated hitter, 0 for 3 today. Does have an RBI, a walk on his ledger. And the count is even right now, 1-1. Strikeout victim back in the 2nd and the 5th. Grounded into a double play off Josh Rich in the 7th. 1-1 from Burns, misses down and in. Count runs to 2-1. 6 runs on 12 hits for Eastern Illinois. 6 runs on 7 hits for the Sanford Bulldogs. Burns from the stretch, 2-1. Popped up into center. Dixon barely has to move out there. Now he'll take a couple of steps towards his left and make the catch for out number 1. Matt Alberts retired for the 4th time this evening. And 1 away for Wyatt Burns and the Sanford defense in the top of the 10th.
The catcher, Josh Turnick.
Josh Turnick steps in. In a 6-6 ball game. Speaking of sixes, Team USA continues to pile on 6-0 in the bottom of the second against Team Canada, who might be running out of pitching in the last game of Pool C. As Turnock tries to turn on that fastball instead. Fouls it off right side. It's 0-1. Turnock 1 for 2 today. Has drawn a couple of walks. And then had a double and came around to score the lone run put up by Eastern Illinois in the top of the 8th. Tips this one just off the mitt of Ben Carrick. It's 0-2. See how many bullets Wyatt Burns has left in him after coming in and pitching a scoreless 9th, where he walked 1 and struck out 2 in the 4 batters he faced. Time called as Turnock will readjust, force Wyatt Burns to step off the rubber. Burns comes home, 0-2 on the way, hit hard on the ground. Dixon slides and gobbles it up at second base. His throw to first in plenty of time to get Josh Turnock. Great glove work by the sophomore second baseman, Troy Dixon, to retire Turnock, who's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, great play. A little bit of a weird hop, too, on the infield dirt, but Dixon, a good job to get the glove on it and kind of fall on it and smother it and get the easy out. Too quickly away for Burns.
Frankie Perone to the plate, the Eastern Illinois right fielder, who's 1 for 3 today. Probably the second biggest swing of the day now as he comes up empty on that swing against Wyatt Burns. It's 0-1. That 3 RBI double that gave Eastern Illinois the lead at 5-3 back in the top of the 3rd. 0-1 on the way from Burns. Fastball hit well towards right. Going back towards the wall. Fusey still going back to the track, and it's off the wall. Off the wall and trickling back into right field. Perone's on his horse and digging for third. Throw from right field to Jordan Fusey is going to be offline. And Frankie Perone hustling out of the box is going to end up with his first triple of the year. Credit Frankie Perone, who drove that fastball out toward right. Thought that had a chance to get out. It misses being a home run by maybe 2.5 feet. Perone ends up at third with a 2-out triple.
Second big hit of the day for Perone. The first, of course, that 3-run bases-clearing double back in the 3rd inning that gave Eastern Illinois a 5-4 lead. Here, a 2-out triple, representing the go-ahead run on third base.
Now batting number 45, Hunter Beakley.
Hunter Beakley wearing number 45 today. Listed on the roster as number 7. Wearing the number 45 jersey, comes up in a big spot in the top of the 10th with 2 outs. Flares this one left side. That'll get out of play. It's 0-1. Beakley, the 6'3", 215-pound junior from Coulterville, Illinois, is the left-handed hitter against the righty Wyatt Burns. Burns from the stretch, 0-1 on the way. That is downstairs to even the count 1-1. Usually lefties have a little bit better numbers against Burns than righties with that weird arm slot. Tough on righties, but so far this year, lefties just 2 of 13 against Wyatt Burns. 1-1, that's on the outside corner. It's 1-2. Burns 1 pinch away from putting up a scoreless top of the 10th. It's sending us to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 6s.
Beakley just 5 for 31 this season.
1-2 on the way. That's off the plate away. Count runs to 2-2. Perone, the runner at third in a 6-6 ball game. Deuces on the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2-2 on the way. Chopped right side. Edens off his knee, but he's able to keep it in front. Touch the bag at first and retire the side. Perone's 2-out triple is wasted. He's left on the base paths. The 8th runner Eastern Illinois has left on the base paths this evening, and we head to the bottom of the 10th. Tied at 6 next on the Sanford Sports Network.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stop sexual assault on our college campuses.
To get in the way before it happens.
To get a teammate or friend home safe.
To not blame the victim.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to look out for each other on our campuses.
To not turn a blind eye.
To intervene when something isn't right.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stand up.
To step in.
to take responsibility.
We are the Southern Conference, and we take the pledge to stop sexual assault.
It's on us, all of us, to make a difference on our campuses.
Join us and take the pledge to be a part of the solution at itsonus.org.
Bottom third of the order, 2 up for Stanford, 7, 8, and 9. And it starts with Jordan Busey to lead off the bottom of the 10th. Against Michael Starcevich, who will remain in the game. Still nobody down the left field line in the Eastern Illinois bullpen. Looks like it's still Starcevich's game for the duration. First pitch to Busey is a fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1. Busey 0 for 4 today. In fact, the bottom of the order for the Dogs is 0 for collectively. Bottom third, 0 for 10. 1-0's upstairs as well. 2 balls and no strikes.
Busey also has struck out his last 2 at-bats. 1 0 for 4 with 2 Ks in game 1 as well. So maybe, just maybe, Busey's due for a big hit right here to start the 10th.
Guy with home run pop doesn't have a home run so far this year through 44 at-bats, 48 plate appearances. They get 50 plate appearances. This is number 51. 2-1 on the way to Busey. Hit hard, right field and tailing. Will it stay fair down the line? It will. It one hops and over the wall. It's going to be a ground rule double for Jordan Busey, who's digging hard for second. I don't think he realizes the ball is over the wall.
That's actually a little bit of an unfortunate break because I do think he would have gotten into third, but nevertheless not going to complain about a leadoff double on that game-winning run now, standing at second base with nobody out.
Busey with his first hit of the night comes through to lead off the bottom of the 10th with a fair ball. And time called. The Dogs are going to make a variety of changes here. Busey's going to be lifted for pinch runner Sam Teague. So Teague will enter the ball game for Busey, who comes through with his first hit of the night. Dogs are also going to make a change at the plate as Ben Carrick is going to be pinch hit for, replaced by sacrifice bunt specialist number 31 Greg Moulay. So Moulay makes his second appearance in as many games. He was a pinch runner in game 1 of our doubleheader. He'll pinch hit right here. Moulay 1 for 1 in game 1 of our doubleheader. Flipped a Texas leaguer into left for a clean single. Called upon right here, likely to lay down a bunt, or at the very least, move Sam Teague from second to third. Teague, the runner at second, represents the Bulldogs' 7th run of the night, which would be the winning run. With nobody out, bottom of the 10th, time called as Josh Turnock behind home plate will give bunt defense signals to the rest of his infield. Parks well inside the grass down at third. Beatley on the edge of the grass over at first. Starcevich from the stretch with Teague at second base. Moulay turns and squares. First pitch breaking ball is in there for a called strike 1. Moulay nods in agreement to home plate umpire Drew Keenum. One of the few guys that's agreed with the home plate umpire tonight. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Dogs. 6 runs, 13 hits for the Panthers. Teague at second, being held there by the shortstop Curran. 0-1 on the way. Moulay squares again, gets the bunt down in front of the mound. Starcevich comes up gunning to third and throws it away. Throws it down the left field line. Teague headed for the plate. Here comes the throw from left. It is not in time. Sam Teague scores. Walk it off. The Dogs win 7, 6, and 10 innings.
Poor decision by Starcevich there to go for the out at third base. I know he thinks he could have got him there, and even with an accurate throw, I don't think he gets him, but throws wildly down the left field line, and then easy for Teague to get up and scramble home, and the Bulldogs walk it off in the 10th.
Credit the base running of Sam Teague. He got a great jump from second to force what would have been maybe a bang-bang play over at third, and then Greg Moulay lays down the sacrifice bunt that's ultimately the difference. Sanford on top 7-6 as the Bulldogs end up with a clean sweep of the series. We'll take a timeout. Coca-Cola postgame show is up next as you watch Sanford Bulldog baseball.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stop sexual assault on our college campuses.
To get in the way before it happens.
To get a teammate or friend home safe.
To not blame the victim.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to look out for each other on our campuses.
To not turn a blind eye.
To intervene when something isn't right.
We are the Southern Conference.
And it's on us to stand up.
To step in.
To take responsibility.
We are the Southern Conference, and we take the pledge to stop sexual assault.
It's on us, all of us, to make a difference on our campuses.
Join us and take the pledge to be a part of the solution at itsonus.org.
If you're entering a Division I college or university on or after August 1st of 2016, there are some new academic requirements you need to know.
First, you have to graduate high school within 4 consecutive years from the start of 9th grade. And in those 4 years, you have to pass 16 core courses.
Next, your 16 core courses must be taken in a specific area of study at a specific time during high school.
Your 16 core courses will determine your core GPA, which must be 2.3 or higher to be eligible to practice, compete, or receive an athletic scholarship during your freshman year in college.
10 of those 16 have to be taken before your 7th semester. Those 10 courses are locked in, meaning you can't retake them to improve your GPA.
You must also earn a combined ACT and SAT score that matches your core course GPA on the Division I sliding scale.
It's important to build a team that you can depend on for guidance and support. So go talk to your guidance counselor and ask them to join your team.
We all were in your shoes just a few years ago, so we know what it takes to become a Division I student athlete.
But more importantly, we know what it means to make our dreams become a reality. You can too.
Back at Joe Lee Griffin Field, we have a final score. It's 7-6. Samford defeats Eastern Illinois University in 10 innings to sweep a doubleheader and sweep a 3-game home series here at Joe Lee Griffin Field. This is our Coca-Cola post-game show as we await a Blake Gardner interview with head coach Casey Dunn to talk about today's doubleheader victory and series sweep. 10th inning, Sanford walk-off began with a Jordan Fusey leadoff double into the right field corner that hopped over the wall. It was a ground rule double. Sam Teague comes in to pinch run, and Greg Moulet, pinch hitting for Ben Carrick, attempts to sacrifice him over to third base. And Michael Starcevich, the Eastern Illinois pitcher, makes an unwise decision to try to nail Teague at third base instead of taking the force out at first. Throws the ball down the third base line, allowing Teague to get up and scramble home for the game-winning run. Outside of that, it was the Austin Edens show for the Samford offense. If you weren't watching the game, here is his final batting line. 3 for 6 with 2 home runs, a double, 6 runs driven in, and 2 runs scored. Fantastic performance for Austin Edens, as well as the Samford bullpen, who came in relief of Stephen Jones, who allowed 5 runs in 3 innings, and it was Weidra, Rude, Cunningham, Rich, Greer, and Burns who went the rest of the way, allowing just 1 run. Our own Blake Gardner now down with Coach Casey Dunn. I'll toss it over to Blake, and he can take it away with a little interview.
Dunn, Coach.
Do a lot offensively very well. We left a lot of runners in scoring position. We had a poor with guys on base, and obviously we did enough to win 2 games, which is the great thing. But that was more so because of, I think, what we did on the mound than anything else. But we played solid defensively, and I thought we played 2 pretty good, clean games defensively. And again, to get 7 innings out of your bullpen and only giving up 1 run says a lot.
Absolutely. You talk about Tristan Weidra, Jack Rude, Tanner Cunningham, Josh Rich comes in and gets that huge double play ball to get you out of a jam. And then you go to Wyatt Burns for the 2nd time in as many games. That guy, one of the best arms in the Southern Conference, and he really proved it today.
He did, man. I thought he really did a nice job. And, again, he got the good save. Milks a win out of that last one, but through, a clean And, again, our guys fought. We can play better, obviously. We can do some things better than we did tonight. But obviously we showed a little fight, and that's encouraging.
Eden's a guy who off to a little bit of a slower start than he would have liked. He comes alive today, had a great doubleheader, including he was really the guy that kind of led this offense in game 2 of this doubleheader. Talk about his approach to the play today and what you like from him.
No, I mean, that's huge for him. Like you said, he's been off, to say a little bit of a rough start's an understatement, but to get it rolling now with 2 really good days, Friday and then again today. So it's encouraging to see him going, and we're going to need him, but we got to get a couple other guys going too. And that was encouraging thing. Jordan with the big hit there in the 10th. Is a guy that we need to put up some numbers for us, and obviously a guy that was struggling, but a big swing at the right time.
Coach, your club's playing well. 6 wins in a row. You get the sweep over Eastern Illinois today. Coach, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Blake.
With the win, back up to you to wrap this thing up.
Thank you, Blake. Thanks for the interview. And 7-6 final it is from Joe Lee Griffin Field as Sanford sweeps the 3-game series, their first sweep of the season here at home, as they sweep today's doubleheader by scores of 4-1 and then 7-6 in 10 innings in game 2. We will wrap up our Coca-Cola post-game show. We'll take one quick timeout and then come back with a wrap-up. You're listening to Sanford Baseball on the Sanford Sports Network.
At Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers, we believe in service.
Maintenance service, tire service, repair service,
and most importantly, customer service.
We believe in treating our customers with respect and integrity while offering all the services you need for your car.
Most of all, at Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers,
we believe in keeping cars on the road, keeping families safe,
and keeping you coming back whenever the need arises.
Back at Joe Lee Griffin Field as we wrap up our Coca-Cola post-game show. Sanford sweeps Eastern Illinois here at home. Sanford baseball will be back in action on the road this week, playing some in-state foes. They will travel to Jacksonville State on Tuesday and travel to Alabama on Wednesday. One of those games likely to be heard on radio, the other one possibly not, due to the men's basketball CIT home game coming up. That will also be announced later tonight. It will be here at the Pete Hanna Center either Tuesday or Wednesday. And to find out who Sanford will be playing, as well as what time and what date, stay tuned to Sanford Sports social media as well as sanfordsports.com. Our next home baseball broadcast will be next weekend as Sanford hosts Eastern Michigan in a 3-game series. Friday's game has been moved to 4 p.m., originally scheduled for 6, and then Saturday at 2 and Sunday at 1. Remember, for updates on all 17 Bulldog teams, follow us online. It's Sanford University Athletics on Facebook, Sanford_sports on Twitter, and the official online home for your Sanford Bulldogs is sanfordsports.com. I'd like to thank our crew, Matt Waters and Grant Gardner, our students helping us out on spring break when we're shorthanded. Of course, my broadcast partner, Blake Gardner. Final score here at Joe Lee Griffin Field, a walk-off victory for the Sanford Bulldogs, 7-6 over Eastern Illinois. Until next time, for God, for learning, forever, for Sanford University, I'm John McAfee saying thanks for joining us and reminding you that together we are Sanford Strong.